Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. The link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $100 and up. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. We have a slight moderation delay with the TTS and the stream delay too, so it can be sometimes 30, 60 seconds. We try to get to it as quick as possible. You can also mute a microphone, pop a ball of champagne, and if you're a real G, for 1 Ethereum, we will pop a bottle of Cristal, and Cristal champagne, it's like $400, $500 a bottle. You can see the description for all details, and if you want to just tip, just for a second, it's through Venmo and Cash App. 100% of your contribution will go towards us. No platform fees, no cut. YouTube takes the 30, Streamlabs takes like the 3 to 4%. It's whatever pod on both. If push over, yeah, whatever pod on both. Link is also in the description. I'll give you guys a little shout out too. We have channel memberships. To become a member, you can hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. I'll shout you guys out really quick. Hera, Eric, Ox, thank you. Metro Matt, thank you for the gifted 20 whatever memberships. Are there any more? Scroll down a little bit. Yo, Bunny Rabbit, thank you for the membership. Yo, W's in the chat from Metro Matt. Thank you for the gifted 20, man. Really appreciate it. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Just because I'm OCD, Damien, do you see up top by creator dashboard? Just hit that arrow down, just down. Hit that, yeah, hide that. That's just my OCD. That was my fault though. Make it a little bigger too. Shout out to Evil Doer. Thank you for the Prime, man. Really appreciate it. Siege, thank you for the 5 community subs. Appreciate it. Guys, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Get that big, we got a new one, the Big Labia Matter hoodie. You got to get that one. Follow us on Instagram, @whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM @whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. We are working to ban labiaplasty. 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the United States. Total tragedy. It's really the pressing issue of our time. Brandon over here is on the board of directors.
Indeed.
Yeah, so he's joined the cause. He's joined the good fight. So if you can't catch the full shows, we have clips channels. Link for those are in the description. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. We post behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other cool stuff. Got a good community over there. And check out the Discord. There it is. We post the BTS. If you guys remember, back in December, we had a 4'10" Krav Maga baddie. She tried to rear naked choke Eric Ilosophical, who's like 6'4". Did not go well. So Krav Maga not the most effective, at least in that context. And let's see. Disclaimer: the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. Oh, by the way, before we have everyone introduce themselves, Andrew will be joining us here in just a few minutes. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, occupation, and education. So if you went to college, your major, etc. Go ahead.
My name's Michaela Kwan. I'm 22 years old. I'm from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I am a medical assistant, and then I'm an influencer on the side, and I have a bachelor's in nutrition from the University of Florida.
All right, rock and roll. What about
Hi,
you?
My name is Bella. I do OnlyFans. I just dropped out of college after doing it for 1.5 years, majoring in criminal justice, and I'm 20 years old.
All right, and did you say where you're from?
Oh, and I'm from LA.
From LA, oh, like born and raised, or okay. And what do you do on OF? What kind of content?
Full nudity.
Any BG stuff, or okay? And can we even? I don't know if we can say it on stream. Maybe try to censor it, but I don't know if what's your Instagram username? I'm just curious.
Tinkerbell.
That's crazy. We have I believe two other Asian women on the panel. What do you guys think about the name? Is it
Fire.
Is it fire?
I think it's funny.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's fun. All right. What about you?
My name is Ebony. I'm 20. I'm from Florida. Do I have to say the city?
No, you don't have to say city.
I'm from Florida, and I do OnlyFans as well. I also do webcamming. And what was the other question?
Education, like are you in college?
I was in college. I dropped out. I was doing biology.
Okay, all right.
How many years in did you drop out?
Like 2 semesters. Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
Hello, my name is Shelby Clayton. I'm 23 years old. I'm originally from Reno, Nevada, but I live in LA now. I do acting, modeling, and fitness content.
All right, cool. Oh, any school?
Mm-mm.
No school. Okay. What about you?
Hi, I'm Anissa, born and raised in LA. I'm still in college, majoring in political science. I act, make music, and do influencing on the side as well.
Age?
20.
20. And you've always been from LA or?
Well, born and raised a little bit in LA, then I moved to the Valley, so I guess
Okay.
you could say Woodland Hills.
Gotcha. And you're in your third year, fourth year of university or
Second.
college? Second year.
Yeah.
And you said you do some music. What kind of music do you do?
I sing R&B music.
Let's hear something.
Oh.
Wait, do you know Etta James' At Last? Do you know that song?
I know a couple words. I mean, I could do like
Or
couple
whatever you
lines.
want. You can do whatever you'd like.
Okay, let's see. Threw away your love letters. I thought it made me feel better. I finally got you out of my head, but I still can't get you off my bed. Ooh, I'm sending you one text at a time. I know you by your phone, so boy, pick up your line. And I ain't too proud to beg, so what's been said has been said.
That was great. That was really good.
Rock and roll.
And you said that you do influencing.
Mm-hmm.
Can you be a little bit more specific? Is there like a genre of influencing?
I guess like I like to say kind of lifestyle content. So
Okay.
like everyday errands, I'll do some videos on that
Okay.
when I'm out shopping.
And fashion stuff too? And
Yes,
just
fashion.
daily lifestyle stuff?
Fashion, and I do makeup videos as well.
Okay.
So it's kind of like a little bit of everything that has to do with everyday life.
Gotcha,
really.
okay. And you said that you did influencing too?
Yeah.
What's yours? Is yours similar?
Yeah, it's mostly like it's on TikTok.
Okay.
It's pretty much now it's like lifestyle content.
Okay.
It started off just like sharing stuff about being biracial.
Gotcha. Okay,
Yeah.
interesting.
It started off that way, but
Yeah.
did it continue?
I mean, it continued, but like people started making fun of me. They were saying it was like my only personality trait.
I see.
So I kind of switched to do like content that I like to do.
All right.
Yeah.
What about you?
Hi, my name is Mylin. I'm 33 and I own and manage a meal prep store in West Hollywood and Silver Lake. And I graduated from the Cordon Bleu. And
Is that
it's a
chef?
culinary school.
Chef? Oh, culinary. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you do any like besides that? Did you go to like I don't know, more typical university or college or straight to culinary school?
I tried college like 6 times.
How many different colleges?
6
Six different
ones.
colleges. Okay.
Yeah.
And did you get like an associate's or?
I was getting ready to apply to nursing school and I just I decided to go more like the entrepreneur, like business route.
Okay, got it.
And
Got it.
I'm also from Los Angeles, but I was born in Japan.
Okay. Do you speak Japanese or?
Yeah, I sound like I'm 5, but yeah.
Okay. All right. What about you?
My name is Mecca. I'm 25. I'm from LA. I model and I dance. I went to school, but I dropped out. But I want to go back for cosmetology.
Gotcha. And when you say dance, like
Like in a club.
stripping?
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Okay, what about you?
My name's Dea. I'm 21. I'm originally from Arizona and Georgia, and now I live in LA. I graduated with my bachelor's degree in marketing, and now I work as a marketer and a sailor.
And a sailor. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. What do you sail on? Do you have a boat?
I do have a boat. Yeah.
You own a boat.
And I'm
Okay.
beginning a business where I'm teaching other women how to sail. So that's the end goal, is to teach other women how to be one with Mother Nature.
Will you teach men, or is it
I mean,
exclusionary?
yes. No,
like
so-
Brandon over here wants to learn how to sail.
What if I want to sail?
Do you
Like, what if
identify
he
as
wants-
a woman?
No.
Okay. No, I mean, I plan on doing women-only trips. I feel like that's safer, creating a safe space for just women to be together.
Yeah. What if there's a bear on the sailboat?
Then we're pushing the bear off. I've got my
Would you rather
compound
have a
boat.
bear on the sailboat or a man on the sailboat?
So I believe that, I have taught some men, and I would teach men sailing, but I would not do male groups with
I see.
myself
That-
on a
that
sailboat
makes
in a
sense,
remote island. I don't think that's a good
safe?
idea.
So it's like a safe space for women.
Yes.
But like, what if none of the women are like strong enough to like move the jib boom?
Well, I can move the
You know how to move
You
the
mean-
jib boom?
the jib boom.
Do you know what? You're a sailor, right? You know what the jib
Why are
boom
you
is?
calling it a jib boom?
That's what it's called.
Okay. There's a mast which has a boom.
The jib boom.
Okay. I will teach you
That's
how
the
to sail
extent
if
of my
you'd like.
sailing college. All right. What about you?
My name is Samson. I'm 28. I'm from Michigan, and I'm a home improvement contractor. Along with, I've done maintenance and technician work.
Any schooling or college, anything like that?
Just 1 year of college.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
My name is Brandon Clark. I'm from Bozeman, Montana. I am a natural bodybuilder. I'm an entrepreneur, fitness coach. I own a couple of businesses, and I am a college dropout. Yes.
W's in the chat for the
W's
for
in
college,
the chat. And
college
I'm a virgin. I might as well just get that out of the way right now.
Oh,
and
so-
Brian is trying to find the love of my life for me.
Yes. I was going to get to that during the relationship status part.
I thought you just wanted me to come out with it now. Just like,
yeah, I mean, that works too.
I might as well stamp it on my forehead at this point.
All right. There you go. Yeah, I am his, I'm your...
You have to go through Brian. DM Brian
you have to go
first
through me
to get to me.
him. Yes. All right. I'm Brian Atlas, 35, YouTuber, washed up, has been, over the hill, podcast host. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Andrew, what about you? Oh, no, Andrew.
Oh my gosh, she shaved the beard. What happened?
Hold on, just cut the call, Damien. Cut the call. What did? Oh, dude.
Yeah, my face is very cold.
He shaved his beard.
Yeah, so my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of the Crucible. It's a popular entertainment channel on YouTube. I'm a political analyst, a political satirist, and I do conversations and debates all over the world. And I'm happy to be here tonight.
Welcome, Andrew. By the way, I saw a couple days ago, I didn't mention this on Sunday's stream, your debate on Piers Morgan with Sank. Fantastic, guys. So you guys, if you haven't seen it yet, you can just check it out on YouTube. But
He spurred pretty hard. It was really funny.
Yeah, it was definitely a very, very interesting debate. Going around the table once more, what is everybody's current relationship status? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Starting with you, go ahead.
I'm single. I've been single for 5 months now. And my longest relationship was 4 years.
Was that the one that ended 5 months ago?
Yeah.
Okay, pretty fresh. Who broke up with who?
He broke up with me.
Was there a reason given, or?
He was a medical student, so the last 2 years of our relationship was long distance.
Mm-hmm.
So he got really busy, and I was living in Florida.
Okay.
No cheating?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so he's a medical student, got busy. 5 months, 4-year relationship. Isn't it like, I don't know if you guys know, like, isn't it the case that it takes half the length of the relationship to get over it? Has that been the case for any of you? Are you good?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely over it.
You're good? Okay.
Yeah, I think I read somewhere that it was like 1 month for every year that you were in the relationship. I don't know.
Wow, that's pretty
true.
fast. I would say that's pretty fast.
Okay. All right. So you've been single for 5 months.
Yeah.
Have you been on any dates since then or anything?
Yeah, I've been on a few dates.
Yeah? Any prospects? Any?
Not really.
No?
Yeah.
What would you say you're looking for?
I don't think I'm necessarily looking for anything right now. I'm just like, you know, if it comes, like if the right person comes, and that's it.
All right. Good times. Good times. What about you?
So I am single for a year and a half. My longest relationship was like 6 months.
All right. Was that the one that ended a year and a half ago?
Yeah.
Who broke up with who?
I did.
Why?
It was kind of like agree to disagree kind of thing. We argued a lot and we couldn't come to a conclusion, so we kind of just broke things
Who
off.
started the arguments?
He did.
He'd started it. Okay. Was it on again, off again, or was it?
It was consistent.
Okay. So you ended it a year and a half ago. It was a 6-month relationship.
Yeah.
And that's your longest. Okay.
And that's before you started your OnlyFans?
Yeah.
That ended?
Okay. Were you thinking of starting?
No.
Okay. And in the year and a half that you've been single, have you seen anybody maybe for like a month, 2 months, anything like that? Have you been celibate for a year and a half?
Yes.
Come on, really?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And so any dates or anything, or no?
No.
No dates?
No dates.
Because I think I saw on your TikTok, you made
It's clickbait. It's clickbait.
You posted a TikTok. Well, you posted a TikTok about you were looking for, announcing that you were looking for someone to like slide into your DMs or something. How's that?
It's rage bait.
So you're not actually looking?
No. Well, don't tell me.
Okay.
So you wouldn't even go on a date, like if somebody asked you out?
I generally don't want a relationship right now. Especially
Okay, so
when I'm doing OnlyFans.
you're focused on business?
Yeah.
Interesting. Is there like a specific number that you're trying to hit before you're like, okay, now I'll date?
Until I fall off.
Until you fall off?
Until you fall off?
Yeah, and then I just quit the industry.
So like three months, or?
You have like a year,
When do you fall off?
a year on
When
it?
do people fall off typically on it?
Like 2023, 24, or are you planning on just going as long as it possibly takes?
As long as I can milk it.
Oh, all right.
I mean, what if you don't fall off until like you're 60?
Then I'm single till 60.
All right, there you go. What about you?
My last relationship was like high school, like my junior year. I'm single.
So you've been single for 3 years? 4 years?
Basically, I guess. Like,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Longest relationship?
It was like 6 months. He was like my only boyfriend.
All right. He's the only boyfriend you've had. Okay. In the 3 years you've been single, anything shorter term, like 1, 2, 3 months, anything like that?
Yeah, I've had like some flings here and there.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you have a roster currently?
Do I have a roster?
Yeah.
I mean, not really.
No?
I mean...
No. So there's no guys in the picture currently? Not one?
Okay, maybe a few, but it's not like a roster.
What's
okay,
a few?
I guess it could be
What's a few? 5?
like 3.
3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Did they know about each other?
Of course not. What?
Okay. Okay, so it is a roster.
I guess you could say that.
Sounds
I'm
like a
just
roster.
dating them. Like I'm just going out, you know.
Are
dinners.
you like I think this is kind of common, like are you hooking up with one and the other two like just dating?
No.
You're not hooking up with any of them?
No, I'm not hooking
Okay,
up
but
with
you're
anyone.
dating all of them. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Interesting.
Okay. What about you?
I've been single for like 2 years, and my longest relationship was 2 years as well.
Is that the 2-year relationship? Is that the one that ended 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
Why?
Just wanted to have a season of being single and learn more about myself and just experience life being single, not in a bad way, but just focus on myself.
Did you want to find yourself?
I just think it's important to like be single when you're young so that you can focus on yourself and learn what you're looking for and find somebody whose goals and paths and values align with yours.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I've been single for almost 2 years, and my longest relationship was 2 years as well.
All right. Is that the one that ended 2 years ago?
Yes.
Who broke up with who?
I did.
Why?
I just couldn't do it anymore. Like, it was just too much for me. It was just very stressful. It started to get really toxic. He was kind of insecure, so it was just hard to handle.
Okay. And are you seeing anybody currently?
No, I'm just doing
Nobody?
me.
No prospects?
No.
Nothing?
None. They all just got cut off, but for the new year.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
when you say all, what are we talking about? Like 2, 3, 4? What do you...
Maybe like 4.
Okay, 4.
Yeah, like 4.
And you were seeing them for a couple weeks, couple months? Or?
Yeah, each of them, it was kind of like I was talking to one, and then another one just came along, and like, you know, since I'm single, it's just like, you know, I'm gonna talk to both of you guys. And then the third one came along, and the fourth one. Yeah.
All right. Oh, and going back to you, Shelby, really quick. Are there any guys in the picture currently?
I'm dating, but nobody like serious right now.
Do you have a roster?
No.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm currently single. I've been single for about 7 months. My longest relationship was 6 years.
Is that the one that ended 7 months ago, or is that?
No, it was like one when I was in my early 20s.
Okay, gotcha. The 6-year relationship, who broke up with who?
I broke up with them.
The 7-month the relationship 7 months ago, who broke up with who?
Me.
Okay. What was the reason for the 6-year one?
He was 15 years older than me, and I think I was maturing, and I was, I guess, kind of changing or becoming my own person.
How old were you when you met him?
I was 19.
And you said 15, he was 15 older? 15
years older.
So he was
30.
32, 33, something like that?
Yeah.
Okay. The math is just difficult for us. It's been a while since. Okay, you were with him for 6 years though, and then, I mean, were there any issues in the relationship, or just like, oh, he's old?
No, I don't think it had anything to do with the age.
He didn't start balding or anything?
He was already starting when I met him.
Oh, that was it. No, just
he's a great guy. I think because when you're 19, I think you're not quite sure what you want. And as I was getting older and more mature, I realized that that person wasn't someone I wanted to spend the rest of my life with.
How did you meet him being so much older than you?
So I lived abroad for the last decade, and I worked in the circus, so I traveled a lot. And we worked for the same company, and I met him through work.
Perfect. Circus. What did you do in the circus?
I was a flying trapeze artist and an aerialist.
Nice. Okay. Was he like a lion tamer?
No, he was the general manager of like
he was the GM.
The space. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Was it an open relationship?
No.
No, it was closed. No. Okay. You said that there were, I forgot exactly what you said, but there were things that you were looking for that as you got older. What were those like new things, I guess, that you were looking for that he wasn't fulfilling?
Well, I guess because he was much older than me, he was a little bit more set in his ways, and I guess I didn't completely agree with his ways.
Yeah, well, can you give us like one or two examples? Like, what was the ways he was set in?
Well, I mean, like when we go out and our friends are much older or like closer to his age, and as a 19-year-old, it's a little bit hard to relate, and I always felt kind of excluded or like not quite understanding what was going on, like at that maturity level.
Okay. Was there ever a disagreement between who wanted kids and who
No,
did?
I think we both wanted kids. Actually, I was engaged to him, but then I realized I like didn't really date before him, so I didn't really know what I wanted.
Okay, so you needed that freedom of exploration, it seems like. Something similar?
Yeah, I didn't really explore much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you ever open the story with like, I got into relationships and started sleeping with my boss at the circus? Like, I mean, that's kind of funny, right? It's like, it's kind of, I mean, it is kind of funny, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I never tell people that. I mean, but yeah, I usually when I mention anything about the circus, then I get like pretty flooded with questions because I know it's pretty unusual.
Question for like any guy or girl looking to date somebody who works in a circus, like is there a certain like stay away from the like the flame eaters, like what's the best?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. Okay, the guys that do like the ones on the motorcycles, like the Wheel of Death, that one, and like
where it like spins.
Where like the guys are in the motorcycle, that one. They're usually like adrenaline junkies.
Okay.
And the one where, is it the Wheel of Death, where they're like spinning like, and there's two like circles, and there's two people, like one at the top, and it's spinning.
And they're on the motorcycle, right?
These guys are like jump roping.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Those guys are also like adrenaline junkies.
So okay, them.
Yeah.
But what about like the sword dudes, or like the flame people? Are they cool or?
They're like, they're like tame.
Were there dwarves?
No, I didn't work in like that kind of circus. It was mostly like the aerial performances.
No fire stuff?
No fire stuff. Sword stuff.
Sword stuff. Okay.
Yeah, but I was more in like, I was a flying trapeze artist, so it's weird, like we don't like really hang out with.
Who's at the top? Who's at the top of the echelon in the circus game?
To me, it's the guys that do straps.
Straps?
What is that?
Like
it's like, not like bondage or anything.
Straps. No, I mean like, maybe not for dating, but like, or maybe I was just for career. Like who's the?
To me, the guys that do straps.
Straps.
Yeah,
okay.
It's like an apparatus that has like two straps hanging, and usually there's like a loop for your hands, like your hands to go through, or sometimes it's your feet. And it's just like pure strength. So you don't usually see women doing it. Okay. It's like a lot of, it's like a more like a guy's apparatus.
Got it. What about your relationship status?
It's like so complicated because I have a kid. So my kid's dad, I don't want to be in the relationship anymore, but he wants to. So I kind of, I don't know, I don't really talk to people.
But you don't want to be in the...
I don't want to be in the relationship.
You guys are married or no?
No, we were like engaged, but like when I was pregnant, I found out like he cheated, and then I was on Mother's Day, I caught him.
Mother's Day, nice. Yeah. And you have just one kid?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you share custody?
Well, he like just moved out of my place and got his own place, so.
Okay, so you kicked him out because he still wanted to be in the relationship? Okay,
yeah.
So you kicked him out. And you were dancing while you were with him still?
I met him at the club, and then like he kind of got like mad about it, so I stopped, and like he took care of me and stuff like when I didn't work. But like the whole like cheating thing, I was like not for that, because like you cheat on me while I was pregnant, and then I found out like for like the first 4 months of my kid's life, he was like doing it. So it was just a lot. So I was like, I can't do this anymore. And plus, like, I'm older than him, so I know what I want in life, and like I don't think he really has it figured out. So I'm kind of like, I'm like very focused on what my goals are for this year, and like.
How long have you been with him?
We were together for 2 years.
All right. Is that your longest relationship? Mm-hmm. All right, got it. What about you?
I am in a relationship, and my longest relationship was 2 years before this.
All right. How long is this relationship?
8 months, but we were best friends for 2 years before, so it's kind of like a weird line there.
Got it. What about you?
I'm single. My last relationship was in 2018. We dated for 4 years, and I lived with him for a little bit,
All
like
right.
2 years.
And you said you've been single since 2018?
Yeah.
So like 7 years ago?
I did talk to a boy on Discord for 2 years. That was interesting.
How'd you meet him?
On Discord?
Well, like, what forum?
So there's this Discord server called Daddy Discord.
Wait,
and
called
it's
what?
It's called Daddy Discord.
Daddy?
Yeah. So it's a server with tons of public voice channels.
Public
has
what?
tons of public voice channels where you have 10 people in a call, and then you can go hop down to another one that could only have 5 all over the world. So we met in there.
Okay, but you never met in person?
No. Actually,
wait, so
he kind of showed up to my house. He like, I blocked him, and he got my grandmother's phone number.
So did he live in the same town as you, or did he come to your town?
No, he lived in California.
So he went from California to Michigan.
Yeah, it was wild. It was wild.
All right. Wow. But so you've been single for 7 years, since about 2018. Have you had any short-term anything with any guys in that time period?
No. I always keep an eye out though.
Have you been celibate for 7 years?
No.
Oh, so you've had flings and stuff.
Yeah.
When's the last fling that you had? Yesterday? Last week?
September.
September. Okay, is that over though?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Let's see here. So the longest relationship that I've been in was about 1 year and 8 months, and it was very off and on. We broke up quite a few times. I would say in total, I've been in about 3 decently serious relationships.
I see. Okay. And you are a virgin.
Yes. There we go.
24-year-old virgin.
Yep.
It's good. No, it's good.
24-year-old virgin.
Adorable. I've never met a virgin.
I'm curious.
You've never met a virgin before?
Would any of you date a virgin going around the table? Would you date a virgin?
Yeah.
Preferably not.
Ouch.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
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 I don't think so.
Yes, because I'm also celibate, so.
Oh,
Wait, what?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so you're a virgin, or are you just celibate?
I'm just celibate.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
All right.
All right, now I know who to grill on this, but no, I'm just kidding.
Please don't.
I'm totally.
All right. Andrew, relationship status?
I'm married.
All right. Rock and roll. Cool. So that's everybody's status. We have a couple chats here that I'm going to let come through. Touch My Blade. He sent this in yesterday. Touch My Blade. It came in like right at the end of the stream, so we missed it. Thank you for all your patronage yesterday, man. Appreciate it. We have a question here from...
Archduke Glocktavius VI donated $200.
Would you rather have a high-profile job with no pay or clean sewers for $100,000 a year?
Also, what's the least amount of money you would buzz your hair off for?
Wow. Okay. I need to fix that. I don't know why. Okay.
I like the way it's
So the question, would you rather have a high-profile job with no pay or clean sewers for $100,000 a year? Let's do that one first, then we can do the other one. Starting with you, Michaela.
I don't know.
You got to pick. If you have to pick one.
So the status or the money, essentially.
I think I'd clean sewers.
For 100,000? Okay.
Yeah.
I'd clean sewers.
For 100,000? Okay.
Yeah, I'd clean the sewers.
Okay.
Well, what's the pay of the other one? Like,
It's
just a
I'll repeat it.
Terrible.
Here, it's would you rather have a high-profile job with no pay, so you make zero,
Oh, I'd pick that
or
one.
clean sewers for $100,000 a year?
I'd pick the high profile.
So, for example, high-profile job, you might be like you'd be a doctor or an attorney or something like that, but you don't get paid anything and you work full-time. Okay, you pick that. What about you?
I'll do the sewers.
Sewers, okay.
I'd clean sewers.
Sewers, okay.
I don't know. I feel kind of conflicted because I feel like if you have a high profile job, you can like network and then get paid to like doing some side things. But if that's not an option, then I guess clean sewers.
She found a loophole.
There's the the loophole. I don't know if that would pan out, but what about you?
No, actually, I agree with her from the marketing perspective. Like, you could definitely make money off of that. Just like make a TikTok or something.
I don't accept this loophole. I reject the loophole.
Okay.
The loophole. It's you can't do the side hustle.
Is the high-profile job something where you're helping people? Because then it's a combination of money versus like aiding people. Like you said, a doctor.
If you
I
clean
would
sewers,
choose-
you're helping people.
That's true.
That's a noble job.
You're picking for money, though. You said it's $100,000 versus a high-profile job, no money. That's the question.
Yes.
So if it's a doctor versus sewers,
Yes, doctor. Doctor versus.
I would
sewers.
rather help people for no money than get paid a lot of money to clean
Cool.
sewers.
What about you?
I do the high profile because it's testing your brain, I'd say.
All right.
It's fun.
Brandon, what about you?
Without pay.
I love money, but I can't clean sewers for the rest of my life. So
Yeah, but you're gonna be broke, Brandon.
dude, it's sad.
You want
but
kids? You want a family? How you gonna provide?
I'd have to take the status of it.
You gonna so you just
because I assume I wouldn't be living on the street, right?
I mean, you're not making any money.
Oh, so I'd have to live with my parents again.
You gotta live with your parents, or you gotta marry. You gotta marry a sugar mama.
Okay, if I'm completely broke, so I would have to clean the sewers.
I see. Okay. Oh, and then really quick on this one, he asked a second quick. What's the least amount of money you would buzz your hair off for? Starting with Michaela. So buzz, shorter than my hair. Just, I mean, see the sides? The whole head. That's how short.
Probably.
Yeah.
I
I don't know.
This
like,
is a great
Would
question.
you do it for 10K?
Well done.
10K?
10K, I don't know. Maybe
100K?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Probably 100K.
100K?
I've been thinking about it actually, so probably like 50K.
50K bare minimum? Okay. Least amount to buzz your hair off?
Probably 100K.
100K?
Yeah, 100K.
I used to be bald, so like.
You'll do it for a hamburger?
Really?
No.
Was that when you were in the circus?
Yeah, I just wanted to see what I'd look like bald. So I just shaved
Was
my
it like a Britney Spears moment? Or?
No, that's what everyone always asks.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to see like.
It's
what
more
my head looks like.
aerodynamic, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, it's like Velcro.
Nice.
Yeah.
Everything sticks.
So how much?
I don't want to do it again, so probably like a lot of, I don't know.
How much?
100K.
10 grand?
100
grand, though?
All right. What about you?
10 grand?
Yeah, I've also shaved my head like twice in my life before. So
All right. There you go. How
right
much?
now, probably like 50,000. I'll do it.
All right.
I agree with that. 50,000.
50K? All right.
200K because I wouldn't leave the house for 2 years.
Also, you can buy a wig.
Wigs,
You
yeah.
can buy one. Brandon, how much would you buzz your hair?
I would personally take like $5,000 and then I would just wear one of those George Washington wigs around for the entire time. So yeah, the price is pretty low. I think my head would look pretty good shaved. Not terribly.
Okay.
But I do like my hair.
That's cool. All right. We have two more coming through here. Oh, Andrew, how much would you shave your buzz your hair off for?
Fucking do it for free if it was hot enough outside.
All right, there you go.
That's totally unimportant to me. If
Yeah.
someone was like, "Here's $5,000, you buzz your head," I don't care. It grows back.
Yeah. I've asked this question before, and we've had some women who wouldn't even do it for $1 million. And I was like, that's crazy, because like you could get a really nice wig.
They're coping and they're full of it. Come on. Somebody
there's
walked
no
over and was
way.
like, "Here's $1 million cash if you buzz your head." All these chicks would buzz their head immediately.
Well, I tried to explain it like, okay, let's think about it. Okay, what's your job? Okay, you make $20 an hour. You would have to work like 20 years to make $1 million. Like, you're not going to do it.
I guess if they're making
5
tons
times.
off of OF though, the hair is making the money.
They
But
could
I
still
guess they
a
could get the wig.
They can still
Yeah.
get the wig. All right, we have another one from. Oh boy, Arch. Okay. Oh my. Okay.
Archduke
all right.
Bloctavius
This
the
guy.
donated
Trump came out.
Oh my God.
Would you accept him
I'm
as the
sorry.
first woman president of the USA? Plus, if Trump never became president, but it meant
I'm
the Axis
sorry.
powers, Germany won WW2, would you take that
Right.
trade?
That's an amazing question.
Here, I'm gonna have to probably re-trigger it. I'm not sure why. All right. Were you guys able to understand that, or okay? Here, I'll play it one more
Thank
time.
you, Archduke.
Hopefully, it doesn't do it again.
Archduke
There we go.
Bloctavius VI donated $200. If Trump came out as trans, would you accept him as the first woman president of the USA? Plus, if Trump never became president, but it meant the Axis powers, Germany, won World War II, would you take that trade?
Okay, so first question. We'll start with the first, and then we'll come back to the second. If Trump came out as trans, would you accept him as the first woman president of the United States? Michaela.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that's very.
Sure.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunately, yes. Okay. That would be a great step forward for women, I think. But what about you?
No.
No, you wouldn't accept?
There's
Why?
only 2 genders.
Okay, there you go. What about you?
Yeah, I'll
You
accept.
would accept him as the first woman president? Okay.
Sure.
Sure. Okay.
I'll accept, but it depends on what's going to be like his stance moving forward with the trans people. Because right now it's like
Yeah.
very controversial.
Okay.
So
I would not.
You wouldn't? Why?
Well, he's trans, so okay, sorry. He would be trans, so he would be considered a trans woman, but I don't think that would make him the first woman president.
Okay. All right. What about you, Simpson?
He wouldn't be the first woman president.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a dude.
Okay. All right. And then the second part, the second question is, if Trump never became president, but it meant the Axis powers, so like Germany, Italy, Japan, they won World War II, would you take the trade?
What does that mean?
It's trying to figure out if you hate Trump or not.
It's saying, would you accept
Well,
Nazi
I mean,
Germany
let's not-
versus Trump,
Exactly.
basically?
Like, so if you could make the trade, wow, you guys just, oh my God.
No, I
terrible.
get it.
You guys both
I
made
get
it
it.
worse.
How did we both make it work?
Wait.
It's because you I forgot what the term is. You guys Yeah, whatever. Okay. You added other qualifiers.
Oh, now it's just more confusing.
You added other qualifiers which may warp people's responses. But so okay, starting with Michaela, I guess.
She doesn't even know what she's answering.
Yeah. To be honest. I don't know.
So it's like
What
Trump
are two
never
options?
became president.
Trump doesn't.
But the entailment of that, so if he never became president, but it meant like time machine, Germany won World War II, Italy.
But he is the president, so why I'm just gonna.
No,
accept.
but it's hypothetical.
Yeah. So okay, then I just accept him being president
Okay.
over that.
All right. What about you?
I wouldn't take the trade off.
Wouldn't take the trade.
No, wouldn't take.
Wouldn't take the trade.
No.
Nope. Okay.
No.
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 There you go.
I
All
don't
right. You got her
understand.
attention.
Yeah, no.
What? Okay. All right.
I couldn't read it.
Oh, okay. And then let's see. We have Lucas here. Andrew, am I wrong? Looks like you've dropped a shit ton of weight. Looking good, brother. Should be able to make it to Newark, New Jersey. Debate will be fun watching. FTFE, get the Sank snake treatment.
Yeah, it's really funny because there's tons of people who are going over to modern day debate who paid for tickets and they paid for the VIP and everything else because they want to see me over there debating. You should tell James that he should give all of that money to me and keep none of it since I filled his seats up, just to piss him off. It'll be good for James.
All right, nice.
Yeah.
Very cool, very cool. All right, so let's see here. We're going to get into some of the pre-show. Actually, let's do a react. Damien, let's do that first Twitter react. Do you know which one I'm talking about? The very first one, not the groups. The first one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's get that pulled up. All right, guys, so this tweet went viral. It was like a month ago, back in December, but all right. So first date ever tonight, absolutely bricking it. Wish us luck, ladies and gentlemen. Click the photo. All right. And so he has flowers, going on the first date with flowers. You can X out of that. And then the tweet went viral, though. It got like, I don't know, 100 million views on Twitter. People were debating whether in today's day and age, like, is it kind of lame to bring a girl flowers? So going around the table, what do you guys think? Do you think it's kind of sweet for a guy to bring girls flowers on the first date? Is he maybe kind of trying too hard, doing too much, a little extra? Starting with Michaela, what do you think?
I feel like it depends on how long.
Attractive the guys?
No.
Oh, okay.
How long I've been talking to him, like beforehand?
Say you met him on Discord.
If no flowers.
No flowers. Okay.
Yeah.
Disregard the Discord thing. What about you?
I think it's really sweet
Okay.
if he brings flowers.
Okay.
I don't really care for flowers. Maybe if there's like money wrapped around them.
Period.
All right. What about you?
I would love flowers. I'm curious of why you said you wouldn't like flowers.
I feel like if I've known him for a while, like if we were friends beforehand and then he was like, okay, I want to take you on a date and he brought flowers, I feel like that's fine. But I don't know, somebody that I like don't know bringing like I would feel weird because I don't have anything for him either. So like it'd be weird if he brought me something and I didn't have anything.
You feel like it needs to be transactional? Like, why can't somebody just give you something just for the sake of giving?
Yeah, I guess that's true. That's fair enough.
Okay.
I think it's really sweet. I love flowers. Like, it's better than him coming empty-handed.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's sweet. I'll accept them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd appreciate flowers. I think that's really cute.
It shows that he made effort, so yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but I think they should gift houseplants instead. They live longer.
I agree with that, actually, yeah.
There you go. Brandon, what do you think? Flowers, no flowers?
I have never brought flowers on a first date, but I don't know. If I was feeling really romantic, it might happen, but we would have had to have talked for a while before that.
I have a funny first date
Yeah.
thing.
Really quick before I have you go into that, has anybody here gotten flowers on a first date?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Multiple times.
Michaela?
Wow.
No.
Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
No. Damn, somebody help out
I'm no.
Michaela and
Hi.
Yeah.
help him out with some flowers or something. Shit. I've
You've
received
gotten flowers on the first date?
a girl brought me flowers.
I've done that.
And then a different girl, it wasn't the first date though. She brought me flowers. I don't know. It's like a couple dates in. But first date, a girl brought me flowers. I was like, okay, cool.
Did it?
What do I do?
Did
with
it go
these?
any further than that?
Did it go?
What was your original reaction to that?
I mean, it was like endearing, but it was like.
But then were you
like
carrying
flowers.
around the flowers for the whole
I didn't
date?
know what to do.
So you were just carrying them around, right?
Nah, well, we stopped somewhere, so it was like, I
Okay,
wasn't carrying them though.
He put them in his hair.
Wow. Yeah, I put one in my right here. Yeah.
Men deserve flowers too.
Yeah. That's right. I think women should bring flowers on. Not the men, the women should bring flowers on the first date.
There
You
we
had
go.
something, Shelby? Go ahead.
A guy brought me, he brought me cat treats on the first date because I have cats, and that's kind of what sparked our conversation. So I thought it was really sweet. He brought cat treats for my cats.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's
So he brought like
that's valid.
he brought like meow mix.
No, yeah, they were actually like from Amazon, and they were like Amazon wrapped and like in a gift.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
There was like a lot of thought put into it.
Wow. Good times.
Yeah.
Good times. All right.
I received a road bike on a first date
Nice.
because they found out that I was training for a triathlon.
I thought you don't date the biker guys though.
Road
A
as in
road
like
bike.
a triathlon.
Oh,
Like a
okay.
triathlon?
Yeah.
I got mixed. I got my wires crossed there.
Those are expensive. Those are like
They are.
$3,000.
It was brand new, or it was
No,
okay? It was
actually,
used.
it was
one?
used. It was like his
Still.
ex-wife's or something.
Oh wow! Very, very
date?
romantic. That's great.
Yeah, on a first date.
Wait, how bad would it be? I definitely didn't do this. So I told you guys how on the first date, a girl brought me flowers on the first date. What if I re-gifted those to another girl that I was going on the first date?
That's something
would that
you
be
have
like
to live with.
I don't
that
think it
valid?
would last.
No.
Is that
but
valid?
That would be crazy.
What do you mean?
Like, that would be.
I'm just saying, what if I
No.
did that?
I mean, she wouldn't know. I guess you could get away with it if it lasts till then.
You know, like if somebody gives you a toaster and you don't need a toaster, you just gift it to somebody else. It's like, I don't need flowers.
What if you started dating and then, years down the line, you have to tell her that those flowers that she thought were so sweet were actually from another girl?
Oh, I thought you meant what do I say to our children, to the first girl who gave me the flowers. Yeah, I would tell our kids that. Yeah, your mom gave me flowers and then I gave them away to another girl. That's really romantic.
Okay.
Actually, it'd be more romantic if I was dating the other woman who I gave the flowers to. Because then, I picked her over the flower girl. All right, tough crowd, eh?
How I Met Your Mother. That's fantastic.
Yeah. Were we going around the table on the flower thing? Oh, Shelby, did you have something or did you already?
I already talked.
Oh, you already.
It was the cat treats.
Oh, the cat treats. Okay, got it. Andrew, your thoughts on the flower thing? Should a guy bring a girl flowers on the first date, Andrew?
I mean, I guess if he wants to. I don't really see, again, though, I don't really see why women in modernity deserve any type of chivalry. I still don't understand that. I still haven't heard a compelling argument for the idea that for some reason you deserve equality and status. It's like, that's not how that works. So I don't think so. I don't think that men should probably bring women anything on a first date, to be honest with you. I think it's a bad idea.
I'm with Michaela on this. I don't believe
Is
in
that
getting-
how you got your wife? By not giving her flowers?
Yeah.
W's in the chat for Andrew. And he's
At
the
least not
only
on the
one
first
here
date, yeah.
who's married.
Yeah.
Boom. How about that?
Yeah.
How about them apples?
Maybe if you didn't want flowers, you'd be married.
I'm
shit.
21, so I would rather not be married right now, thank you.
I mean, it's... Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you keep demanding flowers, it's going to be 41.
I never
And then
demanded
you have
anything.
cats.
I've never demanded anything. I've just had very sweet boyfriends.
What
that
are
were
your
very
cat's names going to be anyway? Fluffy? You're going to have one named Fluffy?
I don't really think it's smart to have a cat on a boat.
Are you gonna give, do you think you're going to give them people names? Like Chuck? You're gonna call like Chuck and Fred? You're gonna give your cat people names? You're gonna be people named cats?
That's a very great question. Please ask me in 5 years when I'm 26 and apparently washed up.
20? Who said 26? What are you talking about?
You're saying that because I'm 21 and not married, that's, me thinking that flowers are sweet are the reason for that. That's idiotic. That does not make any sense. I'm not saying I demand flowers. I'm saying that a gentleman that brings me flowers is very sweet.
I know a perfectly good joke can hurt your feelings for no particularly good reason, even though I'm clearly kidding. But perhaps you can take a breath and actually respond to my argument instead. So here's my actual position. My actual position is that chivalry gives women additional status that men do not receive. Therefore, if women want egalitarianism or equality, they don't deserve additional status. You see?
And
That's
what do
my
you mean
actual
by
position.
status? I understand what you're saying. I want to understand it further. So what do you mean by status?
Okay, well, men get on the lifeboats last. Men are expected to protect women. Men are expected to not hit women back. Men are expected to go to frontline warfare and combat and in draft. Women are not. The list is endless, in fact, of the statuses in which women get in society that men do not, due to this idea of chivalry, which is hundreds of years old now, which is carried over when women were given this special status in society because men had the authority. Now that men do not have that authority and women are equal, why do women deserve this chivalric status? Why do they deserve it? I don't see why they do.
So you believe that kind gestures like flowers are comparable to front lines in the war?
Can you just repeat back what I said so I know that you got it?
I heard what you said. What you were saying is that...
Then repeat it back to me so that I know then I know you understand what I'm saying.
Okay, that's
What's my
condescending.
actual position on this?
How I understood it, which you can correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding, was that you see the fact that, men have a lower position in society compared to women, right? When it comes to the fact that women are not going to be drafted, that men have other, issues that they have to deal with that women are kind of put back for. Women do not, have to be expected to let their man first get on the lifeboat if there's, a ship that's sinking. I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand how a kind action of somebody giving you flowers is comparable to the issues that men have to go through on a day-to-day basis.
So then I guess men are kinder than women if you expect that men then will bring you flowers and you won't bring them flowers.
I don't expect it. I do think that is, fair to say that it is a kind gentleman to bring you flowers. I can agree with you.
That it would be a kind woman who brought
and
the
I have
gentleman
also
the flowers?
I've also brought my boyfriend flowers. There's no argument
Shouldn't you guys
there.
be competing over who's kinder then? And on the first date, shouldn't the woman be bringing the man flowers to show how kind she is?
That's fair. I have done that on a first date. It's a respect thing. It's showing
How many
respect
times
to
on the
other
first date have you brought flowers versus you have flowers brought to you?
Okay, well,
So you're just meaner than all the men you date, aren't you? Just say, Andrew, by my own logic, I'm meaner than all of the men I date because I don't bring them flowers and they bring me flowers.
There's different ways to show affection rather than just gifts. You can show affection through acts of service, whether that's, cooking them a meal, whether that's, setting up the date itself, whether that's, them teaching you a new skill, you teaching them a new skill. I've taken people on dates where I've taught them how to ride motorcycles or to sail or...
Yeah, but that sounds like an exchange. I thought you were talking about acts of kindness. So if you're talking about acts of kindness and not an exchange, and you say it's a very kind thing for people to show up and give me flowers, well, would it be, and it's a very kind thing if you show up and give them flowers, then why is it that more men are being more kind to you than you are to them? Can you explain that to me?
Why is it a competition between who's kinder? Why isn't it just
You're the one who made it a
courting?
competition because you said it's an act of kindness and gentlemanly men should do it. Okay,
I was saying
that's true.
I was saying that it was kind when men do this. When men do give flowers, that is an act of generosity. That is an act of generosity.
And more men have brought you flowers than you've brought men flowers. So therefore, by that logic, men are way kinder to you than you are to men. Yeah?
So do I have to
Can you answer my question?
I'm answering.
By your logic, if it's kind to bring flowers, and more men bring you flowers than you bring men flowers, then men are kinder to you than you're kind to men. Is that correct or not correct?
It's flawed logic.
Oh, okay. How?
Because it's not whether or not, I brought them flowers or they brought me flowers. It's them doing something that is kind towards me, right? Which, yes, in that scenario, that would be them being kinder on the first date. However, I have not dated that many men, and I have not, exchanged flowers with that many men. That's not like something, it's a Tuesday, I'm going to go on a date so I can get flowers. Like, that is an evil intention to just use men for a purpose like that. Yes, have men given me more flowers than I've given them? Sure. Does that mean that I am cruel because I didn't bring flowers?
I don't know what that has to do with anything. It's just utilizing your metric. I'm not saying you're an unkind person.
I don't understand.
I'm just saying
why
that
this
men
is
are
worthy of
clearly
a
kinder to
conversation.
you. I'm not saying you're an unkind person. I'm not saying you're mean. I'm not saying you're cruel. I'm not saying any of those things. I'm just saying that if it is the case that flowers equals kindness and kind act, and more men bring you flowers than you bring them,
then
more men are acting kindly towards you than you're acting towards them. It's very simple.
That I can agree with. They were kinder to me in the beginning. That is fair. That is a fair assessment. Now, does that mean that, what you're saying is that you started with, I am crueler to men than men are to me, that men are kinder to me than I am to them. That's not a fair assumption, but are you saying that they did a kinder gesture to me on a first date?
No, what I'm saying is very
yes.
simple, is that if you demand these additional statuses in society, like men have the chivalry.
I don't demand additional.
Gentlemanly men open my car door. Gentlemanly men will bring me flowers.
Sir,
gentlemanly men will pay for the first date.
Sir, with respect.
Hold on. You got to let him finish, then you can respond.
And then I'll let you talk, I promise. Just relax. Okay, gentlemanly men will do all of these things for me, right? That's very nice of them to do all those things for you. What are you doing for them? Well, you're not doing anything because, well, that's what gentlemanly men do. So you're putting yourself at a status, you're giving yourself additional status that men don't have. And what I'm saying is like, why the fuck should they do that? That sounds really stupid. If women are indeed equal to men, why waste their time? Makes no sense.
That's fair, and that is not how I am. If men are doing all these things, right, I know how to fix. I live on a sailboat, right? So I've learned how to fix my boat. I've created this future for my future partner where we can travel around the world and I will be able to fix the engine, which I just did last week. I had to fix my heat exchanger. I can do my own septic, my plumbing. I can do my own woodworking. I have fixed many things on my boat and I'm continuing to learn those skills so that it is an equal partnership. Now you're saying men are expected to do all these things. I'm not expecting a man to do all these things and I just sit back and act like some helpless damsel in distress.
You can do your own woodworking?
Yes, I can. I actually am a woodworker.
Yeah, do you use a wood lathe?
No, I do not use wood lathe.
You don't use a wood lathe? Do you use a router?
No, I do not. I have a sailboat.
You don't use a router? What do you use to do woodworking?
I use a hand saw or a circular saw. I use...
How are you working the wood with a circular saw? What are you talking about? That's not woodworking. That's wood cutting. Okay. That's not woodworking. Do you know what woodworking is?
Yes, I do. I do woodworking on a sailboat. It's different. It's okay. I don't know what you want from me. You just want to argue.
I'm just very confused. I thought you were a woodworker.
No,
I don't know
that's
what
not my
tools you're using to
profession,
work
but it
wood.
is something that I'm learning how to do in order to take care of my sailboat, which I can then provide that lifestyle for my partner. So just because I don't...
What?
Okay. I've had to fix multiple things on my boat, right? Like I had to create a table, okay? So I had to learn how to take the wood and sand it to the right shape, right? I had to learn how to cut things. I had to use different saws. I had to use, different, like linseed oil, right, to protect it. I've had to use different, I've had to learn how to work with vinyl. Yeah, basic woodworking is my knowledge so far. I never said I was an expert. I'm saying I'm learning.
Yeah, I mean, that's not even basic woodworking. It's just basic maintenance. But yeah, fair enough. I'm just saying, I'm just curious. Like, I'm just asking when you say I do woodworking, how you do woodworking. What do you do woodworking with? I'm just curious. That's all.
Okay, yeah, and I'm learning still. It's not like I'm a carpenter, Like I'm not that level. I'm in marketing. Like I'm learning how to do these things on my own. Now, if you ask me about septic, I can tell you a lot because I had to fix mine last month. But it's not like I'm a professional. So do I expect men to do everything for me? No. I'm learning how to take care of myself, and so that I can also help my partner understand and learn and take care of these things as well. I don't expect men to save me. I do appreciate a man who is a gentleman, but that doesn't mean that I am, expecting every man to care for me like a child, you know. And
it sounds like you agree with me then, that there's no good reason for men to give women additional
flowers
status.
is a gesture of kindness. That's a gesture of respect. It's not an issue of
you can't show people respect unless you open their door and give them flowers.
I never said that I expect every man to open my door.
Isn't it a bigger sign of respect to treat you exactly as an equal? Wouldn't that be the biggest sign of respect?
I do agree with that, and so like I said, I've given men flowers.
Let's get rid of this evil status of toxic femininity,
That's
where
fair.
they demand additional status in society that they don't deserve, when we should be treating them like the equals they demand we treat.
Okay, so what is your definition of toxic femininity? What do you mean by that? What is, you know,
a demand for additional status is based on old chivalric codes that are undeserved when you at the same time demand equality. So I would say toxic femininity is the demand of Schrodinger's feminists who claim, here's a Schrodinger's feminist: you are both the biggest victim on planet Earth, while at the same time the most badass badass woman on planet Earth. And depending on what circumstance you're in, you'll use either one of those. Either you're super oppressed or you're badass. That's Schrodinger's feminist.
That's fair.
What toxic femininity is just saying, look, if you're demanding additional statuses in society while you're demanding equality in society, then you're not demanding equality in society. You're demanding status.
I agree with that, and you know, back to your original point of the flowers, I said that it was a kind gesture. I've also given men flowers. So I do think that, you know, there are certain things that are conflicting when it comes to, you know, feminism and, you know, wanting to be treated higher than rather than equal, because feminism originally was for equality. I do agree with you there, and that's not a point that I'm arguing with you on. Obviously, like I believe femininity and feminism, you know, in the olden day sense, is better than what it's turned into. I believe that, you know, if
it wasn't, it was even worse. It was even worse.
Okay.
Women, imagine this, like, can you imagine that women, and this is the truth, women had serious societal status, and now they're told to compete with men. It's fucking stupid. It's like, it's the dumbest thing ever. They had real societal status, and they took all that status away from themselves so that they could be equal to men who they can't be equal with. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
What is status if not freedom? Why would you trade status for freedom? I believe that you should want to be able to be your own person. Now, the time that
freedom
you're talking
to do what? What do you want
freedom to be an
to
individual. In the olden days, you had to be tied to a man. You had to be tied to a husband. Now, is that me saying, oh, I hate men? No. I plan on having a husband sometime. Okay.
There's no escaping being tied to men. There's no escaping that. Like, everything, the whole building you're in, the streets you walk on, the cars you drive, everything that you do is tied to men. There's no escape.
Right,
from that
and there should be, you know, a relationship that is equal between man and woman. I'm not saying that you should cut out men. I'm not saying that women should be lower or higher. I'm saying that there should be an equal level between men and women. Men and women have different places in society that they are dominant in.
Yes, I agree, but why should they be equal?
Why should they be equal? Because we are both human beings. Because we both have human rights.
Equality?
That is like saying that you should treat one race different than the other. You shouldn't treat a man versus a woman different. Because you're treating.
Hang on, back up.
Okay.
You wouldn't be treating one race differently than another, right? You'd be treating one sex differently than the other. The reason that, because you do agree with me that there's different races who are the same sex, who are women and men.
So
if men still have authority in society, right? I'm sorry to cut you off in the middle of your long diatribe. Just want to clarify. If men have status or have authority in society and women have status in society, that's fine. But if you want to trade that for equality, you can't bitch when you get it. That's my point.
What is the difference between, you know, treating somebody differently based on their race versus based on their gender? There should not be a difference. We are all human beings, so you should treat us equal based on that. That in of itself is the basis of humanity.
It's just an assertion. We don't treat each other equally at all. Men don't treat each other equally even slightly. We compete with each other every single day, 7 days a week, every single day of the year. Men are in competition with each other. Hang on. Can I respond to what you just said?
Yes, sir.
If not, then make sure that you give me the high sign and say I'm not done yet, and I'll be quiet. So if you want to continue, go ahead and finish, and then I'll respond. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that maybe my viewpoint isn't how society is actually based, but it's a utopian viewpoint. I believe that people should be treated equal, not based on their gender, not based on their race, not based on anything else besides that they are a human being. So you may speak now. That was all I wanted to say.
And that's fine to treat people equally if that's what your value is, okay? But then you can't ask for additional statuses because that wouldn't be equal. That's the point, that's the purpose. And the thing is that women do ask for additional statuses. So here would be true equality. You don't lower the training standards for police officers because they're women. You don't lower the training standards for soldiers because they're women. You don't lower the standards for flight school. You don't lower the standards for any of these various things that men are clearly much better at than women because they're women. That would be true equality. When you come back to me and give me that, then I'll believe that women don't want additional statuses in society. But right now, it sure seems like they do.
I believe that's fair. And, you know, my viewpoint might not be the same as every other woman in society, but I do think that we should be treated equally.
Do you know what that would actually entail? To be treated
I do understand what that actually would entail. Yes, sir.
You would?
Yes, sir. I
So
do
like
understand.
the draft.
Do you think that if a woman smacks a guy, that he should turn around and belt her across the mouth?
Okay, so smacking and belting is not the same, but I do
Yeah, I
think
know, but
there
if
is
a man
a difference
smacks
in
me,
strength.
it's okay for me to belt him, right?
There is a difference in strength between the average man and the average woman. That is not something that is disagreeable based on scientific evidence. I'm not going to argue with that. Now, I do think that, you know, if you are in this utopian society where you are treating everyone equally, then that would be a situation that would occur. Now, is that equality? No, because the man might be stronger than the woman.
No, that's still equality. Listen, if weaker men attack stronger men, which happens all the time, nobody bats an eye if the stronger man beats up the weaker man. So how is it that you can logically say, because women are weaker, they then deserve the privilege of being able to hit men without men hitting them back? If the woman's hitting him, hang on. If the woman's hitting him at full strength, for instance, and he hits her back at full strength, that would be equality.
I mean, I don't condone violence like that, domestic or whatever the reason is.
That's nice. It has nothing to do with the
but I
actual
understand
point,
what you're
though.
saying, and I actually, you know, I do think that that would be, you know, considered equality in that sense. Now, do I think that it's okay to hit a woman? Do I think that you should go around smacking women? No. But, you know, if you're saying, okay, a woman is being aggressive towards a man and then a man is aggressive back, that would be considered equal. Is it equal? No. There is a difference in strength there, you know, and
There's
that's
a difference in strength between every human being on planet Earth.
That's true.
So no matter what, there's always going to be somebody in the fight who's stronger than the other person. We don't say that you can't defend yourself because the other person is weaker. So the thing is like, if you really want equality and you want to know what that entails that women have to get screamed at by their bosses, just like men do. And they can't complain about it and whine and cry about it. It means that they're going to have to deal with coarse jokes and things like this, just like men do, and they can't cry about it, they can't whine about it. It means that they actually get treated like equals. It means that when women put their hands all over men and nobody bats an eyelash, like at a party or something like this, and nobody says that that's sexual battery, that men need to begin to say that it is, because that's what women say. So the thing is like, true equality, I don't even think that women want it. I don't believe you. I literally don't believe that women actually want it. I don't even think they know what the entailment of it is.
You don't have to believe me. I do think it's wrong for a woman to sexually harass a man, just as it's wrong for a man to sexually harass a woman, just as it's wrong for a man to hit a woman and a woman to hit a man. I don't believe that violence of any source is okay. I don't think that, you know, assaulting anyone is okay. I don't care what your gender is or what you believe. That it's not all right.
Are you going to start advocating that women get drafted?
You know, it's funny because I was planning on signing up for the military after college.
That's not what I asked.
And you got to answer the question, though.
Yes.
Okay.
If that's equality,
you're going to
yes.
start. You say, so I can expect you in protest soon, demanding that women be drafted.
I'm not the type of person to protest, but...
Are you going to demand that men also have a say over abortion? And that they're also allowed to have a say in what happens with
I am Christian, so I don't really believe that abortion is a right that somebody should have. So yes, I do think that if it's a male and a female's, you know, it's sperm and egg, right? That does give the man some sort of...
You're a Christian but believe in equality? That's a patristic faith. It's patriarchal.
Okay.
Well, there's no okay. I mean, I'm sorry, is God the father or the mother?
God
is God the father or the mother?
God, yes, God is Father, right?
Did
Father.
Jesus Christ incarnate as a woman or a man?
As a man.
He incarnated as a man, and are priests referred to as father, and are women allowed to be priests?
So that's a different, strain. I do believe that women can be in a place of, they can hold a place in a religion. So that's
so
also
clergy can represent the Christ head, even though the Christ head incarnated as a man. That makes sense to you?
I think that God speaks through both men and women.
Here, hold on. But can just help move things along a little bit? Can women be clergy? And what's your denomination?
I don't follow that. Yeah, I'm non-denominational.
Okay.
I just follow the Bible. So I don't think that pertains to me. I'm not qualified enough to answer that question. Okay. That's not my denomination.
Okay, well, I just ask you one quick one then.
Go ahead.
So we have God the Father, we have Jesus Christ who was incarnate. Was there can you point to me to a female apostle? What was her name?
I mean, there were people that followed Jesus that were women. There's many signs of that in the Bible. So
what was the apostle's name?
There was Mary.
Mary.
What?
She went Esther.
Yep, Esther. Yeah.
Esther.
Okay. Yeah. Have you seen The Chosen? There's plenty of women. That's biblically accurate as well as they could do. So there are plenty of women referenced in the Bible that did follow Jesus, that did drop everything and follow him. And he that's one of the things about Jesus, is that he was fair to both men and women. He allowed both to follow him, and that was something that really, really pissed off the Jewish rabbis, was the fact that he did treat women well in comparison to what they were treated as. So I mean, he allowed a woman who had multiple husbands to follow him. So, and to give you some context, I wasn't raised Christian.
You mean
actually.
the woman that he said to go and sin no more?
Yes, at the fountain, or at the well. Sorry, I became Christian a year ago. I wasn't raised with Christianity, so I don't want to miss.
I just want to make sure I got this right, though, so we have it on record that you think that Mary and Esther were apostles.
I'm not saying that they were apostles, right? There's the 12 apostles, which were men. I understand that, but I am saying they're followers of Christ, okay? That was what I was saying.
Yeah, so that's not what was my question, though?
I understand what your question was. You asked if there were any females that were apostles, and there were not.
Apostles, yeah.
But that does not mean that God does not speak to women or speak through women as well.
And so in Paul, when Paul says that women are not allowed to teach in church, he was just lying.
There's a few things in the Bible that I'm still coming to grasp and that I don't fully understand, so I cannot give you my best answer on that, because again, I've only been Christian for a year, and it's something that I've been having to go through. I've been reading the Bible, and so no, I can't answer your question with all honesty and with something backing that when I myself am a new Christian.
Why did you laugh when I said that Christianity was a patristic and patriarchal faith? I don't get that. You laughed at it, and I'm like,
because
why
of
are you
the fact
laughing? It's a patriarchal faith. It always has been. It's from the Father.
It's the fact that Jesus was kind to both men and women. I'm not saying
I'm
that.
not talking about being kind. Patriarchs are very kind. What's wrong with is I'm a patriarch, therefore I'm mean? Like, is that the entailment of patriarchy?
Okay.
Is that they're just like mean to women?
He treated women with respect, right? There were women who followed him that had a very vital role within his discipleship, and that's what I'm saying there. Now, I might not completely understand what you're asking me then, if you want to re-clarify the question.
You ready? So in Christianity, men have the authority. Yeah?
What if they're the apostles?
No, they don't have the authority.
Because God needed to lead them, because they didn't have their own discernment.
What's that?
When I read Corinthians, and I think Paul's in that. What I read it said, don't marry, that you're better off on your own, is what I got out of it. But that maybe the men are the apostles because they need more help from God.
Hold on, Andrew, before I have you address that, we didn't get an answer to his question.
Sorry. What was his question again?
Well, he made this, I don't know if it was, he made a statement is that Christianity, it's patriarchal. Mm-hmm. Agree or disagree?
Define patriarchal.
Go ahead, Andrew.
From the Father.
It is, God is the Father. So yes, I would agree with you there.
It's patriarchal. It's from the Father. From the Father, meaning the Father has the ultimate authority.
I do.
And then we worship Jesus Christ, who is the ultimate authority, right? And so the Christ head, the teacher, the person who is leading your church, this person is a representation of Christ on earth. That's why you can't have a woman be a priest or a pastor or whatever it is that you consider clergy to be. So the thing is that ultimately the view of egalitarianism is not compatible with the view of Christianity. It can't be.
Are you Christian?
It's never going to be. Yes.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, so then, I mean, genuinely, like from my heart, could you educate me on this topic then? Because like I said,
I can. We can't bog the entire podcast with it down.
So then could you just
can
give me
definitely reach out, and I can move you over to resources that can help you and assist you in this for sure, because you've been sold a hell of a bill of goods.
Can you give me just a summary of what you believe, when it comes to the patriarchal structure?
Yeah, I'll do it super quick so that Brian can move the show on, right?
Okay, thank you.
Because we've been bogged down here. So very quickly, God, he's the Father, okay? And you believe in the Trinity, I take it? Father, Son, Holy Ghost, all that stuff, right? Okay, great. So Jesus Christ, he's one part of the Godhead. Well, not part, but he's one person of the Godhead. Then the Father, one person of the Godhead. When you, the worshiper, you're worshiping Jesus Christ, you're actually worshiping God, right? God, the representation of God on earth, in this case Jesus Christ, the Christ head is the priest. In a marriage, this is this is how it's stated in marriage.
Right.
The husband is the representation of the Christ head, and the woman, the body of Christ. The man has ultimate authority in the relationship, has to be that way. That is under the divine authority which Christians believe. That is the representation. So all of these are representations of what it is that Christians believe.
Doesn't in the Bible it say that men and women are equally yoked?
Yeah, so they are, and they are fully yoked. So the thing is that just because a man is in authority and a woman is in a submitted position doesn't mean they're not fully yoked together. That's just silly. Remember, we have 2,000 years of church history governing this. We know how marriages always worked. This idea of egalitarianism and equality is brand new. And the thing is that if it was true equality, you might have a point. But women don't demand real equality. They demand higher social status, and that men have lower social status, and then they call that equality. And that, to me, is bizarre, and it has nothing to do with Christianity at all.
All right, we'll move it on then. That was an interesting back and forth, spirited back and forth. All right, we have a chat from Lucas here. Lucas says, wife brought homemade traditional Greek cookies on our first date, which, by the way, was at Panera. Gotta give her credit for elite level game to this day. I asked her if she would have given them to me if I sucked. All right, there you go. Traditional Greek cookies. Thank you, Lucas. W's in the chat for Lucas for all the support. We also here, I want to do a quick shout out to a couple people sent in some donations via Venmo, Cash App. If you want 100% of your little tip to go to us, whatever pod, Venmo, Cash App. Let me see here. Thank you, Olivia, for the 20. Thank you. Sorry, one sec, guys. Sorry, I'm new to. Thank you, Luke, for the 5. Matt, thank you for the 10. Mason, thank you for the 20. Thank you guys. That's either on Venmo and Cash App.
Also, super respectful exchange back and forth. I appreciated it.
Thank you. You too, sir.
I think that was actually very helpful.
All right, and then reminder, guys, we have Read at 100, TTS is 200, streamlabs.com/whatever if you want to get one in. Let's go to Twitch really quick. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. We have Two Stones, thank you for the Prime. Shamazani, thank you for the Prime. Unmatching, thank you for the Tier 1. Appreciate it, guys. All right, let's get right back into it. So we do have, actually, you know what? We have one more chat here from Meet the Kaiser. Meet the Kaiser. What's up, Brian? Glad to see you back. Andrew, good job on Peers. Good to see you too. Look at all these lovely Asian ladies tonight. We got Chinese, Japanese, and even trapeze. There you go. Okay. Have fun, everybody. Cheers. All right. Kaiser. W's in the chat for Kaiser. Thank you, man. Do appreciate it. Oh, boy. This is going to be... Okay, I'll let this one come in. It's a little...
Live Laugh Toaster Bath donated $200.
Toaster Bath.
Question for the ladies.
Oh, boy.
Answer honestly, please. Would you send 10 innocent men to prison for 3 years each if it prevented one guilty man from walking free? Who did? A woman?
Oh, what the... Oh, it's a... Hold on. Let me look at it here. Oh, it doesn't display emojis. It's a grape emoji. So, okay. Would you send 10 innocent men to prison for 3 years each if it prevented one guilty man from walking free who raped a woman? Yikes. Okay. All right. We'll do this one quick then. Starting with you, Michaela.
No, I wouldn't send innocent people.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's not their crime.
No.
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 Can I have you scoot your mic
No.
to the edge of the table? All right.
No.
And you might... Okay. Sorry. Where did we
We
leave
said
off?
no. We all said no.
Okay. All right.
Very reasonable.
All right.
That's great.
All right, there you go. Let's see here. We're going to get into some of the pre-show notes here. We have, why don't we start with, who do we start with? We'll start with, it's Mylin, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you said you haven't dated much. And then, let's see, you've been single for 7 months. When you say you haven't dated much, what do you mean?
Every time I try to date, I end up in a relationship.
Oh, okay. Oh, how many different guys have you dated, I guess?
Like, definitely less than 10.
Okay.
I've been in like a relationship since I was like 19, with like a month or two of being single.
So this is like your longest.
Wow.
Like, I'm always in a relationship.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Okay. But you've been single for 7 months, so this is like a pretty long break.
Yeah,
for you.
this is the
All right.
longest.
All right. And you said that you're not so enthusiastic about dating because of past disappointments. You said, to be specific, you feel like you tend to be the caregiver, or you end up with guys who use you. When you say use you how?
They're like broke, and then I pay for a lot of stuff, and then I also like cook and clean for them, and then buy their clothes, and yeah, stuff like that.
I have a question for you. Do you think that the fact that you've run into that in multiple relationships says something about who you are?
Definitely. I think it's also cultural, as
Okay.
I was raised like in a very strict Japanese household just by my dad, and so my sister and I took on a lot of like the more traditional female roles, and so in my adult life it carried on, and I think it doesn't translate that well in American culture.
So pretty much it sounds to me like you're taking on the masculine role, correct?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe both.
Wait, when you say doesn't translate well, what do you mean?
Well, because
what doesn't translate well?
In the Japanese culture, like the women are a lot more traditional, and they're a lot more docile, and it's like a culture, I think most Asian cultures, where you're not supposed to, like, it's a sin to embarrass your family, and it's like it's a culture where you serve. And I lived also in China and like in Thailand, and it's pretty much like that everywhere I've been to.
Surf or serve?
Serve.
Yes.
I surf too, though.
Yeah.
But surf. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And so what would that look like?
So my previous relationship, so I would do the cooking. Well, I was also a chef, so I was cooking, doing a lot of the cleaning. You know, I remember like one of the last arguments we had was I didn't butter his toast.
How dare you?
And I just said, I'm sorry, I was busy. I usually leave the house before him because I work a lot and I have to like leave at 6.
Did he scold you?
Yeah, I mean, he made like a joke, but it's kind of like, I kind of do a lot of stuff, and now you're like, I'm sorry, I forgot to put
So
butter on your
Did
toast.
did you then butter the toast though?
What?
Did
you
butter
then
the
butter
toast?
the toast?
I think I like handed him the butter, and I was like, "You could do it yourself today."
Oh man.
It sounds to me.
He's a lucky guy.
Really, he is.
Did you say that you were starting to take over the financial side of things as well too?
Yeah, I also helped him financially.
So you're saying that you were so traditional, but then at the same point, at the same time, like it sounds like you have a previous history of dating just weak men in general that have.
No, okay, I tried something different.
It doesn't sound like they're worthy of that behavior.
True. Well,
that
okay,
makes sense.
so in the past, I have like a history of dating like first responders and like military, and that didn't work out. So I met this guy, and he was very different. So I gave it a shot. You know, I thought maybe I should try something different.
Okay.
And I don't want to take on those roles.
Interesting.
Both
Okay,
roles.
so you have been in a relationship where you were finding yourself to be like the financial supporter almost, but in most of your relationships, it sounds like you were the traditional woman.
Yeah.
Very interesting. And have you been in multiple relationships where the guy was weaker and you found yourself almost having to take on the masculine role?
So prior to this guy, so I just moved back to the States 4 years ago. And when I started dating here in the US, or maybe it's like LA, I've noticed that there was a lot more men like that versus like when I was dating abroad.
Interesting. I wonder what's different about California. I'll just go out and say it. I really think that there's a huge problem. I mean, a little bit more in democratic states, but I think America is just full of men that are incredibly weak. And I talk to a lot of women who say that they find themselves in similar situations to that, and they can't even fulfill the traditional role because the man is almost fully reliant on them to the point where they're becoming masculine and they're fulfilling the masculine duties to a point where the woman can't be fully feminine. I think that's absolutely ridiculous.
I think when men are not in their masculine, us as women will have to overcompensate for the lack of.
Interesting. And did you, with the guys that you've run into this problem with, have you noticed that they tend to lean a certain way politically?
Yes.
So do they tend to lean left?
Yes.
Very interesting. All right. So men that are lacking on the masculine side of things tend to lean left. And then you find yourself going above and beyond.
Yeah.
Interesting. And are you looking for like a long-term relationship? Are you trying to get married?
Yeah, I'm trying to get married and have kids. I'm 33. My eggs are dying.
Okay, there you go.
I should have buttered that fucking toast.
Wait, but didn't you say you dated like first responders? Like you said you dated EMS, military guys.
Yeah.
Were those guys a bit more on the conservative side, or
they
also
tend
more,
to be?
Okay.
Yeah.
Then she came to California.
There's
it's not so good.
Where are you?
I live near Santa Monica.
Oh. Okay. Like Orange County is pretty conservative. Anyways, whatever. Okay. And let's see here. You also said that you think you might be too generous or too nice. Is that, yeah?
I think it's, again, cultural.
Okay.
Like, I feel like the way I was raised, it's like to please others. I don't know. Do you feel that? Like in Asian culture, it's like you're like born to serve others. And then if you're in a society where everyone's serving others, it makes sense. But when you're in a society where like most people don't view life in that way, it feels like we're getting taken advantage of. Do you agree?
100%. Yeah. In America, you're really encouraged to go out on your own and do your own thing and do things for yourself. So wait, you also grew up in a similar
my parents are,
culture?
First generation.
Okay, gotcha.
But I'm first generation.
Very interesting. Okay. And what did they think of your work?
Oh, I don't really talk to them.
They don't talk.
No.
Did they not know about it?
I'm pretty sure they know about it, but I don't talk to them.
Oh, you don't talk to them anymore? You guys had a falling out?
Yeah.
Very interesting. Okay.
But so going back to this, you said you think you might be too generous or too nice. My personal position on this, I don't think there's such a thing as too generous or too nice or too submissive. Like, I'm never going to look at a beautiful woman who does everything that I want and go, you know what? You do too much of what I say, what I want.
I wish you would just fight with me a lot.
Yeah, I'm going to go break up with you. I'm going to break up with you and go get some disagreeable chick. No. So I don't know. I mean, I can definitely see how in certain situations when women feel maybe like they don't feel like they're appreciated for what they do, or like the guy isn't holding up his end of the deal. Like in your case, so like you said you were more too generous, too nice, maybe submissive, whatever it is. But like you're kind of, when it came to the finances, it sounded like in some of these relationships, you were providing. And I don't know what these guys were up to in terms of what they were bringing, if you guys were living together, like would you split the bills and stuff with these guys, or did you live with any of them?
I did. We would split the rent, but that's pretty much it.
Don't let American society corrupt you on that, because if you find the right man that's worthy of that, you have to be ready to go all in. Because if you spend too much time single, you're gonna get corrupted, and you're not gonna be able to fully put out when that person does come in front of you.
Well, what makes you think that they're worthy of that man?
What makes me think that they're worthy?
Yeah.
That they're worthy of the man?
Like when you say,
well, I mean, ultimately...
This happens all the time, right?
Yeah.
People are like, you find a man who's worthy. When this happens, it's like, why is that even presupposed? Like, maybe you're just fucking awful. You know what I mean? Like, that. There's this other possibility, and women that often just will not look at this possibility. Like, maybe these men, many of them are perfectly fine, and you're just fucking awful. Like, that could also be a possibility, right?
You're not saying that about my
yeah,
Len,
I
right?
think she's just putting out.
Are you saying that in general?
In general, right?
I mean, it could just be you too, right?
Wait, what? Did you say? Sorry, did you ask me?
It could be you, right? Maybe,
I mean, it could, but
maybe you suck. Maybe you're terrible.
Maybe I suck, but I don't.
I mean,
I don't think so.
He's just mad because you didn't butter the
There
toast.
was the butter
like
incident.
He's that
there was
angry
the butter incident was alarming.
Fucked up, yeah.
Drop the ball on that. I just looked at your TikTok. You said something about lesbian energy. What's that about? People think you're a lesbian?
People think I'm a lesbian all the time.
You have broad shoulders.
I mean, I worked in the circus, and
You've got
tattoos. I run ultra marathons. I'm just really active.
What do you mean?
Sort of voice.
She's fit, man. Look at her.
That doesn't mean
she's
she's a lesbian.
jacked.
Doesn't mean she's a lesbian.
Yeah,
you know,
Jack.
for
I know,
sure,
like,
right?
Well, no, I know, but I don't know. The tattoos is a big thing for me as well. I think that the tattoos in general, I mean, they're great. I'm a big fan of tattoos, but at the same time, I feel like the double Japanese, is it called Japanese traditional sleeves? Yeah. I mean, I don't completely disagree with that.
Prior to the tattoos, I get I don't know, we get hit on by lesbians.
Very interesting.
I mean, I've asked some people before, and they said it's because I'm like level-headed. I don't know, or like calm, or not like neurotic.
I feel like
I don't know.
That's lesbian traits. Am I
Is
wrong?
it? I don't know. That I'm just relaying what I've heard.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's cool. Okay. I get hit on by lesbians too. It's really weird. Like I don't know if they think I'm like a chick or it's fucked up, man.
Bitch, you a lesbian? Me
or
too.
I'm.
You're the butch.
Maybe I turn them.
Brian's just that good.
I'm turning them.
He's that good.
I'm that good. All right, here we have a super chat. I'll get this pulled up here real quick. Living says, never got an answer to my question last year. If a woman is going down on another woman, what? How big does the clit have to be before it becomes straight? Listen, man, this is part of, big labia matter pertains to labias, but listen, we also do some like side gigs when it comes to like large clits. A woman can still have a large clit, and doesn't matter how big the clit is, it's always straight.
I think I can,
as long as she's female.
Really? Okay, I can speak to this a little bit as a bodybuilder, because when female bodybuilding is huge, and I'm not a fan of female bodybuilding because it involves females taking androgenic steroids, which basically turns them into men, and yes, their clit tends to get bigger. I really think that if you are... I don't think women should be taking anabolic steroids, androgenic steroids at all. I think it decreases their femininity, and that's something that's positive. That's something they have going for them. What are your thoughts on this? Because you're also a bodybuilder, aren't you? You said that before the show.
Yeah.
Are you a natural bodybuilder like me?
I've taken a little bit of Anavar.
Okay, you're a Vardy.
Like 5 milligrams,
She's a
which is
Vardy.
like the smallest amount possible.
Okay.
You took like one cycle or whatever?
Yeah, like 12 weeks. But it's literally just small amount of Anavar is just to like retain your muscle mass while you're in a very low caloric
The question's
deficit.
coming.
Did the clit get bigger?
No, it's literally just Anavar, like a 5 milliliter.
Yeah, I don't think that would do much. Yeah,
like
I mean her voice is still feminine. So.
Yeah, it's just like to make your muscles look harder, and so you can dry out.
But you wouldn't go further down that route.
No, I do agree that I think that's
okay. So when you look at female bodybuilders, oh wow, I'm gonna get flamed for
but
this
I like
one.
the new division.
When you look at female bodybuilders, do you get grossed out
Yes.
as well? Okay,
Yeah.
because I get flamed for talking about that, but I think it is genuinely. I think it's disgusting.
Yeah.
I think female bodybuilding. Besides, there is a new division that they're coming out with.
Wait,
like
so
you
you
mentioned.
think even bikini?
I think. So there's, to an extent, I think bikini is the best female bodybuilding division. But as soon as you start going further than that,
because that's the smallest and the most feminine.
Yeah,
but
now there's a new one.
The fit model
Yeah,
division.
now there's a new one. There you go.
Okay. All right. We have one other chat here that's Yo, Kaibaka, thank you for gifting. Looks like 20 subs. It's not letting me display it, but thank you for the gifted 20 subs, Kaibaka. I really appreciate it, man. W's in the chat for Kaibaka.
Thank you.
And then we have this one.
Oh, the cord.
Scuffed.
Good save.
Good save. Well done. Did that not pop? Let me see if it pops. America's Almanac. First time donor on whatever. Over from the Crucible. Thanks for always being a great friend to Andrew and the Crucible. God bless you, Brian. Have a great rest of the show. America's Almanac. Hey, thank you so much, man, for the message. Super appreciative to Andrew and to the Crucible crew. Appreciate you guys watching over there. And we have Sergeant Maverick. Thank you for the Prime. Do appreciate it. All right, let's get back to the show notes here. And then Mylan, you said, I don't know what the statistics are on how many single people there are or the decline of dating, but you have a theory that we are not as mature as our older generations and have it very easy, almost like we're too spoiled and don't understand or haven't experienced real hardships to know what we value.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to add to that, or pretty much speaks for itself?
Yeah, pretty much speaks for itself.
Rock and roll.
That's great.
All right, we're going to get to Ebony over here. Ebony, you are quite the provocateur. Ebony, you said you went on a date with a guy and he took you on a $10,000 shopping spree at some mall in Miami. Is that the most a guy's ever spent on you?
Yeah.
Wait, were you wearing those glasses before, or did you just get them the whole time?
I just get them.
You just got them? Oh, it's too much glare. Take them off.
That.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, too much glare. We need to see the eyes.
Okay.
The eyes are the something soul. I don't know.
Yeah. What did this guy do for work?
He was retired. He used to be a lawyer. He used to do a bunch of jobs, but he also used to invest and stuff.
All right. So is that's the most a guy spent on you?
Yeah, basically. He was into Findom because I do that too. And so I am like a dominatrix. And so, yeah, it was really interesting.
Okay, so you said that women should prioritize finances in a man.
Yes.
Over what do you think women
Over-
tend to prioritize?
Like love.
Typically, love. Okay.
Yeah,
So
that-
finances first. You also say here, women don't need men. Do you
Yeah.
want to elaborate a bit on that?
I don't think that women, like a lot of people think that women need men in like society to maintain society, and I don't think so. I think women would be perfectly fine. I think women would do better off
Well, how
without
about-
men.
I agree too.
How about
Men
this
would
scenario?
do without women.
Well, so let me ask you a couple clarifying.
really?
Hold on, let me ask a couple clarifying questions here. What about this scenario? If men just instantly disappeared, or women instantly disappeared, because your position is men would fare worse
Yeah.
than the women.
Mm-hmm.
So in that scenario where it's not like, oh, okay, men are going to disappear in like a year, but it's like men disappear tonight and there's no ability for the women to prepare, you think the women fare better?
Definitely.
Why?
Because I think, first of all, I think men's society would it would go stagnant. I think the reason why men have done as much as they've done so far is for women and because of women. And so women, on the other hand, are quite motivated outside of men. Older women who are, divorced and don't plan on getting in relationships anymore still maintain their lifestyle. They still keep their places clean. They still, they still maintain.
Here, a couple more questions. Who here agrees with her on this? Just curious. Anybody agree? So instantaneously, all men disappear, or instantaneously, all women disappear. Her position is men would fare worse in that scenario than women. Who agrees with her?
There was like a study on that with kids. I know, like, I still think that men and women should.
Do you remember what the study was called by chance?
I don't.
I saw it.
But it was like elementary schoolers, or maybe it was middle schoolers. But they were in like a house for a couple of days, just girls, and then versus guys, and the girls actually did a lot better than just the boys. And that is
what was the age of the children?
I'm pretty sure they were in middle school.
Okay, I don't see how that pertains to this. Does anybody else agree with her? Going once, going.
She agrees.
Who? You agree?
Yeah.
And you agree. Okay. And then you mentioned that women, they keep their houses in good shape, right?
Yeah.
But what happens in this scenario when within 72 hours there's no electricity, there's no food, the water stops working, there's fires that break out, and you don't have male firefighters to put these fires out. So let's assume like a woman loses her residence. What then?
Women know how to collect food. I mean, back when we were hunter-gatherers, the gatherers, being women, would
You think the
provide
average urban woman knows how to collect food in the forest?
Yeah, that's what women used to do.
They used to do, but that was like taught. It's not like you can't just drop somebody who's lived in civilization their entire life into the forest. Like, do you think an average?
That would go for both men and women.
I don't think the average man could do
Well,
that.
no, because even then there's a strength discrepancy. So you take like a man who's grown up in an urban environment and a woman who's grown up in an urban environment. They both have like very little knowledge, just on the basis that men have more strength, generally speaking. The man's already in an advantage.
In what way? Like, what is that strength going to do for him?
You don't think early human beings relied on like strength and labor to move? Like, okay, I want to chop down a tree. I need to chop up this firewood. I need to move these materials to this position.
I think women could work as a team, like community.
Well, in this scenario, I'm thinking like one-on-one, but even then, 2 women don't possess the same strength as 2 men. Or 3 women don't possess the same strength as 3 men.
Right, but I don't think you need to have like some incredible degree of strength. I think that as long as you have a community, you have a tribe, you'd be fine. It doesn't really matter what level of strength there is. I think women have enough strength to survive on their own.
What was the question?
Would you be interested in a real social experiment then? Let's say you get 12 of your girlfriends who have even survival skills, Let's say they have survival skills.
I don't even think I have 12.
We'll collect 12 men who have survival skills. Or we can collect 12 who don't and 12 women. And then give them just a knife apiece and send them off into the wilderness.
I mean, they already do this. Do you watch Naked and Afraid?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
How did the women do?
They actually did do this. So
how did the women do?
Women survived just fine by themselves.
No, they went over to the men during the exact same social experiment I'm talking about, which didn't include 12-year-olds, okay, when they were fully grown adults. And here's what happened.
They
The
did this
women
in a
were
Mr.
crying,
Beast video.
they were freezing, and they went over and begged the men to help them. And the men finally did. And I see no reason why that would not be the case. And by the way, these were all ages of men, all ages of women. And they failed miserably. Miserably.
I've seen episodes where the women have hunted and caught like large kills, and the women, they do get multiple seasons.
I'm not disputing that women can't do in groups and teams. I mean, women are not stupid. I'm sure that they can hunt. But it's the degree to which you're effective at the thing that matters. So when Brian says strength, I don't even think that you realize what he's saying. When you're talking about all the labor jobs which keep society going, that requires a great degree of physical strength. And physical strength is multiplied by multiple men. Oh, you don't think so? You think it's just done by machines? The nice thing about machines is that machines take a great amount of physical strength to use. You have a gal here who said she was in maintenance, yeah? She'll tell you, if you want to pick up a 400-pound machine motor, it's really heavy, just so you know. It's not an easy feat. So I don't know where you get the idea that raw strength is not still the staple of human labor, because it still is. We have labor-saving devices, but strength is still very much key in labor.
Sure, but
Also, just you do acknowledge that there's discrepancies in terms of representation when it comes to critical infrastructure jobs, right?
Sure, yeah.
So like, for example, like water, I've got a list here: water, sewage, electricity, gas, fuel refinement, garbage collection, telecommunications, IT infrastructure, road maintenance, truck and delivery drivers, police, fire rescue. These are predominated by men. Do you agree with this?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just factually true. So if all men disappear instantly, there's not enough women in these fields there's not enough women in the fields where if they just disappeared immediately, it would just be a complete catastrophe. And I mean, you'd have electricity gone within 72 hours, telecommunications gone within 72 hours. Women are not in those fields when like there's a snowstorm or a hurricane and the power's out and it's below freezing in Bozeman, Montana, and they got to fix the power lines, or they got to fix something. They got to check the grid at 1 a.m. and it's snowing and hailing outside. Is it a woman who goes, or it's a man? It's always a man.
Okay, so what happened during World War II when men had to go to war and women had to take over the jobs?
Women had, first of all, not all women, not all men went to World War II.
Right.
Women stepped up to some degree, but they also had plenty of time to prepare for it. In the scenario I provided, men disappeared instantly. Mm-hmm. So in that scenario, women would not be able to like, oh, okay, we're just going to take over the water, the sewage, the telecoms. There wouldn't be enough women who have the knowledge base or even necessarily the physical capacity to even do some of these jobs, even if they did have the knowledge base.
I think they would. I mean, we still have the internet. Women are dominating education.
The internet would be down within 72 hours.
Why?
Do you realize how often like there needs to be maintenance?
Because you seeing the internet runs on electricity, and if there's no more electrical workers,
there's no female electricians.
The vast overwhelming amount of them are men. I'm talking vast. I think it's like 98%. In fact, I think 100% of linemen. Last I checked, linemen. Those are the people who put up your power poles. I think they're all men.
Right.
I think it was like decimal point. That wasn't men.
Right. Maybe you're right. Maybe it would go out. There wouldn't be enough women to sustain. But I think over time women would evolve and we would get it. Like,
Well, you have one generation, because without men, you're basically going to go extinct, and unless, of course, you decide that you're going to use frozen male sperm and then only keep the women, but you're going to run out eventually. So then I guess you would have to have men, so that men could then re-inseminate you at some point. And then the second you have men to do that, you have the problem of they're really fucking strong and may decide that you get to go in the cages. So I don't really know. I don't really know like how this is, even feasible from the female standpoint. If all men disappeared tomorrow, it seems to me like this would be dire and catastrophic for women. Not exactly sure how it would be for men.
We don't need it anyway. The stuff you're talking about.
Right. I mean, we've survived as societies without electricity.
You do realize
your body was conditioned for this. So you're talking about conditions. So if you live in a world, like if you go to the third world, for instance, have you ever seen what's called the third world squat? That now, if you just took that normal squat sitting position that almost everybody sits in the third world all day long, your calves would be killing you within about 20 minutes, and you'd have to get back up because most people don't sit like this, right? We sit on chairs, which is actually bad for our back. They're actually conditioned for this movement because they were raised in an environment for the movement. The soles of their feet are conditioned to not have shoes. They were raised in an environment for that. Everything about them is conditioned for the environment that they're in. That is not the case anymore. You're not conditioned to go out in the forest and find fucking berries, okay? Modern women are not conditioned to do that.
Neither are modern men. Modern men mostly would not have these survival skills either.
Modern men keep up forestry. Modern men keep up physical conditioning for outdoor jobs and outdoor work and outdoor foraging and hunting and things like that. Women do not.
And there are women who do these jobs too.
Very few.
So I live in Bozeman, Montana, and I can tell you that if men disappeared, some people will say, we don't need these amenities to survive. There's a large surplus of the population that lives in a climate where if these things disappear, millions and millions of people would just die. So, like Brian said, if they had time to prepare, if females have time to prepare, they can obviously make that happen. But I think to say that if men just disappeared, women would be fine.
We're already prepared, though. Like, we already have education. We already have food in grocery stores. We would have time to figure it out.
But hold on. Wait. Hold on. One thing. So, right. But, like, if all men disappeared, how quickly are you going to the grocery store and looting everything? Right? How quick until all that food's gone? And then... One, you're going to have bands of women who are just maybe collectively get together. They're going to take everything. And you don't have police. So if there's women who are inclined to violence, there's nobody who's going to be able to enforce any of the laws. And then secondly, hold on. Once that food is gone, where's the farmers who are going to cultivate it? 90% of truck drivers are men. I don't know if that's the exact number. The majority of truck drivers are men. Transport. How do they get to the grocery store? How do they get to Trader Joe's?
I mean, again, so we wouldn't have as much of a population to sustain because half of the population would be gone, right? And then also, I think women are just, I think women are quite civilized. I don't think we are just going to go in and start looting things and
Whoa.
I think we can share. Hold on. I think we can.
Wait. Hold on. Do you realize how, society is like, what did they say? Like 6 meals away from pure chaos?
Yeah.
Like, once people are hungry, once they're thirsty, you think women aren't going to start killing each other? Really?
I mean, we would still maintain society initially, like money and, women work in grocery stores and stuff. Like, we're not just going to immediately go stealing things and stuff like that.
I think that's exactly what would happen.
People are going to loot immediately.
Just because there's no men?
You got Jeffrey Dahmer.
No, it's like a Thanos thing. They disappear. You can't eat the body.
For the sake of your own survival, you wouldn't just go immediately looting the grocery store?
No, because there would be other women with weapons.
Listen, I'm going to give you credit where credit is due. We can just take a look at the top 10 female jobs, and we know you're right. Human resource managers, they're going to be really good. Dental hygienists, can't wait for them. Nurse practitioners, physical therapists, physician assistants, veterinarians, child care workers, healthcare administrators, marketing managers, medical scientists. This means you're part of a research crew. Guess what's not there? You'll never guess. Construction worker, lineman, any type of mechanical engineer. any type of labor whatsoever, women tend to gravitate towards childcare and nursing and administrative jobs and clerical work. They don't gravitate towards any of the jobs that you're talking about. So how useful do you think human resource managers are going to be in the female apocalypse exactly?
I will teach you how to sail, and we can just sail away.
How many people fit on your boat? How many people fit on your boat?
Comfortably, like with a bed, or like they're on the floor.
But who's gonna farm the food that you bring with you?
So I have a spear gun.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Pull it up, Damien.
I have a spear gun,
bigger.
so you can
bigger.
Cut that off.
All right, so this is the top 20 most dangerous use occupations and the percentage of male. So logging workers, 94% male, fishing workers, 99% male, aircraft pilots, roofers, truck drivers is 94% male, iron and steel workers, 98% male, farmers and ranchers, so for the food, 75%, agricultural workers, 79%, mining, landscaping, construction workers, 97%. Move us to the other side. Cement and concrete manufacturing, that's not super important, but electrical, for the apocalypse scenario, smaller. I need to just hide this totally.
But
just
Brian,
hide this totally. Hold on.
Brian, bro.
Electrical power line workers, 99%. Police officers, 85%. Maintenance repair workers, 97%. And those are the pertaining to the apocalypse scenario. Go ahead, Andrew.
But could they do that, Brian, without their human resource managers? Really? Could they?
I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like women don't really occupy those jobs because of the patriarchy and because of gender stereotypes that we have in society. Like, I feel like if men disappeared, like women wouldn't really be catering their life to like, oh, I want a family. And
we can prove this. Pull up the Discord. Go to like the Men at Work tab. We have some videos here that we can show you. You got it?
Of what?
Men at Work tab. And
Patriarchy is preventing you from being a logger?
Yes. Put on the Windows tab.
I mean, aren't women pushed out of those jobs?
Video back.
By who?
Show us.
By the people who hire.
Right big.
Due to sexism.
That works.
Due to the fact that they're not strong enough to do logging?
Let's see here.
They have machines
well, I'm not
for
necessarily.
Scroll up, all the way up, all the way to the top. And the Burj Khalifa stuff. That's not really.
There's no
scroll down.
strength in it.
Scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll down. The first line worker one. Play that one. So this is a guy doing some work on the line in snowing, and it looks like, I don't know, that's 100 feet plus? I don't know.
He better be getting paid.
Is it the patriarchy that's preventing women from doing this job?
No, that's
honestly
men.
that looks
men
like so
are
much
being
fun.
Protectors,
like
and they would never let a woman do that job, or they're not a man.
What are you talking about? Okay.
No man would let a woman take on that job.
Because we're sexist, or because we're chivalrous?
Nothing is preventing women from doing this job. They just don't want to do it.
I will say there are
X out of it.
There are a lot of women.
Here, play that. The North Sea compilation.
I agree. Women don't want to do those jobs.
The top one.
I would totally do it. Totally.
Okay, if you would totally do it, go do it. Go do it. I'll give you $1,000 if you do the shit for a month.
I couldn't afford lineman school.
Wait, for the fishermen? Because I will totally do that.
No, do this.
The North Sea? Okay.
Yes, do this.
Oh, that, yeah.
You go do it for 3 months.
That's actually,
go on an oil rig.
It takes like 3 years to be able to do that, because the metal workers, that's an extreme job right
total
there.
cop out. Go ask if there's a job. Yeah, it is a cop out. Go ask if there's a job.
My job is male dominated.
Stop. Go ask if there's a job on an oil rig for you to take. Go do it. X out of that.
Sailing is male dominated, and the skills that I'm learning are also male dominated. That doesn't stop me from doing them. I spear fish. That's also male dominated.
Here,
that doesn't stop me from doing that.
Well, did the patriarchy prevent you from being a sailor?
No, and I never said it did.
Do this.
Women don't want to work with men.
Do this. There's nothing preventing a woman from doing this job.
Women don't want to work with men. Women don't want to be sexually harassed at work and made fun of or treated like a lesser person.
The goalposts.
If you were
it's not. There's multiple reasons why women don't take these jobs.
Oh, the patriarchy is preventing women.
Yeah, the patriarchy has to do with that.
That's totally
that has to do
speak
with
on
patriarchy.
And that's it. We've shown enough.
May I speak on this just for a second? So being somebody who has a lot of male-dominated skills, right? Like I've started spearfishing about 2 years ago. That's something that's definitely male-dominated. Like fishing in general is male-dominated. Now that's more of like a hobby than like a job. I don't do these for my jobs. But, you know, you can, if you are in a scenario of, oh, like, you know, can a woman do these things? She can do these things. Is it a majority of women? No, and I'm not going to argue that. That's a stupid point compared to you literally have the data right there.
But when you, hold on, no. When you say fishing,
yes.
Do you mean you throw out a line and you reel the fish? Do you know how physically laborious commercial fishing is?
No, I do. I have a lot of friends who are fishermen because they're in the, okay.
But were you stopped by men when you wanted to pursue these things?
What I'm saying is that like if you want to do these things as a woman, you can. Like there might be a strength barrier that you'd have to go to the gym.
We're talking about a survival situation.
In a survival situation, I would be fine personally, because again, I live on a boat. I own my own boat. It's able to get power from my engine, which I've learned how to fix. I have solar, which supplements the battery for that, which I have DC power. Fuel, that's fair, honestly. How am I going to get fuel? I have a sailboat, so I can sail if I run out of fuel. You know, I've got plenty of canned goods. I've got a spear gun. I know how to spear fish. I can go underwater for it. I can fish above water, too. I can get my meat there. I've learned how to fish like that, how to literally fillet the fish, how to eat that way.
Okay,
like,
cool. I'm sorry, I have to cut you off here. Going back to the original conversation.
I wasn't here for that.
Huh?
I wasn't here for the beginning of that, so I don't know how this started.
She made the claim that women would do better
I'm not arguing that. I don't.
You got to let me finish before you keep interrupting.
Okay.
So she made the claim that women would fare better in a situation where like all men disappeared, and we're presenting evidence to the contrary. My position here is not would some women on the individual level, would they be able to survive? Women can have survival skills. They can have all the skills you listed. I don't doubt that you have any of them. Congratulations. We're talking about like the macro level, like societal level catastrophe that would occur in a situation where all men or all women disappeared. And because of men's overrepresentation in critical infrastructure fields, my position is it would be absolute chaos in the event if all men disappeared. Whereas if all women disappeared, that would be terrible. It'd be the end of the human species. But all the critical infrastructure, we would keep that going, and we would have a much higher standard of living if all women were to disappear than the reverse.
Yeah, I do think it would kind of be like Lord of the Flies, but I do agree with you.
I think most men would just be, you know, living in a shoebox once women disappears. What's the motivation? What's the reasoning anymore?
Wait, but don't you think it's a little bit hypocritical to say that women don't get into jobs like that, like being a lineman and working on oil rigs because they're scared that they're going to be sexually harassed by men, like when you do OnlyFans?
How would that be contradicting?
Yeah. Well, because you're basically saying that women aren't trying to be sexually harassed when aren't OnlyFans models. Isn't that essentially what you're putting yourself out there? Even if you're not trying to get sexually harassed, isn't that the job where you are going to get sexually harassed the most?
I mean, I haven't been sexually harassed. I don't necessarily think you would be sexually harassed. So you
really think that men sexually, or women's fear of getting sexually harassed by men is what keeps them out of jobs like that?
Yeah, like women just don't want to be in working jobs with men where they would feel like a lesser person, they would be underestimated, stuff like that.
But in this case, in those jobs, like they are weaker, so they would be necessarily lesser, correct?
I agree with that. I agree with what you're saying. I don't think it's about sexual harassment. I think it is about strength, and also just like who is funneled into the point.
If that's the case, if that's the argument, why wouldn't women just start their own firms and compete with these male firms? And with all women who, if you really have women who really want to do these jobs, then if a woman started this firm, they should have a limitless amount and could compete very easily by even offering slightly lower wages than the male competitors.
Yeah,
these women are desperate to get in to these jobs because they don't want to be sexually harassed by these men. You could have an all-female firm.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what turns women away from working these kinds of jobs. But I think like, again, gender stereotypes and gender roles in society plays a huge part in this. Like, generally, with, historically, what we've told women.
Okay, wait, one
places.
argument at a time before you've been like a tube of toothpaste. We squeeze here and you just move there. I squeeze there, you move here. So back on this argument, we'll stay with it. Can you answer why it is that if it is the case that you believe that there's just tons of women who want to do these jobs, just excluded due to the fact that
I don't think there is.
Hang on, let me finish the question. That they're excluded because they think they're going to be sexually harassed. Why wouldn't they just start female firms and then make a killing, paying them slightly less than the competitor?
Yeah, again, because I don't think women do want to do those jobs.
Well, then why did you earlier say that the reason that there's a barrier for entry into these jobs, and I have witnesses here who can confirm this, one smiling because he clearly heard the same thing I did, that you said the barrier for entrance is that they did not want to be sexually harassed by the evil men.
Because that would be the reason why a lot of women would be deterred from those jobs or wouldn't get into those jobs in the first place.
You just
but
got
I don't
caught
necessarily
with what I
think there's a
call
large.
bullshit. You were
Wait, hold on.
bullshitting us.
I don't necessarily think there's some large group of women who want to do these jobs. I just think that maybe there would be women who would do them, but they just wouldn't do them because it's male dominated.
How about we hear from a woman?
You're saying that women gravitate naturally towards jobs that aren't like these, but somehow
Not naturally, no. I don't think it's natural.
In the post-apocalyptic world, where there's tons of women who don't gravitate towards these jobs, they're going to do better than men. Can you explain logically how that works?
Can we hear from a woman who's actually in the field with a lot of men?
I would like to finish real quick.
Okay, but she's got
I know, and we can get to her in just a second. I'd like to finish the line of inquiry here. So back to this, can you explain to me logically, just break it down very quickly, how it could possibly be that if you now agree that women just don't gravitate towards these jobs, you would have to necessarily agree that they don't want to do them, they don't have interest in them. So how is it that they would fare better but in a post-apocalyptic non-male world exactly?
Because there would be no men, they wouldn't be scared to enter these jobs. Due to.
But wait, I thought you just said they didn't want to do these jobs. It wasn't a matter of fear.
Yeah, but there would be a need for it now. They don't want to
thing.
do it because most women think, I want a family or whatever, and I want to be seen as a feminine woman. But, they want to be feminine and do all these traditionally feminine things.
So
if there
now
were no
it's a
men
cultural
around.
issue. I mean, there's no barrier for entry.
It's like a mixture of both.
And we have a cultural problem.
It's a mixture of both.
It's a mixture of both now. So then you do agree that most women just don't want to do these jobs.
Yeah.
So then how would they fare better when they don't even gravitate with an interest towards these types of things than men who do clearly have an interest in these things? Aren't you going to be better at your work if you're interested in the work?
Well, I never said that women would do better in these jobs.
No.
Women's society would do better.
Quote, women would fare better than men. Just pointing that out.
Yeah, in general, not in these specific occupations.
Yeah, how could that be if women don't gravitate towards those things and men do? Aren't men going to naturally be better at them then because they're interested in them?
Because the reason why women don't gravitate towards these things is because it's male dominated and because women are not encouraged to be in those kinds of jobs under the patriarchy.
You just contradicted yourself, because first your argument was no, it's not that the barrier for entry is, otherwise we would have female firms that would compete. Rather, it's a small minority of women who have interest in these jobs, and they gravitate towards these other jobs because of the interest they have in those jobs instead. So if that is the case, we have now deduced, using inductive reasoning, that you believe most women don't have an interest in these jobs. If that is the case, why do you think post-apocalyptically, suddenly, they would just have an interest? They would be interested.
They wouldn't be interested. There would just be a need for it. So women would naturally.
There'd be a need for it. They just wouldn't be interested in it. So the thing
there
is,
would be
how could you say they would be
incentives
better
for women
at it?
to get into these jobs, and eventually society would adapt.
It's kind of like
how would society adapt if they have no interest in the job? They only are gravitating based around need, and they don't have the interest.
I already answered your
question.
question.
If it is the case that people have interest in a job, they do better at that job. Yeah.
Women aren't interested in these jobs because of traditional gender roles. If we get rid of the other gender, there is no need for that.
That's a continuous contradiction.
It's not a contradiction.
I'll show you. It cannot be both. Because of traditional gender roles are not interested, and at the same time, it's just that men gravitate towards it because they're interested. So you got to pick. Pick
Yeah,
now.
the reason why they're
Is it the
interested
case
is
that
because
women
of traditional
would
gender roles.
normally-
I don't
hang
see
on,
what's
hang
so hard to
on. Is it the
comprehend.
case- Is it the case that women would normally be interested in these jobs and they're just not because men, or is it the case that they're just not interested in these jobs? Which is it?
They're not
Pick
because
one.
of cultural, like our culture, basically.
Okay, so you believe that if we had like a massive government program which incentivized women to do these jobs, that women would be gravitating towards these jobs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. We already have that. Why aren't they?
What do you mean?
I mean, we have massive government programs, including affirmative action, including government stipends, government grants, including for the first Navy SEAL. Millions of dollars were spent to find one. Overwhelmingly, the government has spent hundreds of billions of dollars in affirmative propaganda to get women into male positions, and they don't want it. One such example you could find would be in the Nordic nations, where there was hundreds of millions of dollars spent, whatever their dollars are, in pushing women into those fields and telling them to gravitate into those fields, and they still don't. How do you account for that then?
I mean, I would just say again, because women think about wanting a family with a man and being attracted to a man.
So they're not interested in it.
Being attracted.
So they're interested
to
in
a
something else other than those jobs.
Can I add something?
I do have to move things on. I do have to move things on. But, and also, Andrew, I almost wonder if this conversation is a bit secondary, because isn't it just a defeater in this scenario? Like, when it comes to a societal breakdown, even if there were women who had the interest, there's it's like a black hole, the point of no return. Once there's been enough societal decline in like an apocalyptic scenario, like you are so declined that you're just never, like, if there's just not enough people with like the knowledge base or enough people in this field, there's just going to be like so many cascading problems that like you're not even thinking about getting internet back. You're not thinking about electricity back. You're thinking about like base level survival.
Even easier, all you have to do is just take a look at reason, right? Reason is important when it comes to survival. You have to reason things out. And think about how many unreasonable contradictions I just went through. Women are really interested in these jobs, but they're not interested in them. There's a gender divide, and if the government were to produce tons of propaganda towards these jobs, women would then be interested in them. And that was her position. And then when I explained, hey, but that's already happening, then it became, well, I think that women just have other interests again. In this case, men. They're just interested in men. Which again demonstrates that they have other interests than what these jobs are. So it's contradiction after contradiction after contradiction because of a lack of reason. And the thing is like, all you really have to do is think about that for 15 seconds, right? You can see all those contradictions. What Brian points out here is he says, this is way past the curve, right? He says, wait a second, if societal decay got to X threshold, there's no coming back anyway. And it's not like we're going to rediscover the technology of anvils and, horses and buggies and things like that. That's not an overnight thing. It would take us time to regress in technology. That's true. But the thing is like, immediately, I don't even think she believes her own position. So it's like, it can just be categorically rejected anyhow.
I do have to get some chats coming in here. We have Chris.
Chris donated $200. Ask women to open a pickle jar and we'll see how strong they are.
All right, Michaela, you do. We'll start with Michaela. We'll go down. Grab that. All right, go ahead, Michaela.
Are you gonna close it, reclose it, and then reopen?
Well, if she gets it, that's it. So go ahead, Michaela. Michaela goes first. She works out though, so she might get it. Come on, you got it. Let's go, Michaela. Well, wait, you only. Oh wow!
She got it.
Brian,
that's not a good look.
I was playing. Hey, Chris is the one who asked for the pickle jar. Chris, I loosened it a bit for her. I wanted to give Michaela a W over here. She hasn't gone far. Well done. So good job, Michaela. There is a catch though, Michaela. Whoever opens it has to eat all the pickles. Oh my God. Will anybody eat a pickle right now? Oh, holy shit, chill out. Chill. Oh my God,
she really likes the pickles, man. She really likes the mic.
Until your mic back down. I think we need to get you like a little paper towel, though. Otherwise, it's going to leak everywhere. Do you want to just go grab like a paper towel? And actually, Damien, can you just grab her one? All right, we got some more chats coming through here. I do apologize. Those came in a while ago. Sorry for the delay, guys.
Right?
We were just kind of. Hold on, guys. Stop. We were just in the middle of something, so I wanted to let the conversation play out, but so sorry for the delay on these guys. Chris, thank you for that.
Beans donated $200.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello from the UK. Just one at Pub.
You have to have it in one bite,
First
though.
time
You
I've
can't,
ever
like-
been
Yeah,
up
you
late
have to
enough
eat the
to
whole
watch
thing in one bite.
live.
Go ahead.
Chair 1 and 4. Wow. How important is loyalty in a relationship?
Oh no! Wow, good job. All right, it was like 2-3 bites, but okay. All right, congratulations. Let's W's in the chat for Bella over here. W's in the chat. She's a pickle destroyer. All right. Or just leave it over there in case you get hungry and you want another one. Let's see here. We have beans. Okay, so that was for chair 1 and chair 4. How important is loyalty in a oh wait, no. Chair 1 and chair 4. Wow. Oh, the question was not specifically directed at you. He just said wow to Michaela and Shelby. I guess okay, whatever. How important is loyalty in a relationship? Going around the table, how important is it?
Yeah, that's, extremely important.
Yeah, okay. Going around the table super quick, go ahead.
It's everything.
It's everything.
It's the most important.
Shelby?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
There's no relationship
Yes.
without loyalty.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's super important.
All right, what about you?
Yeah, I think it's really important.
Go ahead.
It's the foundation.
Yeah.
What they said.
And just to be fair, you wanted to come in, I guess, on the previous I do have to move it on afterwards, but you wanted to come in on the conversation we were having?
With the guys and girls in the work.
What we were just talking about, yeah.
There was a couple of things. If you want, I don't know. So one, you know that job because you're doing the job, so everything's taught. Another thing, it's not all really strength unless it is something down to a pickle jar. A lot of the jobs use machines now. Like you really aren't doing much. You're either just moving your hand or something. The thing about
wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. Damien, pull up the Discord again. I'm sorry. Pull up the Discord.
Oh, okay. So with the cockroaches.
Hold on.
In the tunnel.
Pull up the Discord.
Okay.
All right. No. Hold on. Scroll up.
Just driving this point home so hard.
Play the Roughnecks one. Hold on. Full screen it. Skip forward to. So you're saying these men they're just like pulling a lever?
Yes.
Hold on. Yeah, there.
So that might be a little heavy. It took two.
Hold on.
Okay,
You think
this job's different.
Do you realize how strong these guys are? These guys who work on these derricks and stuff, the Roughnecks.
No, that one.
Are they just pulling a lever?
That has to be in a male form.
This is how you get
that one.
Okay,
but
right.
I think that the important
say
point is that with a lot of the machines that women would be using, like who manufactures the machines and then who maintains them, and that requires work.
I'd like to get back to this real quick. Real quick. I'd like to just go right back to your points before we shifted on. When you say, what jobs are you talking about here?
I will say with the one with the guy in the sewer tunnel and the bugs are crawling.
No, I mean, which ones were you referencing when you said it just you're
okay, so
just
let's say
using-
IT work, building fiber wiring. There's actually a machine building or digging through the ground, really. There's many jobs, like even the logging, right? You have machines doing it. Like you're crawling up and you have a chainsaw. Now, again, you can say like a man eventually created the machine as well. I will say that.
No, hang on, just one point at a time. So let's start with fiber wire. I've run fiber wire and I've cut down trees. I've done both of those things. No, you don't have a machine you're still manually laying cable, by the way. You're still manually laying it, and you have terrain conditions that go into account. So machines can only get in certain places, right?
Okay.
And human beings can get in many more places that machines cannot get. That's the first one. And then your second point, when it comes to logging especially, I don't know if you've ever chainsawed for hours. That is hard ass work. Those chainsaws are extremely heavy. Mm-hmm. You have to have correct technique. It's extremely laborious and it's backbreaking because of the way that you have to bend. You're constantly basically at a 45-degree angle the entire time with this chainsaw. No, that requires immense physical strength. I don't know where you got the idea that, oh, you have a chainsaw and so therefore that, like,
you only
what?
need to chainsaw
it might
as
even
much
be
as you
better,
need, though.
less laborious, to cut down a single tree with an axe, because you can at least stand upright when you're swinging the axe. But with a chainsaw, you're expected to cut down many, many, many trees in a day. And it's extremely heavy. It's extremely laborious work. Like, I don't know where you're coming up with this.
For yourself as a chainsawer, you're only chainsawing what you
Well, I'm
need.
not a chainsawer.
If you're doing it at that level,
I have chainsawed down trees.
there's
and I
definitely
have,
some type of machining already involved for that type of labor, for that multitude.
What that machine does, it's a labor-saving device. It doesn't make the labor easier. What it does is it makes it faster. Chaining down tons of trees with a chainsaw, climbing up. So first of all, you have to cut a tree down from the top up. So you have to climb up to the top of the tree and delimit. With a chainsaw in one hand while you're holding the tree with another hand. You delimit down, then you cut it down at the base. It is true that it's a lot faster than doing it with an axe, but it's still very labor intensive. But that's all it means, is you can, like, cut more down quicker, not that the work is easier. You see what I'm saying?
And then the job with the guy in the tunnel and the cockroaches, at the end of the day, how I saw that was an act of love. Not really that no woman would ever do it. At the end of the day, a man would never let the woman do that. A woman could, but they never would, because men would never.
I would let a woman do it.
I don't think you would. If you loved your woman, you wouldn't let, like, because that sewer system is for your house or whatever.
Oh, I don't know if I'd want my girlfriend to do it, but, like, if I had a job and a woman came to me and she was capable of doing it, would I? You would want me as, like, the man. Oh, you can't do that, woman. I'd be like, okay, if you can do it, fuck it. Well, you're small, you can get into, maybe she's smaller, she can get into the spaces better. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that woman's there because she likes doing it, I guess. But
okay. All right. I got to let the rest of the chats come through. We have, we'll let these come through.
Metro Matt donated $200. Women of the panel, would you do these jobs? What is stopping you from doing them? Settle the debate. Also, stop the coat chair 3.
So, of some of the videos I showed you, just going around the table, like, would you do those jobs? So, like, in that manhole, like, getting rid of the cockroaches, the power lines or whatever, snowing. Would you do those jobs?
Yeah, I would do them.
You'd do them? Okay.
If worse comes to worse, I'll do it.
Okay. You do those jobs, or?
No, just because I'm a pussy. But I'd probably do something like construction or like electrician or whatever.
All right. Yeah. All right. What about you? Yeah.
No.
No,
there are other badass women who would do it.
I wouldn't want to do it.
You wouldn't want to do it? What about you?
It depends. I think I would.
Okay.
I do my own septic, so I do have to do that for myself, but I don't know how I would feel about doing that for somebody else. So.
Okay.
I would 100%.
Okay. Wait, you would 100%? But didn't you say men should not allow women to do that?
No, I didn't say that. I said the only reason why the man got there in the end was because that's what a man does out of love.
Wait, a man does it.
She's
saying that we, out of chivalry, wouldn't let a woman do that. Which, if a woman wanted to do that job,
would you have an issue with it?
I would let the woman do the job if she wanted to do the job, but she doesn't want to do the job. That's the problem.
Yeah, I don't know. All right. Let's see here. Graffito tagged. Hey, thank you, man.
Graffito tagged donated $200. If all the men were to disappear, who is going to get rid of the spiders for you? Huh?
Yeah, I mean, who's going to kill
my own spider?
I will.
Right?
Who's going to kill the spiders?
I'll come in with a baseball bat.
Someone with lesbian energy. That's who needs to come in to save the day.
I have pet shower spiders.
All right, and we have really quick. I want to shout out some people who. By the way, guys, W's in the chat for Graffito. Welcome back, man. Good to see you, Metro Matt. W's in the chat for Metro Matt. Thank you for the TTSs, guys. And then hold on here. We have. Shoot, one sec, guys. I need to shout out some people. Elmer Wheeler, thank you for the $1 on Cash App. Wheeler, thank you again for the $5. Michael, thank you for the $5. Dustin, thank you for the $7 on Cash App. Appreciate it, guys. If you guys want 100% of your contribution to go towards the Whatever Pod, Venmo, Cash App, link is in the description. Whatever Pod. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Also, Reed is 100, TTS is 200. Also, guys, like the video if you're enjoying the stream. We have 3 more chats here. Michaela, you get to do the honors. You get to read.
Alas, behold the profound scholarship of our Findom erudite. That damn pesky First Amendment, women don't need men. Curious how well your dainty little Findom tuchus would prosper and Darren these days. Oh.
All right, there you go. Do you want to respond to Lucas?
Okay, so yeah, I do Findom, and yes, men are mostly my customers. But again, I think I need men to do Findom, right? Because women aren't that stupid. But I'm just kidding. But you know.
Shots fired.
I could still do other jobs.
Okay, we have another one from Lucas. Bella, let me have you read this one.
Hey, Finny, indulge me with a thought exercise. Walk around a bit and compile a list of everything you've come across that was not put there by nature. Everything on your list was both invented by and built by men. You want to respond to that, or?
Everything on your list? What does he mean by that?
I think you listed a couple of things. Originally, this came in like 30 minutes ago, so I think you're saying like I don't know, women, they take care of their space and they're, you know, they take better care of the house in the apocalypse.
Oh, the house was built by men,
maintained, and
I guess, plumbing, but I think women could build houses. Like I could totally build a house.
You could. Okay, you're trolling.
I could definitely build a house. Like what?
Just from scratch or just by yourself?
With a team of women, sure.
I think with maybe a team of that woman, like if you multiplied her by 12 maybe, but if I'm not sure about the whole group here.
Hey. I can build you a boat.
Just a really, really simple question for the house builder. Can you describe for me a jigsaw? How does a jigsaw work?
That's for you.
A jigsaw? I don't even know what that is.
What about a circular saw? How does that work?
I've never seen one.
Do you know what a stud is?
Okay, hang on.
A stud?
Just real.
There's multiple, like, isn't that like a lesbian?
She was about to point at me, Brian.
Isn't that like a dog that breeds, or like a lesbian?
Oh my.
Like, wait.
She doesn't know what a
like
stud.
a masculine lesbian, right?
Correct.
No, not in that context.
I know.
Are we talking as it pertains to like
in the context? In the context.
Building.
No, I don't know what that is. No.
Do you know what a stud is?
No.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. Well,
what's
a hot guy?
What's a
Stud,
findom?
right?
A stud is
What's a findom? I don't know what that
financial.
means.
It means
Like a
financial
dominatrix?
domination.
Oh.
It means she's a terrible human being.
Can I go into
Just
that
kidding.
a little bit? Or?
We'll get to it.
Okay,
We'll
all
get to
right,
it. We'll
okay.
get to it. All right. Terminal Lanced. These delusional women need to admit. Or actually, no. Hold on, Bella. Go ahead.
These delusional women need to admit that they live in privilege and don't want to do manual intensive jobs. Why work 12 hours a day lifting 100 pounds when I can show my butthole for 30 minutes and get the 5X?
The critical thinking.
I couldn't read that, sorry.
5X.
Yeah. 5X.
All right. Terminal Lanced. That I do appreciate your message. W's in the chat for Terminal. I mean, I guess just the final thing on this. It's like, do you have any appreciation for men? You know?
Yes.
Like I can sit here and say, I think women are great. But I feel like you don't think that about men.
I think men are pretty cool.
Oh, yeah?
I think cool.
By the end of this podcast, I'm going to prove that you don't think that.
I don't hate men.
Oh, really?
I mean,
I just think we need to like regulate them.
You called all of your customers. You called all of your customers, the people that hire you for Findom, stupid for hiring you
Oh yeah,
for
they are.
Findom.
They literally are.
I agree with
You
that.
just want. Well, I very much agree with it,
agree
but
with
you'll just insult them like that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
That's incredible. That's incredible. That's amazing.
I guess I'll say this. So men, they're pretty much they're responsible for nearly all the physical necessities, comforts, and conveniences that you enjoy and obviously take for granted and are quite ungrateful for. That's the firefighters, police, garbage men, plumbers. When there's a fire or natural disaster. We just had the Palisade. Well, you flew in, right? From where?
Florida.
Okay, I don't know. Well, we just had the fires here in California. Fire, natural disaster, crime, power outage. When you call a plumber, who's showing up? A man or a woman? It's a man.
Yeah.
When shit hits the fan, we're the ones that are going to come. Not me. I've got a fucking podcast. I ain't doing shit. But, the other men out there who you're ungrateful for. So, I don't know.
I wouldn't say I'm ungrateful for them. I think men are pretty cool for doing those jobs. I just think that women could also step up and do those jobs if needed.
All
if
right.
needed.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. And this isn't, I'm not like, this isn't, when I make these arguments, it's not like trying to dunk on women. It's more so just like, could you have an ounce of appreciation for like the comfort that through men's labor has provided you? Like,
definitely.
You gotta understand.
We're getting something.
I don't know.
Maybe we're getting something. I think it's ridiculous to say that women like don't need men. Like that sentence in and of itself. Like man was created for woman was created for man. Either way, we're headed for an apocalypse. We're gonna become an extinct species either way. But at the same time, like, yeah, I think Andrew made really good points.
But why are you guys so offended by that statement? I feel like if a man said men don't need women, I wouldn't care. Is it because
I think that men very much need women. Very much need women.
Nobody's offended by the statement. We just really love mansplaining.
It's true.
I think that men really, really do need women. I think without women, society falls apart.
You need this. You need it. It's good for you. The toxic masculinity of mansplaining when you're like, I can build a house. And we go, what's a stud? And you go, oh, it's a fucking animal that has sex with another animal. That's the male. I
the
think
dog breeders,
that our confidence level in your building ability goes greatly down. So the thing is like, I'm sorry you have to sit here and be mansplained to, but if it were the case that you were making logical, reasoned points, I would be happy to listen to you. Like the gal I was talking to earlier, she made logic, reasoned points, right? And then we have you, who's not making logic, reasoned points. So we have to mansplain a bit.
Will you take that statement back? Like just after hearing all of us say those points, would you say like women can't survive or women wouldn't survive without men?
Women wouldn't live as cushy of lives without men, sure.
Oh boy.
But do women need men for survival?
Do you want to keep going further on this? Okay, you know.
No. Your question was fine. It was more so just like, I'm not saying that this is not a dunk on women, but it's just like, it's just the reality when it comes to the different representation, when it comes to men being in these critical infrastructure positions. I'm not saying this is like an own on women. In this apocalyptic scenario, all men instantly disappear. Within 2 weeks, I'm not saying this to be a dick, 50% of women are dead.
Easily.
I just don't.
Now, a lot of men are dead. A lot of men also die in the reverse scenario.
Mm-hmm.
But because, like he was saying, in Montana or places where it's like freezing right now, you need electricity. And so, like, if once the electrical grid goes to shit, which I'm being dead honest here, it will be gone within 72 hours. People are dead 24 hours after that.
No.
So yeah, 50% of women gone.
We just want a little bit of respect.
You know, look, if it happens in summer, you guys got you'll do a little better. Wintertime, you guys are fucked.
I mean,
still fucked
not
in the
in
summer.
Florida.
Not as bad. All right. Anyways, whatever. We'll get on to the next thing here. Okay, so we'll do a few more viewers, then we'll come back to some other stuff. We'll get some other people involved.
Yes, let's get into
You said single mothers, promiscuous, and older women can still pull.
Yes.
When you say still pulled, what do you mean? Like just
like
fuck?
Still get men.
Like still have sex?
Wait, have like solid relationships?
Yes.
Or okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you, yeah, sure. I mean, they can. Yeah, I mean, a woman who slept with 100 men, or older women, or single mothers, can they still end up like in a relation? By pull, you mean like a relationship, or just to have sex? Because when I think of pull, I think just
both.
Fuck. Okay, that's fine. Do you think, though, compared to like, so let's just do one at a time. Single mothers. Do you think single mothers fare better in the dating marketplace than childless women?
No, but that doesn't mean that they can't.
Yeah, that's fair. Your claim is
be careful.
Can still pull,
right.
But I'm more so looking at like who's gonna have a better time.
But like some men actually prefer single mothers. Now sometimes it's weird because sometimes it's predatory. But some men actually like to see that a woman is already a good mom before having a child with her. And I've actually heard men say that themselves, like, oh, I actually prefer when a woman is already a mom because I can see like if she's a good mom before I have kids with her.
The thing with single mothers is then you would be raising somebody else's child, and that's quite counter evolution.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
it is.
Well, I mean, historically, like if we look through like throughout most of human history prior to us becoming modern humans like women were very like polyamorous. Like, you know, men used to like impregnate, or not impregnate, but like used to inseminate the same woman. Like they used to share the women.
Wait,
like,
is that, I don't know, but is it true? Like
this was before we evolved to have like the prefrontal cortex and be
like in
actual
tribal
modern
civilization. Like,
no, this was back when like humans were like
how long
we were more
ago?
closely related
like
to chimpanzees. Like we were more.
Oh, when we were
like hundreds of thousands of years ago.
In Sex Before Dawn, it talks all about how in primal civilizations, one man would have multiple women.
Right, and this is when we became more similar to the modern humans that we are now. I'm talking about prior to that, when we were closer to like our ancient like ape ancestors.
Wait, so before him?
How is it before that? That's like the original caveman. Like the original caveman.
I'm talking about before the cavemen, like when we were basically apes.
Women had multiple. So men were monogamous and women had multiple partners?
No, both were polyamorous.
Both were poly.
But women take 9 months to give birth.
I don't want to talk about like
I mean, they used to they were just raising
I don't know about the
children
chimpanzee.
that weren't theirs. It was like people were raised, like we were living in tribes. Humans had to stick together because we were always at the bottom of the food chain.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I don't know. All right. You said older women can still pull, but do they pull better than younger women?
I think it's like almost the same, honestly. I really do, because I mean, a lot of people say, oh, like you're 35, you hit your wall, but younger women don't want older men. Like at least not significantly older men.
Wait,
like,
younger women don't want older men?
No.
I do.
Really?
I think when we say we want older men, we're thinking like
women.
3 to 5 years older, but it's not like I'm 19 and I want a man who's 35.
I think that's
you're
pretty much essentially exactly what most women want, especially being a guy that has grown up being around younger women. I've been decently financially successful in my early 20s, which is cool, but at the same time I have watched women overlook me simply because the fact that they are drawn to men that look like they have it put together, like men almost in their 30s. It's very, very interesting.
I mean, I think generally speaking, most women are dating men like around their age.
Right.
But there's a greater proportion of young women who are going to date, like there's going to be age gap like 5, 10, 15 years. But I would agree, generally speaking, most women are dating men their own age. But there's like, I don't know if it's 5%, 10%, but you don't really see the reverse.
I think a lot of girls have that phase where they're like, oh, I want a man who's like that old. But then you actually do it, and it's like, this guy is literally my dad.
Wait, would you date Brad Pitt?
No.
How about, do you have a type? What's your type? I'll find an old guy that you'll find.
I mean, I don't.
Denzel?
I don't have a racial type, if that's
Jackie
what you're
Chan?
asking.
Sorry, I'm just trying to go through all this. Who do you want?
I feel like maybe I would like sleep with these men, but like I wouldn't like date them. No, they would be like my father.
Wait, but
they would be my father's age.
Weren't you the one who said?
If you dated someone your own age, that's like dating your brother.
No, but I can at least relate to that person.
You don't have anything for that?
I can at least relate to that person.
Weren't you the person that had originally said that women should date a man more for the financial side of things? So wouldn't that encourage younger women to date older men? Isn't that exactly what you're
doing? Who are more
doing?
likely to have their finances.
Yeah, who are more likely to be successful.
I mean, it's different when you're younger. Like, I think
if you encourage that, if you encourage women go out and like date men more based off of their financial situation, you're gonna have a lot of really young ladies dating really old men.
Or even
maybe you could argue that
late
but
20s, 30s, and
yeah.
I mean, I think
you said women should prioritize finances in the man. So like a 20-year-old, she's gonna date a 20-year-old college guy who doesn't make any money. Like what? In your worldview,
if he's willing to give her money, like take her on dates and stuff.
20-year-old college guys don't have money like that. Typically,
they can have a job.
Bruh.
They can have a
starving
job.
college student.
She's saying no over here. Even if they have a job, they're
But
probably
again, I don't think women. I do think women should date older, just not like significantly older. Like I think women generally prefer like 3 to 5 years.
Do you think?
So just two very brief questions. Can you respond first to your first argument, which was that would be like dating my father? How come it's not like dating your brother to date someone 3 years older than you?
Because you don't have to deal with the mansplaining and like just dealing with someone who you don't understand.
Your brother doesn't mansplain? Don't lie.
No, my brother does not mansplain.
Okay, well, most people's brothers.
I mansplain to my sisters.
So the thing is like, why? I don't understand how it is that even mansplaining would have a difference in age. Like, you think that because you're 20 and he's 25, that the mansplaining goes away? Because it doesn't go away.
I think it's to a lesser degree, because I feel like older men, they talk to you like you don't know any better, and you're just like, you're literally a child to them. But it's like, why are you attracted to me if I'm like a child to you? It's just weird.
That was
interesting. What's weird about it?
It's just
does it give you
weird.
the
Like, it feels.
Does it give you the
radio?
Does it give you the ick?
Yes, it does.
It gives you the ick. Well, let me ask you a question. Since we're on the ick, can you give me a single moral argument, a single one, for why it would actually be immoral for a 20-year-old woman to date or marry a 50-year-old man? Just a single argument that's actually shows that this is immoral.
Well, for the woman, I don't think it's immoral. I don't think it's immoral for younger women to like older people, or for younger people to like older people.
Why is it immoral for the 50-year-old man who has a woman who's 20 who's interested in him to be interested and reciprocate her feeling?
Because younger people, like, I think, like, once you're under the age of like 25, 21 maybe, you have higher levels of neuroticism, you are dealing with hot and cold cognition, you are dealing with peer pressure, you have a lack of identity.
So we shouldn't let them vote?
Shouldn't let them vote?
Yeah.
I think that we can have, like, I don't necessarily, I think that certain privileges can be afforded to, I think that certain levels of privileges can be afforded to different
I don't understand
like,
if they're neurotic and stupid and can't make these decisions, but somehow you're going to charge them with the fate of the nation? What? Can you explain that rationale to me?
I wouldn't be completely against it.
So you want to raise the voting age to 26. Okay, so then once they get 26 and they're Abdullah obligadas, fully developed or whatever, then it would be okay after the Abdullah oblongata reaches the fruition of Abdullah oblongataness for them to then date a man who's 50 at 26, right?
Yeah, I don't, like, for example, right? I don't think that there would be any moral issue with like a man 50 dating a 30-year-old woman, or like a 25-year-old woman.
Okay. Can you help me out with one more thing? The prefrontal cortex. I agree with you. It's fully developed in women at about age 26. But something interesting happens, and I'd like your take on this. Do you know that after it's fully developed, it starts to decay? Mm-hmm. So since it starts to decay, by the time you're 50, it's in a rapid state of decay, in fact, in most people. Mm-hmm. So isn't it the case then, if that's the truth, that a 50-year-old is actually probably more equally yoked with a 20-year-old because their prefrontal cortex is in a state of decay, just like the 20-year-old?
No, it's just not the same. Why? Because that 50-year-old actually has knowledge and life experience, whereas that 20-year-old
so it doesn't come down to the prefrontal cortex, it comes down to knowledge.
I never said it came down to the prefrontal cortex necessarily.
Yes, you did. That was your primary argument.
I said that you're dealing with higher levels of neuroticism, a lack of self-identity, you're dealing with
the same things you would find in a 50-year-old due to the prefrontal cortex.
I would have to see some research on that. I wouldn't be sure.
Well, I mean, it decays after 26. You can look it up right now. It decays after 26 years old, becomes in a state of decay. So that means it's been decaying for what, 20 years? So wouldn't they be more equally yoked?
I mean, you could probably argue that there might be something immoral, of a younger woman dating like a 70-year-old or something, because they're really out of it. But like,
Oh yeah, so the
I wouldn't
20-year-old,
see, like, a
70, that's
50-year-old
fine,
is
but 20-year-old
still
and
pretty
50, that's
cognizant
not.
to me.
So wait, so a 20-year-old and a 70-year-old, that would be fine, but a 20-year-old and a 50-year-old, not fine.
No, that would not be fine.
Why wouldn't it be fine?
I think that the 20-year-old would probably, at that point, I think it would be sick on both sides at that point. Like.
So then what your argument here reduces to then? It would be sick even though they're mentally at about the same level. So does this mean then that no 20-year-old
They're not
should date?
mentally at the same level.
Why aren't they? If a 70-year-old is in a state of mental decay,
The 70-year-old
right?
probably just doesn't remember things and forgets things, and like a 20-year-old is again dealing with higher
So the
levels
20-year-old
of,
would be taking advantage of the 70-year-old?
probably for its money or something.
Oh, okay. So actually, your argument here then reduces to this: Andrew, nobody under the age of 26 should be dating because they're high in eroticism. They make bad decisions. They make bad choices. So why should they ever date anybody until they're 26? They can't even make informed decisions. Why not raise the age of consent then to 26? Can you tell me why we shouldn't do that?
Because I mean, I think people who are 26 can just date each other.
Yeah, I know, but why shouldn't we raise the age to 26 if people can't make good decisions before the age of 26?
I don't think we should, because I think to a degree you are like an adult by the age of 18.
Well,
Like,
you're an
you are
adult, but you can't
capable of
choose who you
making-
date. You can choose to vote. You can choose to join the military. You can choose to do all of these. You can choose to smoke. You can choose to do all these things, but you can't choose who you date. Really?
You can choose who you date. I just think that
Oh,
the older
okay.
person
So
would be.
why would it be immoral then for a 20-year-old to date a 50-year-old?
Can I make an argument here?
Can you let her finish hers?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just think about it. So first of all, like if you're a mother, you're competing in the same dating market as your daughter. You could potentially
No.
be talking to the same man.
Why is that
Like,
immoral?
It's disgusting. Like,
Why is it immoral? If I use the argument that we should have no LGBTQ because I found it disgusting, would you accept that as an argument?
no, it's just that I think that
So then don't use disgusting as an argument. Tell me why it's morally wrong.
I just think it's morally wrong because, again, like the older man would be taking advantage of the younger woman due to her having a lack of identity. And
But I don't disagree with you
Why
when
are
you
they
say
allowed to date at all until they're 26? Because if they're not competent enough at 20 to pick their partner, right? Why are we letting them pick their partners when they're incompetent? You are taking advantage of them, right?
no, because
By allowing
two
them to make those bad
20-year-olds
decisions?
Like the two 20-year-olds don't have any advantage over each other.
I got a quick question here. Quick question for you.
Mhm.
So your concern here is you said taking advantage of,
Mhm.
right? So like predatory abusive, right? These age gap relationships are predatory abusive.
Predatory, sure. I mean,
Well,
what
you
do
said
mean by-
taking advantage
what kind
of.
of abuse are you talking about?
Well, you said taking advantage of, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, but you would acknowledge that age gap relationships aren't always that way.
Maybe not, no.
Or do you think all age gap relationships, the older individual is taking advantage, as you put it, of the younger individual?
Yeah, generally, like their
Every-
naivety and
But could you imagine a singular age gap relationship where the older individual is not taking advantage of the younger individual?
maybe.
So what would your objection be in that case? If there's no taking advantage of, and it's an otherwise healthy relationship, the older individual has good intentions, what would be your argument against an
It
age
would
gap
still
relationship?
be an association with like the usual dynamic of that kind of relationship.
But I just,
Can I butt in?
I said that there's good intentions.
Like I'm not going to investigate every single age gap relationship. Like I'm just going
Yeah,
to
but
go
you're
based off
admitting
of what
that many age gap
I generally
relationships
see the
aren't evil.
patterns to be.
Well, but I very much agree with your point when you said that women should take a man's finances into consideration when they're dating. They should date for finances. But at the same time, if you flip it back around, I also think that men should be able to date for attractiveness.
I agree.
So you would agree with that. But in the case of a 50-year-old and a 20-year-old, that's just him exercising that right and saying, hey, I'm 50 years old. I want to date a young, attractive 20-year-old, like pure woman.
I think
Does that make sense?
He can go for 25s. Women in their mid 20s are still attractive.
But what if he wants a 20-year-old? There's no problem with him wanting a 20-year-old.
There's actually
Whoa, wait,
scientific evidence that 20 to 23 is peak attractiveness to men of all ages for women. So that's actually
true.
Like,
that is a good point.
I'm not trying to argue their point, because I have been in a relationship where I was underage. In Georgia, the age of consent is 16. I was 17.
We're not talking about underage relationships.
Right, but
Hold
that's,
on.
but
No,
that's
no,
the age
stop,
of consent.
stop.
So that was a relationship that I felt like was not fair because of the age gap. And there is a dynamic within those relationships where there is kind of an authority, on the man over the woman. So it's really just, if you think that that's appropriate in a relationship, then you think that an age gap is appropriate in a relationship. If you don't think that's appropriate, then you don't think that is an appropriate relationship.
Hold on. I'd like you to repeat what you said. So a 20-year-old is a what?
Like, usually 20-year-olds have
said.
the phenotype of a child, like of a young.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Let me investigate this a little bit. You said your original statement was a 20-year-old is a child.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
So are you talking? But now you're talking about their how they look physically. But what about mentally? Is there a mental component there too?
I wouldn't say they're a child. I would say they're just.
When you say phenotype, you mean their body?
Yeah, I think most 20-year-olds look really young.
Do you look? So you look childlike?
No, not me. I mean,
okay.
I'm the exception.
But hold on. So just to be clear, but actually, let's investigate this. So let's say there's a 30-year-old who has this phenotype that you consider childlike. So a man who's attracted to a 30-year-old with, like, perhaps she's not very curvy, perhaps she has like a small breast or a small butt, you would say he's a PDF file for dating a 30-year-old woman, and he's 35?
Yeah.
That's actually
if he's attracted to that phenotype.
Wait, so hold on. Just to be clear, so you're saying that women.
I wouldn't say he's literally a pedophile.
So just to be clear, you're going to throw women under the bus who are perhaps not developed in the breast or the butt or aren't curvy. You're going to say that they're basically that they aren't deserving of like a relationship, or the men that are attracted to them are PDF files. Really?
No,
That's
saying,
literally what you're saying.
If that's what he's specifically attracted to, if he's attracted to that look. And if he thought that, because a lot of times, like I've worked with people, and like I've worked with this one woman. She was like 27, but she looked like she was 19.
But if you're attracted to short women, say a guy likes short women, you can't just say, "Oh, you're a PDF file," because you like short women.
I don't think you literally
younger people are usually short.
So you're figuratively.
So you're figuratively. I think this is a fair analogy. Let me just ask you a single question. Are you saying then that it's immoral for men who are attracted to those women to date them?
Yeah, like I would not date a man who looks like a teenager if I was a grown woman.
So
even if he was my age.
To you. Hang on. So men who are in relationships with women who love them, who look like this phenotypical expression that you're talking about, the man should leave because he's doing something wrong, right?
No, I don't think he should leave. I just don't think men should be attracted to that in the first place. Like,
then it's not immoral.
It is immoral to be attracted to that specifically.
How is it immoral if you're telling them not to leave?
Because again, like I don't know how this relationship thrives. If she's actually of age, for all I know, he could have found out.
She's 30 years old, but she just has the phenotypical expression that you would consider to be childlike, and he's attracted to that. Is he and her doing something immoral?
I think.
Are they doing something immoral? Yes or no? Are they doing something immoral?
I think that the man is immoral for being attracted to that and seeking out that phenotype in the first place.
Okay, but they're together now. Is he doing something immoral by being with her?
No, because he knows
so then
her.
What you're saying is that PDF files, as long as they're with the person who loves them, aren't immoral. That's your logic.
Because he knows this woman. He knows how old he knows. Can you let me speak? Can you please let me speak? He knows how old she is now.
You dug your hole.
He knows how old she is. He knows her mindset and her level of maturity now. Like it's a relationship. And
so
I'm talking about, like, for example, the example I was trying to give where I was working with this woman who was 27, but she looked like she was 19, and she gets approached by men and they're like, "How old are you?" Like, while she looks like a teenager, and they're like, "Oh." She's like, "Oh, I'm 27," and they're like, "Oh, I thought you were like 19." It's like, why
I'm sorry,
are you
you're over
approaching me
here
if you
doing
thought I was
PDF
19?
file apologetics. You're over here saying that men who are with women who look like this phenotype
are themselves PDF files and should stay in those PDF files.
If they're attracted to that look, if you approached a woman who was in her,
for PDF files.
oh my God. Okay, I'm done.
Can we get some more input from the other girls on the panel, like if they agree or if they think the same thing?
Yeah, we'll like open it up on the age gap thing. I do want to continue just a little bit here. I mean, I'm really confused because so you know Sophie Rain. I'm sure you know who she is.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so this is a woman who's fairly curvy, big butt. I don't know if she got some cans, some
Sadly,
bazongas.
I don't
know. She's like 19, but I think she started doing like social media stuff, OF, maybe at 18. I think she's 19 now. Putting aside the fact that she's a sex worker strumpet, you're going to tell me that she's like, she would fit the phenotype of an older woman? So you would prefer men dating her even though she's 19, but she has like a more developed figure versus like a 35-year-old man versus a 35-year-old man dating like a 30-year-old woman who's perhaps like not as, you know, maybe her breasts aren't as large, her butt's not as large, she's not as curvy. You think that, I'm just trying to understand the logic.
No, I think Sophie Rain looks like younger than what she actually is. Like in the face, she looks 14. Or her body is
now
grown.
It just has to do with
her body is grown, but her face looks young. But she's 20, I believe.
She looks her age. I don't know what you're.
She's 20
about.
actually, and
okay, she's 20. Fine.
I mean, what do you?
So which one? Which one is worse in your worldview?
Like for example, Jenna Ortega, I think is her name, the Hispanic girl who did the gothic.
Yeah, Jenna Ortega.
Roll Wednesday.
So just to be clear, you're gatekeeping, like if a woman just, what if, I mean, that's just her genetics. She's just, you know.
I'm not saying she's ugly. I'm not saying any of that. But if a man is attracted to that specific phenotype, and that's what he usually goes for, then that would probably be signs of.
Well, but even if she's 30 years old?
Wait, hold on, just to be clear.
Again, I'm not going to date a man who's 30 years old but looks like he's 17.
Wait, I have a question
I'm just
for
not
you.
doing it.
I have a question for you. So when it comes to like, do you agree that like when it comes to childhood nutrition, like that's going to have an impact on your development? And there's some countries that have like, hold on. There's some countries that have like worse childhood nutrition. You'd agree with that? And so this is going to have an impact on, you know, like perhaps how they develop, right?
Maybe.
I think
Stop. Hold on. Okay. So just to be clear, I want you to make a statement that men who find women who live in certain countries, who perhaps these are developing countries, they're third world countries, men who are men in those countries who find that body type attractive because, hey, perhaps there's not good nutrition, whatever, that these men across the board in these countries who are not well developed, they're PDF files in this country.
They are not PDF files, but they.
Oh, no. Hold on.
If they're attracted to that specifically, then yes, they are.
What if the majority of
if you know that they're adult women, then you're not a pedophile.
What if the majority of the women in those specific countries have that phenotype? Are the men PDF files?
I mean, no, as long as those women are of age.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, they are of age. They're adult women.
Yeah.
What about?
But they're attracted to the phenotype, which you said indicates that these men are PDF files.
I think that, you know, if that's what their specific type is and that's what attracts them, then yeah.
Okay, so there are certain Asian countries that I can think of where like these are developing countries, and because of this, like the childhood and, you know, throughout their teenage years, the nutrition isn't necessarily there. This is going to perhaps have an impact on, you know, their bodily development. You know, when it comes to, for example, height in these countries is lower because it comes down to nutrition, right? Mm-hmm. So are these men who live in these countries, are they PDF files?
No, because they're dating.
And we can say this about Latin America. We could say certain Latin American countries. We could say this about certain.
Do those men look like children too?
Hold on. We could say this about certain countries in Africa. I just want you to say that the men in these countries are PDF files. Go ahead.
No, they're adult women.
What about runway models?
So then what's the problem? What's the problem with an adult man dating an adult woman and this woman happens to have the phenotype which you think is not developed enough?
It's if you again with the actress Jenna Ortega, right? She literally looks like she's 14, but she's like, how old is she? I think she's like 23. Yeah, I don't know, but
who are you to dictate what a woman is?
Now you're gaslighting me. I'm not saying what a woman is.
You're saying that like, I'm just trying to understand, like, so a woman with small breasts, for example, an A or a B cup, you don't think she's like deserving of love because of her body type?
I'm not saying that.
I mean, that's kind of what you're getting at.
Because the people that would be more likely to be attracted to her would be...
what Chris donated $200. Ask women to open a pickle jar and...
We already did.
I don't know how that got... I don't even
We
know how
already
I triggered
did. She opened it.
I have a question.
Hold on, one sec. It's just like, you're basically... These, like, if a woman has an A cup or a B cup, one, you're just the men who are attracted to her.
It's
like,
not about her body type. It's about her face.
You said phenotype.
Yeah, phenotype includes the face.
Can we talk about
like it's
how
not
that
just about
relates?
like women who are flat chested?
Wait, so okay, just to be clear, so you'd be okay. Let's say there's a 14-year-old who looks like she's 25. You're okay with like men being attracted
If
to
he's
her?
attracted to that girl, then he's attracted to what a girl. But if he finds out her age and he's still, then that would be pedophilia. Yes.
I don't know. You're doing some crazy apologetics.
If she looks like a grown woman and he's attracted to the way that she looks,
this is consistent. So what she's saying is consistent. So she's saying this. Okay, and let me just steel man it. You can tell me if I get your position wrong. She's saying if a man is attracted to a phenotype which looks adolescent, then he's a PDF file. That's what you're saying. So you're saying that if a man was attracted to an adolescent who had the development of like a 25-year-old, so he wouldn't know, so he is not a PDF file, right?
If he didn't know her age and he's attracted to the way she looks, then no, that would not be pedophilia.
Right. So I'm correct, right?
Exactly.
I still made your position correctly?
Yeah.
Okay, so I just have one quick question for you. Do you agree with me, and do you agree with Brian and the men here, and I'm sure every woman here, that if a man were engaged with a woman, okay, who had, he found out was in that age bracket, he didn't know before, that he should leave immediately, even if she had those same phenotypical adolescent, she like phenotypically looked adolescent, but he thought she was 25 or whatever, he should get away immediately if she is actually underage, right? He's doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, great. But if the same man was engaged with a woman who phenotypically had that expression who was 25, you say he should stay. How's that not pedophilia or PDF file apologia? Can you explain that to me?
Wait.
Because what you're saying is, you're saying if you are a PDF file and you're engaging in this activity, you should stop immediately, and then you hold a double standard for the same man who's engaging in that same nature of activity by your own admission. So you're apologizing for the PDF file. There's no way around it.
No, because that woman would actually be of age.
Yeah, but he's attracted to that phenotype, which means he's a PDF by your own admission. And if you're saying he should stay with her, then that means you're doing PDF apologia.
Okay, yeah, sure. Actually, I could get behind that. Yeah, he would be a
So
pedophile
you
if he was
are a
attracted to
PDF
that
apologist. Thank you.
How am I a PF apologist, though? It's not actually pedophilia if she's of age.
You literally just said that if he's attracted to that phenotype, he's a PDF. If you then say they should stay together because they love each other, because they're both of age, then you are saying that this PDF, right, should be with this woman, even though he's a PDF. It's PDF apologia. You're saying that as long as you're attracted to that phenotype and the chick still likes you, it's fine. Yeah?
No.
But okay, so he should leave her then, right?
I don't think he should leave her.
Oh, well then I guess
I
you're
just
a
think
PDF
he would be
apologist. I don't know what to
a
tell you.
weird person. Like,
Why do you want this PDF to be with this woman? What sort of monster are you?
because if he was a PDF, he would actually be with a child.
Oh, wait a second. So now we have a distinction, don't we? So now you have said now that a PDF actually is not a person attracted to this phenotype. It's a person who's with a child. So you just switch your argument. That's it. It's over. It's done. Now we have a clear distinction as to what you actually consider a PDF to be.
Yeah,
It did not
again,
go
so
well for you.
again, if he's initially attracted to this phenotype, that would make him a pedophile. But,
I know, but you want
if
him to
he's
stay
already
with
in the
that
relationship and this woman is grown, she has a grown mentality, he knows her real age, then no, it wouldn't be pedophilia.
Why would you want her to be around a PDF file?
What do you mean?
Andrew.
What are you talking about?
If he's attracted to that phenotype, he's a PDF file, right?
Yeah.
And she should
specifically attracted to that phenotype.
And she should stay with him because she loves him. Why wouldn't you demand that she get away from the PDF file?
I mean, I probably would if he was specifically attracted to that phenotype.
Now you would. It's like a tube of toothpaste.
No, because I didn't understand what you were saying before, but I get what you're saying.
I just
you see how silly this is? Totally silly. It makes no sense.
It does. It absolutely does. If you're attracted to a woman who looks like a child, you're probably a pedophile.
I bet this sounded really good on paper until you thought about it for 2 seconds. Like, it makes no sense. You're actually advocating that this woman stay with a person you consider to be a PDF file, which is PDF file apologia. Do you get it now?
I don't know.
Wait, hold on. Do you believe in like body positivity?
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Okay, that's fine. But I mean, why are you gatekeeping like what an adult
body
woman looks like? Like, you do realize women come in different shapes and sizes.
I'm not gatekeeping.
You're literally gatekeeping. You're saying
you're telling us we can't.
You're literally saying, as a man, if you're not attracted to a curvy woman with large boobs,
I never
and a
made
fat
any
ass,
specific
like if you
statements
happen
to the phenotype. I'm just saying, if you look at someone and they look like a kid. They look like
I have a 12-year-old niece. She's taller than me. She has big boobs, like big butt. I'm 25. I've been 5'4", 120, B cup. Since I was 15. So my 12-year-old niece, she looks
I'm not
more
talking about the body type. I understand that women can have flatter chests, women can have smaller
if a guy's
hips.
to me and I'm smaller, how does that make him like? That's just preference, I believe.
And when I was doing runway modeling, right, and I was literally like narrow, like I did not have any curves on my body. Any guy that was attracted, that is a body type. You're talking about. I had a literal.
If he's attracted to
I was so small. So now
but it's
that
not
I have
just
curves,
that
a man is allowed to
specifically.
date me. But before, when I was doing runway, a man wasn't allowed to date me. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Yes, like a man shouldn't be attracted to a child, but having boobs or having a butt does not make you a woman.
That's not what I said. That's exactly. You guys keep putting words in my mouth. I never said anything. I never said anything about butt and boobs.
I asked you about curves. I asked you about boobs. I asked you about butt.
I never said anything to that.
Yes, you indicated towards women who have smaller breasts, smaller butt,
I said
and
women
less
who
curvy.
look like children.
Huh?
Women who look like children.
Well, without makeup, people think I'm like 15 all the time.
And when I was doing runway, people thought that I was like 14.
Look, I'm just saying, I feel like women already struggle enough when it comes to like body image issue stuff, and like now you're trying to add on some extra layer.
It's
now,
not about
stop,
the
shut
body.
up,
Oh my
stop
God.
interrupting. So now you're adding on another layer here, where like women who do have this phenotype now need to all of a sudden be concerned. Oh, is this guy? I really like this guy. He really likes me. Is he a PDF file? Do you realize how crazy that is? A woman with A cup or B cup breast.
Oh my God.
Is he a PDF file? That's literally what you're advocating for. Women already struggle enough with that shit. Why?
If
why
she
you
has
gotta,
a baby face, like for example, Sophia Rain.
Okay, baby face.
Sophia Rain, we were talking about. She looks like a kid, even though she has a curvy body.
Okay, so
it would be wrong for me to be attracted to her? That would be PDF file.
Yeah, that brings up a whole different can of
That's more
worms that I
complicated
don't-
because her body looks grown.
No,
but her
commit to
face
the
looks-
position. Is he a PDF
am I a PDF file if I'm attracted to
Sophia
Sophia? Which?
Come on, commit to the position.
No, because she
I hate
doesn't look
saying
like she's 14. She looks like she's 19.
You said in the face that she looks like. How about he just saw her face? He never saw her body.
Then yeah.
But
probably.
but he knows that she's 20. But never seen her face, never seen her body, just her face. But he knows she's 20. Is he a PDF file?
Well, if he knows he's 20, then.
Well, help me out with this.
If he didn't know, then I would say yeah.
I'm just very
If he
curious.
didn't
about
know,
this
yes.
last question. Just a yes or no here would be appropriate. But you can respond long form if you need to. I'm just curious. These women who do have these phenotypical expressions that you say, and men who are attracted to those phenotypical expressions are PDF files, would that not entail then that woman should only be with men who aren't attracted to her?
No, she should just be with men.
Well, I don't understand. How could she be with a man who was attracted to her unless that man was a PDF file?
I just think that you should probably. Oh my God.
Damn, bro. I gotta come to the defense of like women with small titties, bro. You're doing a lot. You're throwing a lot of shade at like small titty women, bro.
Oh my
Come
God.
on, that's crazy. Yo, put a little respect.
Yeah.
Put a little respect on the small titty committee.
Wait, can I please get an answer?
Yeah, can you get an answer?
How could a woman who had those phenotypical expressions have a man who's attracted to her and that man not be a PDF file? Can you explain that to me?
A man who knows her age, a man who
No, he doesn't
gets
know her
to know
age.
her through her personality.
No, he doesn't know her age, okay? He's attracted to her, okay? He assumes that she's overage, right? But he's attracted to her. Based on those phenotypes specifically, he's attracted to her. Wouldn't all men who approached her have to do it based on the fact they're not, and even, you know what, even better, even if they knew her age, right, but were just attracted to that phenotype, right, you would still have to concede here that this woman could not be with any men who were attracted to her based on her phenotype, because they would be PDF files. Therefore, no men who were attracted to her could actually be with her, right?
I see what you're saying there.
Can he answer?
I'm agnostic on that. 'Cause I'm not gonna say that women shouldn't find love with men who are of their age just because they look younger. I'm not gonna say that.
Okay.
I'm agnostic on that.
Wait, how about this?
That's great.
Whatever, bro.
He had to walk and get a beer. Wait, how about this? So what about women who are attracted to tall men? I think that this is actually evidence of not the PDF stuff, but it's actually evidence of incestuousness.
What?
Because-
How are you gonna connect that?
Here you go. This is the same like totally bogus toaster brain logic. So because you as a woman, when you were young, you looked up at your father and you like admired your father because he was so tall. That's why you're attracted to tall men, is because you look and you women who are attracted to tall men are all incestophobes.
We're getting into
No,
some
I
Sigmund Freud shit.
On average, men are taller than women, so that would explain. Like,
I see what you were
women's
trying to do,
attraction
Brian.
Yeah, I know.
I see
It
what you were
doesn't make
trying
any
to
sense.
do.
It's just like anyways, whatever.
Sorry,
All right.
Brian.
Yeah,
Didn't
yeah.
work.
Is that a dad joke?
We have Mustafa. I thought you idiots were quitting this stupid joke of a podcast. Here's some dollars. Use it to get a real job. All right, you're right, man.
Thank you,
I'm going to
Mustafa.
become a power line guy or something. I do also need to do some shout outs here for, we have one, Bunny Rabbit on Cash App sends in $5. Yo, thank you. W's in the chat for Bunny Rabbit. Guys, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod, if you want to send it in without any cut going. All right, let's get into this here. We're going to have Stifler come in here with a question. Stifler, ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7. Starting with, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to go a bit out of order here. Starting with you.
I mean, I would pick 7, but I guess I'd say 8.
You can. Okay. Going back to Michaela and then back.
I would say 10.
10. Okay.
A 6.
6. All right.
Wow.
9.
That's
All right.
10.
10. Okay.
I would say 7, but 6.
All right.
I think I'm a 10.
10. Okay.
I'd give myself an 8.
All right.
On camera, I look like an inbred 5, but in real life, I'm a 9.
Wait, sorry. Wait, I missed that last part.
An inbred 5 on camera.
No, the last part.
I think I'm an 8. We'll go with that. I was thinking more.
Okay, we'll go with that. What do you give yourself?
I stick with a consistent 8.
I give myself a 5. Andrew, what about you?
Well, I'm clearly a 10.
Oh no, Andrew.
Wait, why are you laughing? You don't believe that?
Not without the beard, Andrew.
Andrew,
you
you're
need the
not.
beard
You
back.
Without the
you
beard.
don't believe I'm a 10?
Not without
It's
your
not-
makeup
so
on.
It's not just a subjective value. It's not just how I feel that makes me beautiful. There's something else that makes me beautiful other than that. What would those things be?
My opinion.
Are you asking, from your viewpoint, are you a 10, or are you asking from the view of society, would you be considered a 10? Because that's two different
that's what the
things.
heart of the question is. Do you think that we care about the opinion of, well, first of all, most people are going to lie about this, right? So the thing is we're asking you from the observer standpoint. What do you think the observer, if there was 100 men who all rated you, what would it average out to? What would the average be?
For me, personally?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't wear makeup or anything to alter my appearance more towards a higher end of the scale. So I don't know if that's something to take into consideration. But with that said, I would say that I would be considered around an 8, just from what people have told me in the past. And that's, just what I've...
Then I'm a 10.
Okay, you can be a 10.
Then I think that, what? I don't understand. Why are you laughing?
Because I don't know what people have rated you. I'm not gonna...
It sounds like you don't believe me.
Okay.
It sounds like you
I don't think that looks are the most important
thing. You think that
thing.
maybe wait, you think I'm delusional? Do you think that...
I think you are delusional from this podcast. I do think you're delusional.
I think about myself in my head isn't true?
I think that looks aren't the most important thing, but
yeah, that's not what I asked you.
I understand what you're asking me, and from my perspective, you are not my version of a 10. So I can't speak for other people. I'm not in their brains, but from my perspective, you're not a 10.
I'm not asking you from your perspective. I'm asking you from the average woman. Okay. If 100 average women rated me, clearly they'd put me at a 10, right?
I can't speak for the average woman because I do not have the minds.
I'm not
of
asking
every
you to
single
speak
woman
for
here.
them. I'm asking what you think.
Okay, so you are asking me my opinion on how I would rate you then. I can't speak for every other
you
woman.
think other women would rate me. So are you saying that...
That's still from my opinion, though. That's what I would believe you would be rated. That doesn't make any sense.
If I intricately don't
the logic
know
isn't there.
How all other people feel about being murdered, I can't make the general statement that they won't like it.
See, so that's something that's a moralistic issue. Your looks are not a moralistic issue.
Stop. Before you start spurging out, I would like you to answer directly the question I'm asking. Do you think that I could not assess that most people in the world would not want to be murdered, even though I'm not most people in the world?
That is a moral view.
Can you answer the question?
I am answering your question.
Please?
I'm just not answering it how you'd like. That doesn't mean I'm not answering.
No, you just won't answer it, period.
Okay. So give me what is it? Is it a yes or no? Because if so, give me a yes or a no.
Yes or no. Can I assess that or not?
Repeat your question explicitly.
Yeah, if I say I don't think most people in the world want to be murdered, right? Is that a fair assessment, even though I'm not most people in the world?
Yes. But that is a more the reason for that.
Wait, stop.
Hold up, but let me explain the reason for that. The reason behind that is that is a moralistic view. That is taking someone's life. Your looks have nothing to do with whether or not someone wants to be murdered. That is taking their life, right? So your looks are not something that I can objectively say. I don't know how people in India would rate you. I have my views from my perspective in California.
Other people's morals? You think I objectively know their morals? No, I don't objectively know their morals. I'm saying from my standpoint, I think most other people would not want to be murdered. And I think that's what all of them think. I could make value assessments on what I think other people would think, even though I'm not other people. You can do the exact same thing. You can say, I think most people would say, like, oh, I don't know, a person who came out of the ICU with half of their face melted off and a bone sticking out of their head and most of their bones missing, most people wouldn't find them attractive.
Okay, so do something parallel. Do something parallel.
You could actually say that, and that would be fine. Yeah.
Right, but do something parallel. Say like the average person would rate insert celebrity's name at this level. Like that's a parallel. Yeah. Somebody dying or being killed is not parallel to your looks and how people would view you. I can't say that.
Well, wait a second. Then how come I can say with great certainty that a person with half their face melted off, who was missing most of their bones, and they had scars all over the place, and when most people saw them, that was the type of person who went, oh my God. Right? I can make the value assessment that most people would find that unattractive, but you're saying that I can't make the determination on what most people would find attractive? I think that that's silly. And by the way, you yourself already gave us many standards. You said earlier in this conversation, for instance, that you think that most men are attracted to women between the ages of X and X.
No, I didn't say I believe that. That is a scientific study. I also studied psychology in school.
So you're considering this to be
21
a fact,
to 23. That's saying that that's their peak attractiveness, looking at them throughout the lifespan, versus
so those
women
must share certain characteristics with each other. In this case, youthfulness.
Right, youth.
So youthfulness.
But that's
would be
women, not men.
Like,
unless you identify as a woman, I can't rate you based off of that.
Oh, no, you can, because we have in that same study what most women find attractive, don't we?
No, so that
in
actually...
the same age bracket, don't we?
Right. So to me, again, so that makes it my personal opinion because I am of a certain age. Now, if I was of another age, let's say I was a 50-year-old woman, like, I don't know, however old your wife is, then I might find you more attractive at that age than a younger woman looking at you because it's a different age bracket. Women,
I'm not asking
they integrate with age. Men just stay the same. They find 21 to 23 the most attractive throughout all age groups. Women have a buffer of 4 years.
Would think, okay, here, do you think most people would think a Tyrannosaurus Rex was big?
How does that have to do?
Can you answer my question? Do you think most people would think a Tyrannosaurus Rex was big?
Yes.
How are you making that value assessment? You don't have any data for it whatsoever. There's not a single study you've read where people were polled about whether or not a Tyrannosaurus Rex was big.
Because
hang on, stop, let me finish.
This is illogical.
Stop. There's not anything you have to base that on other than you have an assessment and you think most people would agree with this assessment and you think most people would think X. But for some reason you can't apply that same standard here. Tell me why.
Because that is again, a comparison between a large group of people, right? Just like you were saying, a large group of people would not want to be murdered. Yes, that is an easy thing to understand. A large group of people who are average in height would be much smaller than a T-Rex. It doesn't even matter if you're the tallest human being. You're going to be smaller than a T-Rex. So that is something that can be seen from an objective scale. Now, subjectively, I can tell you how I think you look.
Big isn't objective. Big is subjective. What is big to you is not big to me. But we can make the value assessment of what most people, you don't have any data to prove what most people would find to be big. You just make the value assessment. For some reason, though, you can't say what most people, you think what most people would find attractive, even though you yourself, in this case, actually have data for it, which would be youth. Men are attracted to youth. If that's the case, there's going to be all sorts of shared features.
Okay. I can speak from my age bracket. For me, yes, that would be something where you can make it more objective of women my age bracket would not find a man as your age as attractive as a man within the 4 years that they are in. Whether it's 21, whether it's 26, it doesn't matter. Like, they are going to find somebody more attractive that is within their age bracket. It's scientifically proven. Now, I cannot tell you whether
you can make value assessments on behalf of other people. Look at that.
Within my age bracket, that is.
Well, I mean, whatever. When I say most women. Right?
Okay, you're beautiful. Is that what you would like to hear?
You can make an association between all women in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, and still in your head, some type of general average you think would be reasonable. So if I say I'm a 10, and you say, well, for me, you're not a 10. For me, you're not a 10. And I say, well, what do you think most people
That's a great impression of my voice. Thank you so much.
I say, what do you think most people would think? Well, I'm sorry. You're right. It was a bad impression. What do you think most people would think?
Thank you. Yeah. I appreciate that. Now I'm
Is that better for you?
That's great.
Yep. So what do you think most people would think?
I think most people would think that.
No, you didn't even have to do the impression. I already nailed it.
Thank you.
I already nailed it. Like, you didn't even have to.
You know, it's funny because we were having a discussion earlier and you were being very kind, but after that last discussion, you've gotten a lot more aggressive.
Because people don't like to answer direct questions. They like to do what they do what in your boat you would call like a motorboat, right? Where it goes like this. It goes everywhere except straight because you have waves.
That's called did you call that a motorboat?
Yeah. So what happens is, you ever tried to drive a motorboat before?
Yes, I have.
You can't keep it straight on the water, not when there's waves. And so the thing is like, what's going on here is the same thing. When I ask you a direct question, you obfuscate, you go to everything except answering the question. And I don't do that to you. So yes, it's frustrating for me.
I answered in a subjective way. I cannot answer objectively. I have not done a poll of these women. The data that I'm basing my claims off of are thousands of women and thousands of men. I cannot objectively create a poll of how attractive you are. Maybe if I did that on social media, we could see how people would rate you.
I'm asking from your subjective metric what you think most women would think. Subjective.
Okay, so that's different. That's different. That's not
what I asked you originally.
That was not what you originally said. And if it was, then we miscommunicated, and I apologize for my side of that.
So anyway, so that's my question.
Okay, so what would I rate you? That's your question then?
What do you think most women from your subjective metric would rate me?
Okay, from my subjective metric, I would give you a 5. And that's also, if we talk about how you've been berating women, I'd give you a 4 because personality increases.
Yeah, what does that have to do with my looks?
It's in the expression on your face.
Nothing. It has nothing to do with
it does.
Nothing.
Yes, it does. Self-respect and respect towards others does have to do with
If I had never spoken, right?
You've never spoken. You've spoken this whole time.
Hold on.
How
can it be that the value assessment of looks goes up if a person has never said a word?
No. If somebody is a kind human being and they have a good personality, that automatically increases their points. That's literally proven. Charisma.
What does that have to do with anything about looks? Looks, how you look.
It shows on your face what type of personality you have.
What does that have to do with how a person
It's
fucking
how
looks?
you hold your face. It's facial muscles.
It's like talking to a wall. What does it have to do with how a person looks?
Andrew, now you're a 3, okay? You're losing points, all right?
Are we going to get into the negatives?
Wait, so I'm just a little bit confused, though. You made the statement about how, but because he's been bombarding, that's not the exact word you use, bombarding these women. So wait, just to be clear, he's been disagreeing with people.
Yeah,
he's been
has
pretty.
No, but this, I mean, so the original conversation, I will say you were very kind, and it started off, it was positive, but then by the end of it, you were very impolite and not allowing anybody to actually say what they were trying to say.
So I don't consider politeness, nor do I consider niceness to be a virtue.
Okay, that's fine. So it was my subjective view on your looks, and I take that into account.
To be virtuous. If you were a man, this is I love
we're just going to keep going. There's not going to be a solution.
Hang on,
so let's just
Mrs.
stop.
I Love Equality, am I allowed to talk back or no?
Yes, sir.
So Mrs. I Love Equality, if you're a man sitting right there, talk to you exactly the same.
Okay.
And the only difference is you wouldn't care because you'd actually answer my fucking questions.
Okay. Good talk. Honestly, yeah, let's end this conversation.
All right.
Shay,
that was
that's
great.
what I'm saying. You want chivalry?
Ended on a good note.
So I'm going to read a chat, but I have a follow-up thing on this. Lucas, actually, you know what? Michaela, go for it.
Me?
Yeah, if you can read it.
And yet again, an amalgam of vapid ineptitude combined with diluted and unearned high self-esteem. Okay, bubble bursting time. Each and every one of you ranks as nothing more than a mediocrity.
Wow. All right, Lucas coming in hot. Well, we did have a 10, a 9, a 10, and a 10. So pretty high. You know, I'm a pretty good casting director, getting like the most beautiful women.
Good job,
here.
Brian.
I'm
well
good.
done.
I'm good.
The most gorgeous in the world. You always find them right here on whatever.
That,
All you ever have to do
you know what?
ask them.
I need some more. You know, maybe I'll hire somebody. I mean, we need some background characters. You know, so we'll see.
But you do have one man here who's a 10. So I mean, that is the standard.
That is
for
you,
which
Andrew.
All other men are held.
Andrew,
yes.
that is true. I mean, to be fair, Andrew, you without the beard, I downgrade you to a 9 from a 10.
That's what I was saying.
You need to get the beard back. Okay. All right. Just saying.
This is an absolutely biased opinion. I will not have this men of the
I do
world
have a beard.
be assaulted this way by you, Brian.
All right. I apologize. I'm sorry.
Well, wait a second. Hang on. Now,
yeah.
well, now I'm being mean again, right? That's me being mean. And you know,
Can you?
I saw Miss Tone Police back there shaking her head. Look, I'm sorry, Tone Police. I'm sorry. I made a joke. It's okay. Calm down.
We do have a message from, we got a message from Rachel Wilson, Andrew Wilson's wife. When Andrew we should do a Rachel Wilson cameo. When Andrew finally loses his cool a bit after 3 hours of trying to get you to answer a simple question in a straightforward way, you accuse him of being difficult. Wow, no self-awareness. That's from Rachel Wilson, Andrew Wilson's wife. Maybe a cameo later, Andrew?
Yeah, you know, that's the thing that gets me, right? It's like, I actually hold you women to your same standards, right? So I literally hold you to your same standard. I agree with you that you deserve to be treated with respect. So what I want to do is ask you straightforward questions and get straightforward answers. And I'll do the exact same to you. This is how I communicate with every man on planet Earth. For reasons I don't understand, immediately, if the, hey, is this true, goes, well, it could be because it's based on, it's like, no, you don't believe any of that shit. Just give me the actual answer. Somehow that's not being nice or that's not being polite. Yet when I talk to men, this problem doesn't exist. It's almost like there's a standard which they're holding that they think women should be held to, as opposed to standards men should be held to, which is why I don't believe in this equality shit. I don't believe it. I just don't believe them, personally.
Now, what I do want to get into here is there are a couple 10s at the table. Do you guys think, those of you who ranked yourself a 10, and we did have 1 9, so the 9 gets to jump into, do you guys think that all women are 10s?
No. No.
Well, into the mics, guys.
No.
No.
Oh, okay. That's good. Anybody? Does anybody think all women are 10s? Anybody? Going once? Going twice?
Can you point at any woman at the table? Ashley, who's not a 10. any woman at the table who's not a 10, go ahead and point at her. Just anyone will do. Just a single one would be okay. No, it's fine. Just one. Yeah, I'm gonna go get another beer.
All right.
Oh my God, we don't want to be held to a different standard. Oh my God.
We're going to do a follow-up question on this. So, do you think, some of you said 10, 9, so you're very attractive right now, but moving into the future, do you think you will be better looking in 10 years' time? Michaela, you're 22. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time at 32?
Yeah.
Okay, what about 20 years' time, 42?
Yeah.
Okay, 30 years' time, 52. Better looking.
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay.
I feel like I'll just get better looking.
40, sure. 40 years' time, 62?
Yeah. Sure.
50 years' time, 72?
Yeah.
Chick's a MILF.
Okay. 60 years' time, 82.
Yeah.
70 years' time, 92.
Yeah.
80 years' time, 102.
Yeah. I'm still alive.
No, you're still. Yeah, I know you're still alive.
But are you more
better
attractive?
Looking. When's your peak? When are you gonna peak, Michaela?
Like attractive, as in like my
physically, like look better. Yeah.
She just walked all the way up to 100.
She's gonna be hot. she's gonna be hot.
That's fantastic.
Like in the nursing home, just like macking on the Alzheimer's.
Not
patient.
like attractive, as in like so there's no personality in it at all, or like.
No, better looking.
Just looks.
Better looking.
Just
looks.
straight
better
up
looking.
looks.
When's your peak?
Like 72 or.
I don't. Maybe 30.
30. Okay, so
Yeah.
backtrack a little bit.
A little backtrack.
Just a little 70-year backtrack. All right, 30 years old.
All right, you're 20. Better looking in 10 years' time at 30.
No, maybe like 5 years, but not 10.
Okay. All right. You're 20 years old. Better looking in 10 years' time at 30.
Yeah, probably. I probably have some plastic surgery by then.
What if you didn't have the plastic surgery? Still better looking?
Probably not.
Okay, but we'll keep with the plastic surgery.
Yeah.
20 years' time at 40.
I'll still look good,
surgery.
but I won't look better. Probably not.
Yeah, and just clarification, you can still be attractive 30, 40, 50. That's not what I'm saying. There's plenty of women attractive, but it's like a comparison to how you look now versus 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. If you'll be better looking. So 20 years time at 40, yes, no?
No.
Okay. You're 23, Shelby, better looking in 10 years time at 33.
Yeah.
Better looking in 20 years time, 43.
No.
Okay. You're 20 years old, better looking in 10 years time at 30.
Yeah.
Better look 20 years time, 40.
Yeah.
30
but
years.
That's like it. Like 40, I feel like right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. 40 better than 30 or 30 better than 40?
30 better than 40.
Okay, but 40 still better than 20.
No, actually, no. Let me go back.
Okay.
40, sorry.
Wait, 40. Okay. But
No,
then
40.
not 50 though.
No.
Okay. All right. Wait, hold on.
I'm 33.
You're 33. Sorry, I got numbers mixed up. You're 33, better looking in 10 years time at 43.
Probably not.
Okay, and you're 33. Are you better looking now at 33 than you were at 23?
Yes.
Okay. You're 25, better looking in 10 years time at 35?
Yeah.
20 years time, 45?
Probably not.
Okay. You're 21, better looking in 10 years time at 31?
Yes, but after 35, no.
Okay. Is 35 the peak?
I would think, yeah, by 35, I would start to be as attractive.
And then you're 28, better looking in 10 years time at 38?
No, but MILF energy still.
Chick's a MILF.
All right. And then you're 28, better looking 10 years ago at 18.
I'm better looking now.
Better looking now. But going to back to you, you seem to acknowledge that you cited a study that they did where men found women between, I think you said, what is it, 18 to 23,
Right.
24?
I know that contradicts
or 20
my
to
point.
24.
Yeah, so on that, personally, I think that I right now am not as fit as I will be at that age because I plan on circumnavigating. So I'll be on my boat full time. I'll be fishing. I'll be diving. I'll be doing my own like work on the hull. So I'll be a lot more fit since I'll be making all my own food. I'll have to like garden off the back of my boat. And I just think that lifestyle, I will be at the point where I'm going to be more attractive physically because it's such manual labor that I will have more muscle mass and I'll be more.
What about all the sun exposure?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. I was like,
well, I also make my own sunblock, so I'm fine right now. You can see how white I am.
I mean, even with sunblock, there are going to be some like aging impacts.
Yeah, by 50 for sure. That's why I said 35. Like I think 35. That's also you have to realize like as women get older, they start to lose muscle mass. So that's something that I think will make me less attractive. Right, your skin gets a little bit looser unless you do something to fix that, and you lose muscle mass. So I am real about that, and I think once I start to age, I'm not going to be as attractive after 35.
Okay. All right. Damien, how many batches do we have? 1 or 2? You know what? We have used technology to age all of you forward. And we're going to review some photos. And we're going to see, do you better looking? Some of you said, over here, 102, she's going to be sugar spice, everything nice. So let's pull it up.
That's not bad.
Okay.
That's really not
all
bad.
Right. That's, okay.
What age is that supposed to be?
Oh, no.
Chicks a MILF.
That's like 40, 50 maybe. And you said you're going to be like babe status till 100. So
when I'm at the retirement home, I'll come find you. All right.
All right, there you go. All right. Next. Whoa. Wait, hold on. You kind of became white. I don't know what happened. Like you look like a white woman. I don't know what happened. I get it. Okay, never mind. Next.
Oh my god.
Oh
my god.
Wow.
It's so bad.
What happened with the jaw on this
go
one?
Back. Go back too.
No, it's racism. It's racism. There's no way. I'm not gonna look.
1 sec.
Black doesn't crack. I'm not gonna look like that.
Go back to Michaela. So I'm gonna have each of you pick more attractive, younger picture or more attractive, aged.
Oh yeah, my younger.
More attractive.
Was,
okay,
yeah.
next.
Younger
self more attractive here. Okay, next.
I think.
Which one's more attractive?
Oh my god.
Younger,
my younger
older.
self. Yeah.
Okay, next.
Okay.
Wow.
That looks
like a trailer park mom.
Younger.
That actually looks realistic.
Which one more attractive?
Ouch.
No, like that.
I think she's gonna look better than that.
She's gonna look better, but it looks real.
Which one?
The younger one.
Okay. Next.
These are all good
hell
pictures.
no.
Younger. Can we talk about how like photogenic everybody is?
Right.
Everybody
Why
looks
do I
so
look
good.
like that gave me like muffin face. Like it looks like a
Right, where did your jaw go?
There's something going on with the darker skinned women.
Yeah.
The jaw is not working. It's not registering for some reason.
Next.
She looks like a sweet. You
brown
look like you make really good cookies.
I do make really good
Still
cookies.
got that lesbian energy. That is what I'm talking about.
Next.
Okay. Oh, dang girl.
That's actually not. That's
I'm
not bad.
Scared, honestly.
Which one do you think is more attractive?
I think younger.
Okay. Next.
I don't want to see it. Yeah, that was horrible. What did it do to my?
That's not bad.
It's not even bad.
Looks like you have Botox on your forehead.
Yeah, I just got a big.
Wait,
forehead.
is there a difference?
No, there's none actually. Which one's
there's
which?
There's a bit.
Man, you have the best one so far. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Really?
All right. I mean,
Okay,
yeah.
thanks.
Okay.
Surfer chick.
Next.
Oh, you're so cute.
It's my Nana.
Does she look a bit like Britney Spears a little bit?
A little bit. I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay. And then next.
In college, they would just scream
gosh.
Britney.
Let's see it.
Oh my god, you look like the doctor off of Grey's Anatomy.
Silver
Oh my
Fox.
God.
That right there.
Next.
is-
McDreamy. Oh my
Yep, there we go. There we go, Andrew.
Next. Of course.
It's the natural aging process.
Do you have another batch or that was it? Okay, check if another one comes through. But all right, we have. I'm gonna have Bella read this one. Go ahead, Bella, from Lucas. Thank you, Lucas.
Props, Brian, always bringing tens. Cavalcade of the face that launched 1,000 ships. All Helens of Troy. Crew.
Come on, you know how to say this. You know the second. There you go. You're too slow. Here, I'll pull it back up.
I'm illiterate. Looks like we got ourselves a snowflake.
Ferdinand Magellan.
Who's
that? I don't. What?
This is roasting with that.
This is like I was going to circumnavigate.
Vague roast.
What is a Ferdinand?
Very vague.
Who is that? And also, isn't Snowflake a liberal?
I guess a conservative could be a snowflake.
I think a snowflake
Yo,
is
Lucas.
just
W's in the chat for Lucas, man.
like someone who's easily triggered.
Does anyone know who that is? Ferdinand?
I
don't.
Tell you. I know who Helen of Troy is.
I need to do a couple shout outs here super quick. Okay, guys, if you want to support without a cut being taken, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod, call in. Thank you for the 10. If you're not doing the pod, do you have any trade skills? I don't. Harrison Douglas, thank you for the 5 on Venmo. Fishing, LOL. Yo, thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right, guys, we are going to actually hold on.
I have a question before you move on. Right?
Go for it.
For the male guest, actually. I've been kind of taking some notes as you've been kind of issuing out some of your arguments. One of the things you said, I think I may take disagreement with. You brought up that you think that young women should be attached to finance.
Wait, sorry. One thing I got to.
Wait, who's?
I got to interrupt really quick. I'll let that conversation go. Canute rated with a Canute. I know who you are, man. He's like a shredded bodybuilder guy. Also, I think he's plays World of Warcraft. Yo, thank you so much for the raid, man. Appreciate it. This guy's like a streamer OG. Really appreciate the raid, dude. I didn't know you watched the podcast. Thank you so much, man. We also got a bodybuilder here. You want to? Maybe you know him. Do you know Canute?
I've never heard that.
Give him a double buy.
I can't even see what.
Fuck, bruv. Oh my. There we go, bro. Yo, thank you so much for the raid, man. We're actually we are talking about nothing to do with bodybuilding or World of Warcraft. All right, I don't know what is he. Yo, hold on, I'll pull up the Twitch chat. What was he streaming? The Raiders from. First off, Canute. Am I saying his name right? Let me do a shout out. Canute. What was he streaming? Twitch chat. What was he streaming? Tell me. Newt? Yes, Canute is right. He was arguing with AI. Somebody in the chat says, drop the cycle, blonde guy.
100%
He was lifting in the gym.
Natural
he mostly does
bodybuilder.
IRL. I think I was watching the OnlyFans meeting from a couple days ago, and I saw him. He was like the rip guy in the beanbag. Yeah, I saw him. Yo, Canute, man, really appreciate the raid. Anyways, back to it. Sorry, Andrew. I just wanted to shout it out just because it came in right then and there.
The show must go on.
Show must go on. Go ahead, Andrew.
Show must go on. So when you were talking earlier, one point of agreement that you seem to have quite a bit is that young women should focus on choosing based on finance.
I think that it's okay for them to do that. Yeah. I don't have anything against women.
They should do that. You agreed that they should.
I think that they should choose someone who has the ability to provide for them. Yeah.
I agree that.
Maybe I shouldn't say should. I don't think that there is a moral problem with a woman deciding to be with a man because of his financial situation. That's how I should phrase it.
Sure. Do you think though that that's extremely valuable to a woman to be with a man who's financially set?
Do I think it's extremely valuable? Mm-hmm. I think it is valuable.
I think it is valuable. Yeah, I agree. So my question is, don't you think that young people are really stupid when it comes to money and the assessment of money and the assessment of future planning for themselves when it comes to money?
Most young men, yes, 100%. Yeah.
Then why wouldn't you promote arranged marriages?
I actually, that's really funny that you get into that, because I am not completely opposed to arranged marriages. I really don't have that big of a problem with it. In fact, my mom teases me about that because she says, Brandon, we'll just have to get an arranged marriage for you.
Yeah, so you're not opposed to arranged marriage?
I'm not completely opposed to it, considering the person that chooses the match does, knows both the parties. And understands good matchmaking. I would be afraid I would get set up with someone that I wouldn't want to be with. But then again, that is the downside of arranged marriages. So
well, the father and mother would be the chooser, right?
Yeah, and I think my parents would do a pretty good job.
What if they can't agree? Who gets to make the ultimate decision?
Definitely my dad.
Your dad. Okay. So then ultimately you would be a patriarchist, right?
Yes. Well,
okay.
Yeah.
Then
that word is loaded, but yes.
Why all this talk of egalitarianism from you tonight? Why all of this equalization talk from you?
What are you talking about, the egalitarian? What have I said that was equality? Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead. You can.
No, I am not pro equality. In terms of like the discussion that was going on earlier, I think that you were right when you say that Christianity is patriarchal, and I very much agree with the church's decision to not have females in the clergy.
Okay, gotcha. I wanted to get some of these. So here's the thing, right? You've been somewhat, I'm not gonna lie to you, right? You've been a bit attacked in these chats. Because, well, one, they don't know you, and we haven't really gotten a chance to get to any of your positions. And I think now is a good time to actually get to some of those positions.
That sounds great.
So you are a patriarchist. You do believe in arranged marriage. You do think that that's actually a good idea.
It's not the worst idea.
If we come down to an arranged marriage, it should be the father who chooses.
Yeah, I would say that that could be the case. Yeah.
Gals at the table, can I just get a raise of the hand of any of you who would agree with that?
Nobody's agreeing with that one.
Nobody.
Oh, wow.
You got one?
For business reasons.
For business reasons.
Can you not have the hat on?
What?
You want to expand on that?
I have to think about it a little bit, but two families coming together for the greater good. I just putting all your work and blood together, and money is part of that, and who you marry into is important.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Well, I just wanted to, it's nice to get your positions out there a little bit. You know what I mean? There's been quite a bit of crosstalk, and it seemed like there was a lot of ground given when we would get to kind of the talk of egalitarianism, but it's hard to determine from the listener standpoint if this is an internal critique you're doing or if these are positions you hold. And so there's a good chance for you to expound on those positions. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. No, I think that the man is the patriarch of the family. I think that he has the overall say. I think that society in general should be based more around the nuclear family and the man assuming those positions. I think that we've steered away from that. I think that it ultimately points us in the direction of chaos as women become more masculinized and men become more feminized. Part of my job, as a fitness coach and with a lot of the guys that I work with, I just help them become more masculine and sort of take on more masculine roles. I encourage them, as a coach to go out there and try to become more of a man so that we can continue to advance society in the right direction, because I think there's been a lot of chaos with equality, and I don't agree with equality.
I
don't think there should be equality.
Before Brian moves on, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I understand how this always seems to the guests, but because there's so many people here, you try to get to all of them. So just kind of my last question is ultimately,
if we were to ultimately reduce your worldview to like some semblance of a thing that we could easily make palatable to everybody who's listening, it sounds like you're on the kind of Christian nationalist, also patriarchy camp. Would that be correct?
I would say that is correct. Can I ask you a question? What am I getting roasted for in the chat? I'm genuinely interested. What's the biggest hang up?
Well, listen, you have to understand that if people don't know you, and you have thousands upon thousands of people watching you, not everybody always understands the distinction between if you're doing an internal criticism, meaning you say, hey, let's dive into these views. I agree with this, I don't agree with this, versus your actual stance. Do you understand,
Gotcha.
you understand the distinction?
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to sort of put that out there. Yes, I'm very pro-patriarchy. I'm not pro-equality. And yeah, I'm a Christian nationalist is an extreme way of putting it. But yeah, I definitely do think overall, you know, this nation should return to basic Christian values. I was raised, my dad's a pastor, so he's a pastor, Presbyterian pastor, and I went to school and I studied, you know, Christian apologetics and things along those lines. So
okay.
That's my
All
camp.
Right. Well, we got that out of the way.
There you go. Thank you.
Ryan, go ahead.
All right. Can I have you read this, Michaela? Oh, boy. Thank you, Lucas. Before it disappears.
Holy shit. The level of illiteracy. Magellan was the first man to circumnavigate the globe. You are a snowflake. Your butt hurt because Andrew isn't nice. He's direct, pointed, and forthright. That's laughable.
Laudable.
Oh, okay.
Laudable, yeah. Quick response. quick response, please.
Okay, well, I'm sorry that I also hurt your feelings, apparently, because you felt the need to put that in the chat, but I didn't know who the first person was who circumnavigated, so thank you for that. That's good knowledge to have. Thank you.
But just also, it's just Magellan.
Yeah, okay, Magellan.
Magellan.
I was...
What?
Okay.
I don't understand.
No, you're just a little solipsistic. Like, I feel like you think everything is directed to you or about you, but I was actually directing.
A snowflake.
I was making the Magellan.
What?
Just forget it. Just forget it.
I didn't follow that one. So.
Yeah. All right. Pull up Twitch really quick because I just want to shout out Twitch. Yo, guys, if you're still here from Canute, thank you again for the raid, man. There it is, Canute. Guys, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Guys, if you enjoy these streams, just drop us a follow if you have a Prime sub. Drop us a Prime sub. Sabrina, thank you for the Prime. Bronzy, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's get back into it. We have a lot to get over, so I'm going to try to do it as quickly as possible. Let's go to Mecca. Mecca, you said, why do guys think that just because you had something casual with them that you want to move things further? Like, can we keep things chill, no label, be cool, not looking for anything more?
Yeah, because I feel like some guys, like, if you think they're cute or, like, you hooked up with them, I feel like they think as a girl, like, you're more emotionally, like, attached. And it's like, no, you're just cute. That's it. That's all. Like, I don't want to be anything with you. I don't want to further this. But, like, I feel like they get that, like, you know, you want to keep talking to them. It's like, yeah, we can still be friends, but that's it.
Are you saying that you're using men for sex and they're having a problem with that?
They do that to us, too. I mean, I get the problem when they're like, well, they like automatically think that I think, or girls in general think that, oh, she wants more. It's like, no.
Do you think that the assumption is correct that most women tend to pair bond with men, obviously, like during sex, and that's why they expect the woman to become more emotionally attached? Or do you not believe that that's a fair assumption?
I mean, I've met girls like that, but I've also met girls like that have the same like idea as me, as like you can still like hook up or like be casual and like leave it at that.
Would you say that that's a masculine quality for a woman to have, to use a man, to want to use someone for sex?
I guess I never really thought about it that way, but because, you know, guys,
women are becoming hyper masculine.
Can I say something here? From a scientific perspective, women actually release oxytocin when they have sex with somebody, at least once they've had sex 3 times, versus men don't. So that it is true that women will be bonded to a man, you know, whether or not you actually give into that and you like force yourself to not have that, your brain's still going to release the oxytocin if you've slept with a man for more than 3 times. Versus men don't have that reaction. Actually, sometimes if they have sex with a woman and they're not in love with them, they have the opposite reaction where they no longer find that woman attractive, which is a very interesting
If I sleep with a woman, she releases it on the first time.
Brian, you're a virgin, Brian. Stop it. What are you saying?
Right. Yes.
What do you say? Do you feel more empowered by like going around and sleeping with men and then sort of almost getting back at them and sort of using them for sex because girls so often use men for sex?
Heaven forbid these men want a relationship. Oh my God, these fucking
They're
scumbags,
terrible
dude.
people,
These
man.
fucking scumbag
Terrible.
men
No,
but they
wanting a
don't. That's the
relationship with you, Mecca? Fuck those guys.
Wait,
fuck
and
those
aren't you-
pieces of shit.
You're a single mother, aren't you? So you're a single. Wait, you are, right? Yeah. So you're a single mother, and you're not looking for, like, actively not looking for a relationship.
Yeah, no, I don't even like hook up. But I'm like saying that as like when I was like younger, like I noticed like a lot of guys be like, they think you want more, and it's like, no, like we could just, you know, fucking move on.
From all of my experiences with single mothers, I feel like they are, no, I can tell you with 100% certainty, every single mother that I have had an interaction with was desperate to be in a relationship. That's a personal thing. So I can say that you are, I get hit up by single moms a lot. I can genuinely say you are the first single mother I have ever met that wasn't actively looking to get into a relationship.
Yeah, because I feel like for me also, it's like I don't want to introduce another guy into my kid's life.
Why?
Because I would have to like get to know you for like a good while, because that's just like a different level.
But don't you think that the kid having a father figure is super
Well, she still has her dad
important?
just because we're not together.
Okay, so you guys split the time?
Yeah.
Okay, so she does have a father
Yeah.
figure. Okay, but you obviously broke it off with this man because you thought that he had characteristics that you didn't like, that you didn't really want to continue to be associated with. So why would you let that rub off on your daughter instead of going out and actively seeking to find like a masculine man that can be a good
That's funny
example
because
for your
people
kid?
ask me that. Well, I broke it off with my kid's dad because he cheated. So people always say, "Oh, you're not a good example." I'm like, well, I wouldn't want my daughter to stay with someone that cheated on her, especially while you're pregnant, dealing like with like being a mom for like the first 4 months. I wouldn't want my kids to go through that. So
wouldn't you want to find another man that wouldn't do that,
Yeah,
would
but-
instill those values in your child?
yeah, but that's not my priority right now. And also, like, you don't have a kid, right?
No, I do not.
So I feel like once you do have
I'm
a
a
kid, you're
virgin.
kind of
Would that be the immaculate conception?
That would be, I am the virgin Brandon.
That's
I
a
feel
lie.
like the
He
people
steps
you
into
want
a room
around
and
your
the chick's already
kid,
pregnant.
like you don't want everyone around your kid. Like you wouldn't want everyone around your kid. You wouldn't want just any guy meeting your kid all.
So you'd have to vet them.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Do you think that, I have a question for you. Do you think your kid would approve, or would you approve of your kid like being who you are right now, going out and like sleeping with guys and not looking for a relationship?
right now,
is it
I'm
a
not
daughter?
sleeping with
It's a
guys.
son, right?
It's a girl.
It's a girl. Okay,
Yeah.
so perfect. That fits the analogy. Would you want your daughter going out and sleeping with multiple men, not looking for a relationship?
If she wants to do that, if she wants to just.
Okay.
Who am I to tell her no? She's gonna
Okay.
be a grown woman.
You think you'll say that when you're older, when she's out there doing that exact same thing?
Well,
Do you
as
think you'll
long
give her
as,
that advice?
You know, she's over 18 and it's consensual, and if she can fuck who she wants to fuck, I don't care.
No, that's very interesting. It's
Well,
just
what
interesting.
Do you think,
Yeah.
What do you think her, just a quick question. Like, let's say that you were with a good man. What do you think he would say?
Wait, what?
If you were with a good man, right, who was like an excellent role model for your daughter, what do you think he would say?
My
If that
kid's
same
dad
question
or
was posed to him.
my kid's dad or the guy, the new guy?
No, that's not what I asked. Listen closely to what I'm asking. If you were with a very good man, what do you think his response to the same question you were just asked would be?
I don't think he could say anything because that's not his kid. So I wouldn't even allow him to be in that place to say anything to her.
So then if you were with a good man you would say that the good man's place was not to tell his stepdaughter not to be promiscuous?
I feel like a good man for me would have the same like ideas and beliefs.
So the good man.
Not
for
sure
you
why
is
that
going-
triggered again, but okay.
A good man to me would like someone that's like like-minded in thinking. So if I don't care what my kid's doing and that's not your kid, you shouldn't care either.
Well, why would he ever want to be in the position to be a stepfather to your kid if he was not in a position of authority?
Well, to a certain extent, but.
Well, what extent? He's
Well, I
not
don't know,
allowed to
'cause
have
I haven't-
input on her promiscuous lifestyle? Like, what?
If she's over 18, no, because she's an adult.
Why not?
She can make her own decisions.
I'm sorry, do you have a mom in your life?
Yeah.
Does she give you advice?
Yeah.
Aren't you over 18?
That doesn't mean I have to listen.
Yeah, it doesn't
what does
mean
she
have to
tell
listen.
you?
I asked what he would say, not
she
if she
doesn't
would
care.
listen. Is it your mom's place when she gives you all that unasked advice that you don't fucking care about, where you're like, shut up, Mom, I'm tired of hearing this. I hate, enough, Mom, enough. Just get out of my business, Mom. No, but she doesn't care. She gets in your business anyway because she loves you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so don't you think a good man would do the same thing?
Yeah, but most parents don't really, like, I don't talk to mom, like, she doesn't ask me about, like, sex and stuff, like, but every parent and a child has, like, a
Well,
different
hang on.
relationship.
Is it that she wouldn't care, or is it that you omit it? Like, if you went to your mom and you were like, hey, Mom, you know, like, I've been sleeping with a lot of dudes. Would she be like, yeah, you should stop doing that?
She would probably be like, girl, why are you telling me this?
Really?
Yeah.
She wouldn't give you advice like, stop doing that?
She would probably just say, are you being safe about it? But she's not, like, you know, like that to say anything, like, negative about it.
You think that that's good parenting?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not really her place.
Yeah. Where does her place end?
What do you mean?
Well, like, do you ever call your mom and go, hey, I fucked up and I need some money? Or, hey, I fucked up and I need a place to stay? Or, hey, I need some help with this? Or, hey, Mom, can you help me with this? And you should do that because you're my mom.
Sometimes.
Yeah, but isn't the expectation the same if you're the kid? You hold the dignity and the charity of the entire family, and so our name lives on through you, so I have certain expectations for you. Isn't that totally reasonable too?
Yeah, but what goes on, like, that type of stuff, that's not really, like, public information, so it doesn't really matter.
I need a final point on this.
All right. What I'm saying is that I think a good parent, step-parent or not, if the answer is, what would the stepdad say if you're asked the same question, he was a good man? Your response is the same thing as me. I wouldn't stop her from being promiscuous and doing bad life decisions and things like that. I would say the opposite is true. If you had a good man, that he would say, no, don't be promiscuous, stop doing all of this behavior. It's bad for you and bad for everybody else. I think that would be good parenting, adult or not. By the way, I would say that to somebody who wasn't my kid, who was an adult, right? What's actually wrong with that?
Well, how is exploring her sexuality, how would that be bad, per se? If she's doing it safe and consensually, how would that be bad? If she wants to sleep and, you know, discover what she likes, what she doesn't like. Using
Let
protection.
me ask you a question. If you don't, very quickly, Brian, if you have zero sex, none, what are your chances of contracting a sexually transmitted disease?
None, obviously.
What are your chances of getting pregnant?
None.
Okay, so then any sex is actually unsafe sex, isn't it?
Well, not if you're using protection.
Now, even if you're using protection cannot work, right? The pill may not work. You could still get pregnant. Condoms break, right? The only chance that you have of 0% is what?
None.
Yeah, sorry. And I'm not trying to rag on you. I just think that, you know, based off of the studies, all the studies that I've seen say that if you want your child to grow up like the best, to be the most successful, to be the best person, there's usually a very positive father figure, very positive female, like mother figure, you know, in their life, giving them direction on what to do. And it sounds to me like the situation that you're putting yourself in, going out and engaging with hookup culture, is ultimately what leads to unplanned pregnancies, and even men going out and cheating and things along these lines. Just lack of like sexual control and control over your urges is ultimately what bleeds into these problems in the first place, and leaves a lot of children fatherless or motherless or something like that.
Wolf Rayet donated $200. The woman in the green dress with tattoos is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen.
Wow.
On the show more often.
Oh, all right. There you go.
There you go.
Hey, give a response. You got to give a response to Wolf.
Thank you. That's so sweet.
All right. Thank you, Wolf. Do appreciate it. And then we have Crazy Ace, who just gifted 20 subs. Yo, guys, this is over on Twitch. W's in the chat for Crazy Ace. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the gifted 20. Thank you, dude. All right, let's get into the rest of the notes here. Dea? Did I say it right?
Yep.
Dea. Okay. You write, you're an ex-model sailor who's Christian. You believe in not sleeping around and hold Christian values. You think you could be a voice of reason to millions of girls falling down the rabbit hole of today's societal norms inflicted upon women in the name of equality. What do you mean by that?
Well, that's a lot to dive into, but I'll try to answer
try to
it
be
as
brief
best as I
if you
can.
can.
Yeah, as briefly. I don't think that hookup culture is positive in our society. I think that it's degrading our basic nuclear families, and I think that it's leading a lot of women to feel a false sense of empowerment when you're really giving up your power. I think that being abstinent, having a husband, waiting till marriage if you can, you know, that is the best option. I also do think that stuff, you know, like sex work, which this is going to be controversial, but I think that doing sex work, you know, is leading more towards people's addictions and sins that would be avoided if there wasn't such a large industry for that. You know, if there's no supply, you know, there's still going to be demand, but there's not as much access to that. So I think that's degrading our culture.
When you say in the name of equality, though, in your original message that you sent, I mean, what is the equality that you object to?
Can you go further with that? I don't completely understand your question.
Well, you said, I think I could be the voice of reason to millions of girls falling down the rabbit hole of today's societal norms inflicted upon women in the name of equality.
Right.
What components or aspects of equality do you object to?
I don't believe that giving your body to men is making you equal.
How does that? But how does that pertain to equality?
Because hookup culture is encouraging women to go out and basically be
Take your
men.
power.
It's saying take back your power, like empower yourself by sleeping around with as many.
Wait. Hang on. Back way up for me, dude.
Yeah.
Hookup culture. When you talk about culture, culture's people. So this is not like some intangible thing, this like product of the mind that you're talking about. When you say hookup culture, you're talking about people.
Yes.
People encouraging it.
Well, so what I'm talking about is feminism. Feminism is ultimately what's trying to encourage women to go out. I think men do it too. Like, I think that there are men involved, but I think that ultimately feminism nowadays is encouraging women, go take power of your own body, sleep with whoever you want to sleep with.
But I want to get her position, though. So you said it's societal norms inflicted upon women in the name of equality. What in the name of equality, what equality are you objecting to? I don't know how a hookup culture pertains to equality.
So women are, you know, arguing that by sleeping with men, you're taking back your power in sex, which is making that equal.
What's that have to do with equality, though?
Okay, so you're talking about equality in like the sexual connotation, right? Like equality in sex. So since women are now sleeping with whoever they want, men have slept with whoever they wanted for centuries. There were prostitutes, like that was a very common thing. But now it's the average person that is just having sex without thinking of the consequences, or, you know, without having any restraint.
Wait, but hold on. But for an individual man to engage in a casual sex act, there's a corresponding woman also engaged in the casual sex act. There's always been equality when it comes to casual sex, because in order to have casual sex, there's two people.
Okay,
so I don't understand what you're saying at all.
So it used to be prostitution, right? Like there were concubines, that was a thing, right? Throughout all of history, you can see prostitution. Now, women were always valued on their virtue, right? Like people used to literally take women and check their virginity before they could get married. That was a common practice.
Are you saying?
So I'm saying that
there's more prostitution, ergo that's equality.
No, I'm saying
men
that
aren't prostitutes.
That's not my point at all. Now
so what's your point?
Okay. Now what I'm saying is that it is the average woman who is acting as the average man has acted, which is not creating equality, it's breaking down the nuclear family. So by having women and men, agree into this symbiotic relationship of hookup culture, right, of sleeping with each other with no strings attached or very casually outside of the, confines of marriage, it's against the Bible, so, I don't agree with it because of that. But also, before I was even Christian, I didn't believe in hookup culture for taking back your power, which is what the feminist movement says, is sleeping with other men, dressing provocatively, that's going to bring back your power. I don't necessarily...
But what is the goal of feminism?
Excuse me?
What is the goal of feminism?
Now?
No.
Yeah, equality.
It's equality.
Right. Yes.
So if they want equality, who do they want equality with?
Men.
And so that this must entail that they were oppressed by who?
Men.
So then this would entail that you believe that women also were oppressed by?
Men.
So you believe that women have been oppressed by men?
Yes.
I see. Go ahead with your inquiry. I just wanted to get that out on the table.
Yes, I do believe that. I think in the past we weren't treated as equals. And that's fair. We weren't allowed to
Wait, hold on. No. This is a little contradictory here, because you're saying women were not treated as equals. This is unfair, but you're saying that today's societal norms inflicted upon women in the name of equality. So which is it? Is it equality bad or is it good?
I don't think that people should be having sex outside of marriage.
Bad for different reasons,
so
I guess.
I think that is not something that you should try to be equal with men. It's something that you should not allow that to be so mainstream in society. It's not that that's, arguing, if men and women should be equal. It's that I don't believe that sex outside of marriage is okay. Like I don't personally agree with it. It is a sin, and so that's why I've become celibate, is because of that, is because of the fact that I don't believe that that's okay. So no, I'm not arguing about equality as a whole. I'm saying women, now the feminist movement is arguing that if you give your body to these men, then you are taking back your power, and that's not taking back your power. You're giving it away more. That is not at all what is, the meant outcome by that. You're supposed to feel empowered. So many women will tell you, I've had friends confide in me, hey, I hooked up with this guy, I felt like crap after, I cried. It's like, that is not taking back your power. You are giving yourself to a man, and that is a very serious thing, and that's why it's supposed to be in the confines of marriage.
Wait, can I ask her a question?
I think that's a great message. I have to move it on. You say you dated some top NFL, NBA, and millionaires, but ultimately ended up dating your best friend. Yeah. So you said you dated some top NFL, NBA players. How did you meet them? Can you guys not do the sidebar, please?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Just from modeling, I did meet a lot of people that were, quote unquote high status.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that that's something that should be what women are going for, is what I was trying to say there. Is like, I found my partner who I believe will be my future.
I'm sorry, you're too far from the mic.
Okay. Sorry, I'm tall.
If you can, just try to remember.
Yeah. Okay. I found my partner who I believe to be my future husband in my best friend. There were these quote unquote high status men that were pursuing me, and I don't think that makes a man, more eligible. I think that you should find somebody who you're compatible with on a mental and, emotional level, rather than trying to chase the status or chase the money. Like, I don't think that it's okay, and I know, you know, there's a disagreement on the panel with that, but I don't think that you should chase a man just for money, you know.
You said you dated some top NFL, NBA. How many different NFL players did you date?
So when I say date, I mean like I went on a date with. I've realized very recently that people have a different idea of dating than I do, because I haven't dated that many people. I've been in serious relationships for most of my life.
Were you in a serious relationship with
No.
a NFL or a NBA player?
A professional soccer player, yes, and a professional hockey player. But
you were in relationships with
those
them?
were all very short, and I
NHL? Was he an NHL player?
Yeah.
And then what's the soccer, the American?
I mean, he was in Portugal, so that I don't.
Was he in is it the Premier League? Or Damien, do you watch like European soccer?
And those were all very short relationships. They were within a few months. I realized that I wasn't really interested in pursuing it
Was this
further.
before you were a Christian?
Yes.
Okay.
And I did not sleep with them, if that's your question.
You didn't sleep with any of them?
No, I was actually celibate before I was Christian.
Oh,
Those
okay.
were my morals anyways.
I see.
I found Christianity. I found Christ after, but
Okay.
I have always believed that this is the way.
You also said you dated millionaires, plural?
I mean, I live in California now, but before, when I was modeling, I've been modeling since I was 16, and so I met a lot of high profile people.
Mm-hmm.
Again, when I say date, I mean I went on a date with, and I realized now that that's not very clear. Like, I've gone on multiple dates with people like this, and I've realized the only point of that message was that that's not what's important when it comes to a man. You should find somebody that you're compatible with. It doesn't matter their status, it doesn't matter what they look like, it doesn't matter their height, it doesn't matter, how much money they have in their pocket. You should find somebody that you can
Their height doesn't matter? You said you're a model, right? How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
How tall's your boyfriend?
He's 6'4", but I've dated a guy I've dated a guy who was 5'4", so to be fair.
But you said dated. Your definition of dating means a guy you went on a date with.
Yeah,
like, I could
fair.
see a girl giving a 5'4" guy, like, maybe you some guys lie about their height, so you dated a guy, but he misled you on his height.
I knew his height. I thought it was cute.
That's what every guy wants to hear. He's cute. But women say this shit like, oh, height doesn't matter. How tall is your boyfriend? He's in the 1 percentile. He's in the top percentile of height.
I'm also in the 1 percentile, though. I'm taller than the average man, so you gotta give me some credit there.
But
when I wear heels, I'm
tall
probably taller than you. I'm 5'10".
I don't care. That's fine.
So
but you're 5'10"?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but like,
I think it's
a guy taller than you could be 5'11" or 6 foot, which is much more common than 6'4". That's like the 99th percentile
my
of men.
boyfriend didn't pick his height, and I didn't pick him for his height. Like,
I know,
said, he
but
was
you
my
say,
best friend for 2 years.
Oh, I don't. And then you ask the girl, okay, well, how tall is all your exes? How tall is your current boyfriend? Well, I don't care about height.
That's fair.
He's above. He's like in the top percentile of height.
That's fair.
It's
I'm
like
not
you
gonna
say
disagree
that,
with you
but
there.
the men you end up with, he's 6'4".
That's
okay.
fair. That's fair.
It's crazy.
I mean,
bro.
it does make it difficult with the boat because he doesn't fit headspace wise. So.
Oh yeah, you should disqualify him. How is he gonna live on the boat with you?
I'm gonna have to get a bigger
How's
one.
he gonna live? Yeah, you got to get a bigger boat.
I'm gonna have to upgrade. So.
All right. Is he a professional athlete or no? He's
No,
just
he
tall?
did play basketball, but he's not
in college.
anymore. Yeah. Now he's
still pretty
a pilot.
pretty up there.
So.
Okay. All right. Well, that's cool. And then
I don't know what you
all
want
right.
to say.
And then you said next thing you don't believe the girls are gonna love this one. You don't believe makeup to be super beneficial to women. You live naturally, and that may offend a lot of people. Do you want to flesh out your position a bit? Like, what do you think about makeup?
So, I mean, I make all of my own products. Like, I make my own laundry detergent. Sorry, I'm like way too tall for this. I make my own laundry detergent. Like, I make my own sunscreen. I make all my own hair care, which I've been figuring it out with curly hair. It's more difficult than it might seem. I make all of my own skincare. Like, everything I do, I make it myself. I make my own toothpaste, everything. And so living naturally, I've realized that a lot of the things that, we put on a day-to-day basis, like, this is cotton. So I only try to wear...
Let's get to the makeup stuff, though.
Right. Okay. So makeup is toxic chemicals, right? So it's literally bleeding into your body. It's going through your skin. Your skin's permeable, which isn't positive. You're putting all these crazy things. They used to put literally lead in makeup, and people, dealt with that for
that
centuries.
was through ignorance, though.
Yeah, of course it was through ignorance, but I also, not even from a physical standpoint, don't think that that's positive for women's health. I also don't think that it's positive for their mental health, because if every single day you have to put on makeup, and then, you know, you start to see yourself. And I used to wear makeup. Like, I still sometimes will put on some lipstick. Like, I now make my own stuff if I'm going to use it, but I don't, you know, regularly use it. When you wear makeup, you become a different version of yourself.
Are you wearing makeup? Are you wearing lipstick right now?
No. You can see my finger. So
I'm just curious.
My lips are chapped, though. I was sailing yesterday.
Okay, so you're not wearing any makeup?
No, my whole face is. That's why I look so red on camera right now, because like my face is flushed. You can tell I'm not wearing foundation. That would be covered, and also the fact I just touched my cheeks and they got redder.
So are you anti-makeup?
Okay.
It's okay. It's fine if you have that position.
Yes, I am.
Okay, W's in the chat for
her. So
ladies, what do you guys think? I'm going to open this up to the panel.
Can I say why?
Oh, you want to speak more? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, one last thought.
Okay, yeah, one last thought. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
You're a little verbose is all. Okay,
I know I am.
You're a little verbose. Okay, I want to let the panel weigh in, but go ahead.
Okay.
All right,
one
go
more
ahead.
thing, then everyone
Yeah,
else.
one more, 2 things, 3 things, but okay. Go ahead.
All I'm gonna say is that once you've stopped wearing makeup, the first month is really bad. Like, you feel bad about yourself because you do look better with makeup. It's made to make you more attractive. However, you start to feel more confident in your own skin when you stop wearing it, because you're no longer looking in the mirror and waking up in the morning thinking, I don't look like how I want to look. You start to accept yourself how you are. And that's what I've found through it. Now, it might be your form of self-expression, but I've found personally that that's made me a lot more confident and comfortable with who I am.
Any girls here at the table? She's anti-makeup. We got some pro-makeup girls here. I mean, some women here.
I'm pro-makeup.
Pro-makeup, Michaela, Bella, what do you think? Pro-makeup, anybody?
Yeah. I don't think everyone's going to suffer like these mental health effects of like seeing themselves differently. Like, I don't actually wear makeup day to day. I only wear makeup when I'm going to be on camera. And I think I look great without makeup. And, you know, I see where you're coming from, how it might distort some women's like personal image of themselves, but that's why I think, you know, there should probably be like a age to like a level of maturity to where like women start wearing makeup. But like, I don't think that it's just, I don't really think it's that damaging. I don't think it's any more damaging than wearing flattering clothes, taking it off. Like, I don't really.
So if you think you look good natural, then what's the reason for the makeup?
It's just an enhancer. Like,
is it enhancing for men? Is it enhancing for yourself?
Both. To look good to other people, to look good to me.
Wait, Dea, question. If you were president and you could sign an executive order.
I thought I wasn't supposed to talk anymore.
I as the
No. He just said you're very verbose.
I am verbose.
The definition of verbose being that you often use more words than necessary to express the thought. Brian was simply in his own very chivalric way, just saying we still want to hear from you, but perhaps we can keep it a little bit more concise. So concise, in fact, that I haven't said anything for a while, and already you're trying to cut in while I'm talking. But anyway, go ahead.
So okay, would you sign an executive order banning makeup if you could? Really? No?
No,
okay.
I wouldn't, no.
Do you think women who wear makeup are insecure? I'm asking. Answer the question. Go ahead. It's not my position. I'm just asking if it's her position.
Yeah, be honest.
Put it out there.
Two sides.
Just kidding.
Either you do it for art, or you don't like how you naturally.
The mic's just right here.
Okay, I'm on a corner.
I know it's hard. Just if you can.
Two sides. Either you wear it for art, or you wear it to cover or enhance something that you feel is naturally lacking. So I do think that, you know, if you're not wearing makeup, you feel more confident, like I said. And so I think that the more makeup you wear, the more you're likely to become insecure. And I think that it's kind of like a double-edged sword there. I'm not saying that every woman that wears makeup is insecure. That's also what's pushed on our society. So it really depends. And I know I'm giving a roundabout answer. I just gave a clear one before. But I think you can do it for art, or you can do it to enhance your looks. And either way, you know, you're doing it for a specific reason. And I personally don't think that I want to do it. So I'm
going to have the pro makeup cartel weigh in. The pro makeup delegation. Michaela, Bella, whoever else is pro makeup. I think you said you're pro makeup. You think she's full of shit? What do you think?
I mean,
what do you think, Michaela? Give it to us, Michaela.
I mean, for me personally, like, I'm really creative and I like to draw too. So for me, it's like doing my makeup is really soothing. If I feel like doing it before I leave the house, it's like it calms me. My ex used to say, like, he was like, I've never met a girl that, because I would literally do my makeup when I'm stressed and take it right off, like immediately, just because it's fun for me.
I can understand that. Yeah.
So I mean, for me, it has nothing to do with like confidence. I'm totally okay going.
Do you know what's in your makeup? Like, do you know the chemicals that are in it?
I do. Yeah.
Okay,
good. I look up all the ingredients.
And that's like, you're educated on the subject. I think a lot of women are kind of pushed into that, being, you know, young kids. You've got kids going to Sephora now at 12.
Yeah.
And they're buying, you know, lipstick. They're buying mascara. It's like, you're 12. When I was 12, I was playing in dirt and riding on quads. Like, you know, it's very scary to see the younger generation that's growing up with this idea of beauty, and we're pushing it onto them. And I personally, as a marketer, feel bad about that. So, but if you do it for art, that's great. Like, that's therapy. I understand that.
Bella?
I honestly don't think it's that serious.
Not that serious?
It's really not that serious. I feel like makeup really doesn't have anything to do with anyone's confidence. Just like you said, it's an art. It is soothing. It takes time to learn on top of that. Like, me personally, I'm confident with or without makeup. I only put on makeup if I have time. Like, it takes time as well.
So if I had some makeup wipes, would you take your makeup off right now?
Well,
you know what? Later on in the show, we can do it. You down?
Oh, I'm fine with that.
Okay,
yeah.
perfect.
Because I'm totally fine without makeup, but like, you bringing like mental health into it, I don't agree, like, at all.
I feel
like maybe that was like you.
Her position is that if you wear makeup, you're mentally ill.
Exactly. That's what it feels
Michaela,
like.
Bella, I can't tell if you're wearing makeup. You got some makeup. Y'all are
That's
mentally
good. That's a good
ill.
thing.
I'm very natural.
You're ill. Ill is what?
Thank you.
That's what she said.
Right.
I didn't say that.
No more.
That's not my position. All right, that's cool.
Why don't we get the men's perspective on
Wait,
this?
would y'all date, going around the table, would you guys date a dude who wore makeup? Michaela, would you, like, he put on a little blush, a little mascara?
Yeah, why not?
You'd, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he curls his... You wouldn't be a little turned off if he's like curling his eyelashes or whatever? Is that what they do?
I probably might
the cumbrellas
be a little, but like there's like in the Korean culture, there's like makeup that's made for men, and they do, like, you know.
Is that your preference though, for a guy to wear makeup?
I don't really mind.
You don't mind? Okay.
No, yeah.
All right.
I don't mind either.
You don't mind? You don't mind, Bella? Okay.
As long as it's not excessive.
What if he wears as much as you do?
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're excessive. I'm not saying that. But what if it's as much as you wear? So he's got fake lashes.
No.
No,
but
he's trying to pop. He wants his eyes to pop.
Yeah, but I feel like that's...
Bella, he wants his eyes to pop.
I feel like that's too feminine for me.
How dare you say that? Wow. Okay. What about you, Shelby?
No, but can I say something else?
Sure.
I think what's worse than makeup is like plastic surgery and like all the fillers and stuff, because then it gives even more of like a fake facade for what the standard should be.
Anybody here have any plastic surgery? Fake titties?
What do you have?
You got fake? You have fake boobs?
Yeah.
Okay. BBL? Anybody?
She said.
BBL?
No.
BBL?
Boob.
Lip filler?
You have boob job?
Lip filler?
No.
Lip filler? Anybody?
Wait.
Tommy.
Hey, Brian, is there anybody on here that you think, because since you told me that you are able to determine
the fake titty vision?
Yeah, well, and the fake lip,
the lip filler,
or the lip filler.
I'd have to see their profile.
The problem is, hang on. There's a logical issue here with this question towards Brian. It is my belief that perhaps Brian could not fully determine this without himself seeing them, and of course it would be untowards for him to make such demands. And the fact that you are, as a Christian, you should be ashamed of that. And Brian,
shameful,
absolutely should not in any way indulge in your sycophantic and disgusting fantasies.
The lips.
Because, hey,
the lips.
You're asking him with zero input and information, without the proper requisite information that anybody would need as a visual aid to make this assessment. You're out of bounds.
So bad. I am so sorry, but I was referring to the lips.
Rebuked. You just got rebuked by Andrew. Nice. So, we have, moving on, let's see here. We have, actually, wait, let me just double check. No, we're all good. Michaela, moving to Michaela, hot take. You say you have to know a guy for like over a month, be just your words, be going on dates consistently before you'll even consider kissing him. A month?
Yeah. I mean, it's not like a strict thing, but I feel like I typically don't even feel like kissing a guy if I
gross,
don't know him.
That is, I like to postpone the kiss as long as possible. Even if I just want to we should have sex before even kissing. That's my position. Right?
Yeah, Brian. You're so right, man.
But okay, you need to be going on dates consistently. So what if third date, he goes for the kiss? Do you dodge it and give him the ass out hug, you know?
No, I think if it feels right, that's what I'm saying. It's not a super strict thing. If it feels right, I'm going to do it. But I just typically don't feel like if I don't
Have you ever had sex with someone before you've kissed them?
No.
Okay.
I feel like
I had to ask that question.
Actually, I guess kind of related to this, how about bringing it a little further though, when it comes to sex, how long do you, I don't even know the best way to phrase this. How long do you wait? This is for the whole panel. We'll go around the table. Before 1 date, 2 date, 3 date, whatever. If it feels right, I don't know. Before having sex. Michaela, go ahead.
Yeah, probably just if it feels right. Whenever I'm comfortable enough.
Has it ever felt right 30 minutes after meeting a dude?
No. Not for me.
Good talk. Okay, Bella, what about you?
Yeah, when it feels right.
So an hour?
It's typically after maybe 10 dates.
Bella, come on, bruv. 10 dates?
Is that bad?
You're waiting 10 dates?
10 dates isn't a lot. Oh, if I usually hang out with
You usually hang out with what?
With the other person pretty often. So it goes by pretty fast, but
that's a lot of money. That's a lot of cost per nut on that one.
Hold on, it's a little degenerate.
10 whole dates, $100 a dinner.
Christian. Christian, you just say that. He's not very Christian.
CPN.
The ROI or whatever. Damn, 10 dates?
Is that a lot?
No, you should be chaste. In fact, you should wait till marriage.
Some people wait months and years.
Yeah, I think I know, genuinely.
I was 10 dates.
I wait my whole life. That's
but some people wait 5 minutes. So it's I can just say that. All right, how long for you?
I'd say when it feels right, on average, probably about at least after the third date.
Okay, what about you?
Until I'm in a very committed relationship that could potential to be marriage.
What about you?
I'd say 3 dates too.
Three
if
dates.
it feels right, but try to go for 3 dates.
All right, lucky number 3. Okay.
I think in the past, I maybe just a few dates, but now I'm kind of waiting for the right guy.
Okay.
Brian should tell you his. Okay, I'm just gonna watch. I'm just gonna watch. Okay.
What is Andrew? What is it?
So Brian has an irrefutable argument. It upsets me greatly. I argue with him all the time, and I end up losing on this argument every single time. So here's the argument. The argument just goes simply like this. If you were promiscuous before you got to the man that you really liked, but you were not going to sleep with that man, right, because you now want to wait, wouldn't that man feel gypped?
He might, but I think at least for me, it'll feel the intention is different.
What?
I agree.
Yeah, the intention is
no dispute there that the intention is
But
different.
yeah, I could.
I'm just
see.
let's just look at it from the man's perspective. So let's say, and this, of course, this would never happen because I'm not really a 10, but that's really funny to say. But let's just assume for a second that you and I were dating, right? Hypothetically, of course. And we sat down and we're having dinner and we're having a great time, you know, and we have a few drinks and we get into it and you're like, look, you know, I really like you. I do have a bit of a sordid past. You know, I've slept with, let's say, 10 guys or 15 guys. And some of them, even on the first date. I've done this even on the first date. But with you, I really like you, right? And I want to wait so that this is like meaningful. From my perspective, wouldn't I be like, what the fuck? Like, you fucked all these guys? Like, whoa, where's my, you know what I mean? Wouldn't, from the guy's perspective, how do you think that would make them feel?
Yeah, I understand that. I could see how a guy could, you know, kind of be maybe upset about it or like feel like gypped.
That everybody else was able to be like, hey, on the first night, I slept with that guy, but that was a mistake. But you, I really like you, so I'm going to make you wait. Doesn't that just sound backwards?
It can, but then, you know, I'd probably tell him that because he's so special.
Yes, and now we get to the heart of the argument. So you thought that the first part was the argument, but it wasn't. It was just a lead up to the argument. So here's where Brian comes in with the kill shot. It annoys me to no end.
Oh, okay.
Here's the kill shot to the argument. Brian says, well, then you're faking virtue. Because it was not for you virtuous to not sleep with the men before me. It's only because you really like me and you think my preference is that I want a woman who is virtuous. And so even though you want to sleep with me, you will not because that's my preference. So you're actually faking virtue.
Well, I would probably put it on myself. I'd probably say it's because I was immature and I think for once in my life I know exactly what I want.
Sure, but from the guy's perspective, right, again, from, let's say, Brian's perspective, he thinks, but if you're making me wait and you say you're doing it for me, it's because you must think that I have the preference that I don't want to be with a promiscuous woman. And if you were promiscuous with all the men before me, then you must be faking being virtuous because you think that's what I want.
I don't know what to say.
Can I add something? Because I actually like relate to this a lot. So with my kid's dad, I had met him, but like the first like month or so, like we didn't have sex or anything. So that for me, it was because like most guys usually like they just like want to like hit it and quit it, you know? So like the fact that he also was like understanding of like, oh, you know, like we both actually like cared about each other, like see something in each other to wait. Like, I don't feel like every guy is going to be like, oh, well, why are you going to fuck him but not me?
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let's say you fucked him on the first night, right? How would that have changed your relationship dynamic?
He probably would have just went on to the next girl and...
Right. So then the virtue here was self-serving. You didn't sleep with him because you thought if you did, he'd move on to the next girl. Not because you have an objection to sleeping with him. That's exactly what faking virtue is. That's the heart of Brian's argument, which is why it's so frustrating to me, because I've been pondering for one straight year. This literally plagues me at night. I cannot refute this argument. It bothers me to no end. But what you just demonstrated was the perfect example of faking virtue.
Yeah.
I will not have sex with you because I'm afraid that if I do, it'll give you the wrong idea about me, and then you'll move on to the next girl. Perfect.
So what about the idea
right?
of, like,
that means then that you would sleep with him if you thought he would stay with you.
So what about, because I know like we're both like talking to other people.
Hang on, can you answer to this question? If you knew for sure that he would have stayed with you, if you had slept with him night one, wouldn't you have?
Probably not, because I usually don't just hook up with the guy like the first night.
Okay, night
that
three.
I like.
Night three?
No, because he lived like really far, so we
Okay,
only saw
but
each
if
other
you
like
didn't
a
live
few
really
times a
far,
week.
if he didn't live really far,
Maybe, but
yeah,
it
maybe.
didn't
So
go
you were
like that.
faking virtue. So what
Not
you were doing is
faking.
you were making him wait because you wanted him to think you weren't that kind of girl. That way he would stick
Well,
around.
he met me at a strip club, so he probably already thought I was that, and he was probably already expecting
maybe.
to get something
And
out
look,
of me.
Look, every circumstance is different. In this case, I'll even grant in this circumstance it's different. But even then, your entire mindset behind this was, I didn't sleep with him immediately because he would think something bad about me and move on to the next girl, so I made him wait. It was not, though, that you objected to him and you wanted him to wait because of virtue. It was because you thought it was a good way to net him. And so then we get into that's what faking virtue is. And every single time this is played out, it always plays out the same way. And it pisses me off, and I want to like choke Brian all the time. I want to literally strangle him because I don't know how to refute that argument. Because you are faking virtue. You're not doing it for him, you're doing it for you, right? To keep him.
Well, I kind of did it more for me because I wanted it to go further,
Exactly.
you know? So, like, I didn't want to just give it to him and, you know, who knows where it would have went. I wanted to, like, wait and see where it actually go. And then, like, if I see it's not going to go anywhere, I'm either not going to do it, we're not going to have sex, or we could just do it and
Right.
move on, like, if that's all.
I agree.
the
I
exchange.
totally understand exactly what you're saying. You're not doing it, though, because you think in your head it's virtuous to stay pure. It's virtuous to be chaste. You're doing it because you think it'll
Well, I didn't
keep
think that because
the
I was a
guy.
stripper, so I'm like, he probably already thinks I'm like a whore, so.
Yeah, right. You're doing it because you think it'll keep the guy. That's what faking virtue is. It's like, I'm not easy. I'm not like this. But you were like this with 10 other guys or 5 other guys or 2 other guys or whatever. But I'm not going to be like this with you. You know what I mean? I'm actually virtuous to keep him interested. That is what faking virtue is. And so this argument, I've had trouble refuting when Brian says, well, shouldn't I feel gypped? Because they're just faking virtue. How the fuck is he wrong?
Okay, I have a thought on that. So,
okay.
And I'll weigh in too. Go ahead.
I think generally, if you sleep with anyone, male or female, I think there's some kind of emotional connection. And if you sleep with them early on, maybe you don't get a chance to actually get to know them to decide whether you do like them or not. So that's my reason.
Okay. I mean,
but you've already you made that decision later in your life, because earlier in your life you were more, at least in this situation, the woman was more, she threw it out more often. So she came to this conclusion later. The guy would say, oh, well, that's funny that you come to that conclusion later, but with all those other guys in your past, you weren't so chaste, you know?
Yeah, well, and I think that's why I've always, not always, but I've been in so many relationships that lasted so long. And it's probably because I didn't wait that long. And I think if I would have waited, I probably wouldn't have ended up being with some of these guys. So it's like a hard lesson that I learned.
Perhaps. I do want to come back to it, but really quick, because we were going around the table on this. How long do you think you should wait before hooking up? Quick answers, guys.
At least a month.
I don't believe in hooking up.
Okay. Tilt your mic down a little bit. Go ahead. What about you?
If this is about dating, there is no time you will know. Don't think about it. Live your life and breathe and love. Yeah.
So right away? Is that?
It would never be right away. Never.
Like same night?
I'm very.
Have you ever like met a guy and then like within
Nope.
24 hours?
No.
48 hours?
No.
72 hours?
No.
A fortnight?
You know, one time.
There was that one guy. Okay.
that right role play scenario.
But I guess my confusion with this whole thing is, and Andrew has most of it down when it comes to the faking virtue thing, but there does seem to be this, there's another component here where it's kind of like there's game playing and then this sort of like, what's going on here, kind of unfair treatment. Like, I'm sure a lot of you guys, I'll give you a scenario where perhaps you can comprehend, because this is a frustration that men experience that I don't think women can really understand or put themselves in men's shoes on this. So here's the example. Imagine a guy who he introduced his friends and family to you, spent quality, long romantic dates with you, revealed his emotional side with you, but he just wanted to smash. But with girls he saw long-term potential in, he booty called them at night, left straight away because he didn't want to get hurt. Like, so he's, what I'm getting at with that example is he's essentially rewarding the woman. Get to meet the family, friends, spend these long romantic dates. He's putting in all this effort. With the woman he's just trying to smash and have sex with, but the girl he sees long-term potential in, she gets the worse treatment. And so it's interesting to me, like, okay, you really like the guy. This guy's so great. But that's the guy, he's got to wait a month, 2 months, 3, 5, 10 dates. But the guy who's a jerk, asshole, fuckboy, who you have had short-term encounters with, he gets to hit right away. So the jerk, the guy who was a jerk, the guy who was an asshole to you, he hit right away, and I'm the good guy. I'm the guy you actually want a long-term relationship with, and you want to wait. Oh, okay, you're not attracted to me. Or what's the situation then?
But that's exactly the problem, and that's what's contributing to hookup culture.
What do you mean? What's the problem?
Like, you guys automatically assuming that just because a woman's not sleeping with you on the first date that she's not attracted to you. But I would just say
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, like, that could be a thought process for a lot of guys.
Right, which is why women are sleeping with men on the first date now. Because if not, then the man would just leave. So I think the jerk that you're talking about, like the ideal man, like the F-boy, like he gets it on the first night because the woman thinks that will keep him around. Like, to be honest.
But they clearly don't think that, because with the guy that they want to keep around, they decide to hold off on it.
Aren't we supposed to bow down and obey man?
I think that's after learning their lesson with the F-boy.
We can get into that in a bit, but
like, to be honest.
Here,
but that's just the game. You can't hate the player. That's just the game.
No, but you understand how, like, from the guy's perspective, it's really confusing. Like,
that's why he doesn't find out.
If you look at it logically, but if you look at it logically, right? Mm-hmm. Like, isn't the guy who you like are viewing like, oh, this guy could be like long-term relationship potential? He has to wait for sex, but the guy who's maybe going to treat you poorly, who's a jerk, asshole, fuckboy, he hits right away. Maybe like that's what's confusing.
Because she doesn't want him to stay around.
Is long-term relationship success?
So hang on. So let me just ask you from the guy's perspective. Let's say you and I are sitting down for dinner. Say, look, I only fuck the guys I don't like.
It's weird.
What should my play be? What should my play be then? Should it be like, I really want you to like me? Or should it be, I really want you to not like me?
Wait.
Like, what should my play be?
Andrew, that's actually a really good, I think we've talked about this before, but that's actually a really good point. So your position is, if a guy wants to get sex, he has to be the bad dude.
No, he has to be attractive. So you guys are
incentivizing it. Men will do what works. I
think he has to be attractive.
No, men will do what works. So like, you reward the guys who treat you like shit and you fuck them right away? Is it any surprise that if you guys are like giving yourselves sexually to these awful men, that you're reinforcing their behavior?
Well, men don't treat you like shit before they have sex with you.
Really?
No.
Okay.
Like, I don't think have you guys ever gotten treated like shit by a guy? And
but you only wait though.
Just because he was attractive?
But you sleep with men that you don't like, and you won't sleep with men that you do like. So if I'm a man who wants to sleep with you, what should my goal here be? To make you what? Like me or not like me?
Well, I don't think
Isn't that what you said? Like our response is going off of what you said. You said, well, they sleep with the men that they don't like. Didn't you say that?
Yeah, I don't want for a long-term relationship. Maybe
because why?
Maybe he's highly desirable. Like maybe he's highly attractive, or he has a lot of money. He has a lot of women chasing after him. So you already know he's not really looking to commit to anyone. But he's attractive. Like I think when women,
you're settling.
No, sometimes like he's just hot, and you just.
Well, you're not settling. I think when women
how are you not settling?
I think when women sleep around, they usually go for men who are of like a higher status and like more attractive, more money, whatever. Because they know that those men are just not going to stick around because they have more options.
So let me get this right. Here's your position. Women are having sex with men who are high status, who they don't actually like, who they know they can't actually get.
No, they have to like them.
You though, they really like you, so they're not going to sleep with you, right? Which literally means you're not high status and we're settling.
No, they have to like them. It's just that they don't see a long-term relationship with them.
Yeah, okay. They don't see a long-term relationship with them. So then my goal should be for you to not see a long-term relationship with me then.
If you're just looking
have sex
for casual sex as a man, sure, yeah.
Okay, so then the best way to have sex with a woman is that she doesn't like you and you tell her that you don't want a long-term relationship.
No, she has to like, you have to be attractive, you have to be desirable to her.
Yeah, sure, you're attractive
but you
and
have
you're
to
desirable.
be like.
But if she tells you she doesn't want to sleep with you because she really likes you, then that must mean you're not attractive and desirable.
No,
she
you're
has
just
more
not
respect
exceptional.
I feel like if
you're
she
just
doesn't
not
sleep with you
exceptional.
at first, like,
Okay. He was exceptional. I'm not exceptional. You're settling. Right?
Women do settle when it comes.
Okay, right. So you're settling. That's it. So Brian, once again, Brian's argument, king. No refutations whatsoever. It's just the entailment that you are settling and faking virtue for men you claim you like, who you won't sleep with. And this is a problem from the Christian ethic. I really want to destroy this guy on this. I want to completely melt Brian's mind on this. But apparently he's right. Because what the entailment is always is we're settling for you, right? But if you were exceptional, we'd fuck you.
So is that better to have one night with somebody versus you could be married to them, and then if your goal is sex with somebody, being married to them means that you have a long-lasting relationship with them.
I'll answer your question. So in this scenario, the guy, you're saying it's better to be married to this woman?
No,
yeah, we don't want to marry. We don't want to marry the girl.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, if you're saying, is this based purely off of how quickly I can have sex with a woman? Is that the basis of the conversation?
It's based on no. Let me explain.
Okay.
It's based on this. If you have had sex with men before very quickly, but you will not have sex with the guy you're with and tell him it's because you really like him and wanted to go somewhere, right? The idea from the gal I was just speaking to, I'm very sorry, I wasn't here right for the beginning of the show, so I didn't catch your name. She said, and I quote, well, women do settle. You're obviously not exceptional. That's exactly how the guy would feel. He would say, why do these other men get to have sex with you who you say you didn't like? But I don't get to have sex with you when you claim I like you. That makes no fucking sense.
That's fair. I can't comment on that.
Yeah, so I guess here's the confusion that I have. I just have a question for the panelists. So who do you think, which man is, I guess, more deserving, would you say is more deserving of sex? The guy who you see a long-term potential with, or I guess the guy who you don't see long-term potential with?
Long-term potential.
Long-term guy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but so here's the confusing part. You say he's more deserving of it, but you're saying here that you're withholding sex from the men who arguably deserve the most and they put in the most effort, but you're giving it away freely to the guys who are kind of like, maybe they're really attractive, but they're fuck boys, whatever. Maybe they put in minimal or no effort. And a lot of men see this, maybe they never had to pay for a date, never had to be chivalrous, et cetera, et cetera. I think were we talking about chivalry earlier today? So what do men see? They see, why should I do all the chivalrous stuff that women claim they want, all the chivalrous stuff that women demand needs to be in place before having sex, but then you know that she freely has given herself to men who did not do those things. So like, I don't know the sexual history of the panelists here, but like, it's maybe fair to say that some of you have had, this isn't a judgment, but you've maybe like had a one-night stand or hooked up with a guy relatively quickly who didn't pay for dates, didn't get you flowers or reacted to flowers before, didn't do all that chivalrous stuff. And it's like, men see this, you guys are giving sex to the men that aren't chivalrous, that are just like, text you at 11 p.m. on a Friday night, what you doing? Terrible grammar, by the way. They have terrible grammar too. Not the men. What you doing? They text at a 5th grade level or some shit. And then it's like, oh, now you're 30. Now you want, after you gave yourself to all these other men who didn't have to put in any effort, now you want me to put in all this effort? That's crazy.
You're commenting on what's the problem with hookup culture in our society. Like, that is the issue, is that by having hookup culture, we are perpetuating a society where it's okay to treat women poorly, because as long as you're attractive or as long as you have high status.
That's women treating men poorly, not men treating women poorly.
It's both. It takes two to have a hookup culture.
No, in this case, it's just women treating men poorly. What they're doing is gaslighting men. They're saying, listen, I really like you, and so I'm not going to sleep with you. I just slept with the 3 guys before you, though, because I didn't like them. That is the stupidest shit that I've ever heard in my life, and there are men who fall for that, but this is not a cause of men. How are men causing that?
I'm not saying...
How exactly are men marionetting women in order to gaslight them with this shit? Like, they're not.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that hookup culture as a whole is negative for society.
No, it seems like it's perpetuated by women and not men.
And
women
that was
are the
what
gatekeepers
we were
of
talking about
sex,
earlier.
not men. You want equality. The second you say that there's equality, egalitarianism between men and women can make those decisions. And women are making the decision to be promiscuous and have lots of sex. They're the gatekeepers of sex. They're the determiners of who gets sex and who doesn't.
Yeah.
How do you not place this squarely at the feet of women?
I mean, I do. That's why, in the Bible it says.
But you said it was men treating women badly.
No, I'm saying that. No, hold up. I'm saying that by perpetuating hookup culture, we are perpetuating the idea that it's okay to treat women
Who's
poorly.
we? You mean women?
We women, by hooking up with men, are perpetuating the idea that it's okay to treat women poorly. We're perpetuating the idea that sex is meaningless, that that a sin has now become normalized, that should be within
You're not perpetuating that men treat women poorly.
That's not what I was saying.
That
We're not
women
arguing.
treat men poorly.
I'm saying that sex should not be outside of marriage. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying
Yeah, I know. I get it. I agree with you. Sex shouldn't be outside of marriage. But what you're actually advocating for here is the opposite of what you think. You're not saying that men are treating women poorly. You're saying that women are treating men poorly. You're saying that women are gaslighting men. They're saying to them, I slept with 3 guys before you. And they meant nothing to me. But you, baby, I love you. So you get to wait. That's nothing more than complete gaslighting and virtue signaling. What else could that be?
No, that's
and
fair.
would that not then incentivize the man to treat you like shit so that you would sleep with him?
If his goal is sex, then yeah, that would incentivize. That's what I'm saying is hookup. We're not disagreeing. We're agreeing.
What if his goal wasn't sex? It was a long-term relationship. How would that make it better? Like, even if my goal was to be like, I want to have a long-term relationship with you, right? Why is it that you not sleeping with me would be better than you sleeping with me if you slept with the 3 guys previous to me who you didn't even like?
Okay, that's fair. I can't talk on that subject.
I got a few more things on this. I got a couple other examples here. Imagine a guy saying, I invested enormous amounts of time, effort, and money into getting sex from random women in my 20s. But now I'm lazy, so I won't make any effort for you, who I say that you're my girlfriend, or who I say you're either girlfriend or wife material, and I want marriage with you. And you have to wait 3 months or until marriage to get all that time, effort, and money.
I think that would be him growing as a person and being smart.
But y'all, maybe that's the case, but I feel like a lot of women would be like, okay, here's a better one. You're dating a guy. You guys been together for a year. but he's kind of like, he doesn't really take you out on dates. Doesn't really take you on dates, doesn't do anything romantic, never took you on a trip, doesn't want to introduce you to his parents, doesn't want to meet your parents. But he's like, I love you, babe. I care about you so much. You're the one. You find out that his last 3 girlfriends, he did all that shit for within 3 months. And you've been dating him for a year. You don't start to question, wait, what? Why did he do all that stuff for his exes, but not for me?
Maybe
you wouldn't feel
his
a
exes
type of way?
played him.
Huh?
Maybe because his exes played him. He felt...
But wouldn't you then think, oh, so I got to deal with your trauma and your bullshit I'm a new person.
Right.
Why do I have to, why did you throw the dice and land on me and now I got to deal with your bullshit and we can't have like an emotionally healthy relationship?
It's a common pattern in men that if you give them sex too early, they will leave. Like that's
Actually,
a
I
general
agree.
pattern.
I totally agree with her, Brian. I do. Here, let's do it this way. Maybe this is a better way to do this. I was thinking about this earlier. Do all of you on the panel agree that people work through incentives, right? Penalties and then incentives. So if I penalize behavior, you're less likely to do it. If I incentivize behavior, you're more likely to do it. Like if I say, I'm going to give you $100 extra if you do this job, you're more likely to do the job, right? But if I say, if you do this thing I don't like, I'm going to dock your pay, you're going to be less likely to do that thing, right? Does everybody agree with that? Show of hands if you agree that that's true. Just raise your hands. Okay, great. Then if we're talking about penalties and incentives, then isn't it true that if you sleep with men you don't like, you're incentivizing men you don't like to sleep with you? Show of hands if that's true. Okay. Then if that's the case, then if you refuse to sleep with men that you do like, then wouldn't that create a disincentive for the men you do like to be with you?
Yes.
Yeah, right? So it's a matter of incentives. So literally what you're saying is we incentivize men to treat us poorly. We're incentivizing men to treat us like fuck dolls and leave us because we give the incentives to the bad ones to fuck us and we give the incentives to the good ones that we're not going to fuck them. It's just it's like candy, right? If I were training a dog, I would train the dog when it did a good thing, I would give it a treat. And when it did a bad thing, I would chastise it, right? Isn't that how you would train a dog? Yeah. So if every single time you slept with a bad guy, that's a treat, right? Then how are you not incentivizing that behavior?
Right.
But I feel like
anybody give me an explanation for that? Can any of you give me an explanation for that?
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think hookup culture is very toxic, but I think men perpetuate hookup culture the most.
Okay, well, we can get into that in just a bit. Go ahead, Michaela.
Right.
I mean, I feel like it's a catch-22 because men not typically staying with women who do sleep with them immediately is incentivizing us to not sleep with them immediately.
Exactly.
So it's like a
why are you
continuous...
sleeping with them immediately?
I'm not, but I'm just saying, like,
No,
I feel
but
like
why are
they're all-
women doing this then? That makes no sense. Like, this argument that you're making right now reinforces my own. Yes, I agree. If it is the case that men are more likely to move on after you have sex with them immediately, then why the fuck are women immediately having sex with men?
That's why they
Can somebody
that
explain this to
person.
me?
Because there's people that are only meant in that way, and then there's people that
Because,
you
again-
really love and you want to prove yourself.
Right.
So you wouldn't do that on the first date. You care about
No,
what
women
they
are
think.
just retarded?
Others you don't care
I think a
about.
lot of women
There's people
give
you don't
men-
care about, but they serve energy or a day and time, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it just sounds, it's the most counterintuitive thing I've ever heard. Like,
Don't worry about it.
you know what? Like, imagine Cindy and Shirley are having a conversation, and Cindy's like, you know what? Men, they only want one thing, and that's to have sex. And Shirley's like, yeah, so we should have sex with them. It's like, it's the stupidest fucking shit I ever heard in my life. why would you incentivize that behavior if you think that behavior is bad? I don't even understand it.
I have a few more things here, then I do want to move on just because we have quite a bit more to get to. But one analogy, I've said it before on the show. So it's like making a man wait while her, woman's past 10, 20, whatever previous partners she slept with on the first or second date is like me going to McDonald's and everyone in the restaurant paid $1 for a cheeseburger. And then there's 3 people in line ahead of me. They all pay $1 for a cheeseburger. Then I finally, minutes later, I get to the front of the line, ask for a cheeseburger, and the clerk looks at me and says, "It's $1,000 for you, sir, because I like you more than those other customers. Those other customers were just a mistake. It will be $1,000 for you." You know what I mean? Okay, all right. It's
a good
talk.
analogy.
I don't think they get it. I don't know if they get it.
What I see is you want to do good for your man. So part of that is sex. So that has nothing to do with it. The reason why they're leaving these people afterwards and now you have another partner is because they have obedience, they have boundaries, and they know what's good for their whole life. So in that time they saw something that wasn't right and turned away, and that's strength. And
I guess I guess final thing on this, and it's at least from I understand though as a woman it's a difficult position because on one hand it's like well, am I going to lose the guy if I don't? But then you're also like, if I do, then is he going to judge me or like not want to pursue a long-term relationship? Honestly though, I think if the guy is really interested in you, like if he's going in wanting a long-term relationship and you have sex with him, it's hard for me to see a scenario where he's like, oh, we just had amazing sex and I previously wanted to have a long-term relationship with her. I'm no longer interested in her because of this. No. But then, yes, there are the men who are just interested in sex that you have to be wary of. I get that. My position, though, at least what I'm looking for in a woman is I'm not interested in a one-night stand. Like if I sleep with a girl, I want there to be a continuity. I want to pursue a relationship with a girl. If I have sex with a girl, like you have to fuck up really bad in some way after the sex for me to be like, I'd never want to see you again. Like if I sleep with a girl, there's intention there. I want there to be continuity. I want to keep seeing her. And so at least maybe not all guys move that. Well, I know there's guys who don't move that way. There's guys who are just trying to have sex with you once. Goodbye. Nice meeting you. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. I think that's weird though for a couple different reasons. But it's like from my perspective, where I am interested in having a long-term relationship with a woman, I will feel the type of way if I'm like, because I think it's normal to kind of talk about like, oh, well, what's your relationship history, da-da-da. And if you like sussed out like, oh, okay, maybe she's had a couple hookups here and there, and it's like, oh, you want to wait 3 months? And I mean, it's like, oh, we're adults, both already done this. I mean, a woman's free to do that, but then I just kind of feel like she's playing a game. I don't think she's even that into me. And that's just my position. It's kind of like there was this viral thing on Twitter a while ago where a woman, a guy broke up with his girlfriend, I think. She said, "I would never hook up with you, but you're marriage material." And like, y'all women think that's a compliment? That is, trust me, don't ever say that to a guy. Oh, you're not the guy I would hook up with. You're the guy I would date. Or trust me, don't say that to a dude because
it just sounds horrible.
It's not good. Like, it's not good. Like, we want to be the guy that you would hook up with, but you also want a long-term relationship. And also like you can start as like a bit more casual, go into something more serious, but yeah. What's your thing?
Don't men say the same thing? Like, oh, I'd smash her, but I wouldn't date her, or I wouldn't marry her.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Sure.
Right.
I don't know.
What does that have to do with anything, though?
Yeah, like you guys also pick and choose who you want to have sex with, and
oh no, men don't choose who they have sex with. Women choose.
Yeah, sure, but
men have sex with who they can. Women have sex with who they want.
I would love to hear this from a Christian male perspective, like the whole. Sure. I would love to hear that.
Do you think that because you're a Christian and a man, that somehow that alleviates you from the same burdens of every other man on planet Earth? It doesn't.
No.
Women are still the gatekeepers of sex, and they're still the ultimate architects of what that will be and who they'll have it with.
I just think that most men that I know that are Christian, that's not like the primary focus in their life is to have sex with a woman. Like they have the reason for Christianity. I mean, to follow the principles in the day-to-day life, right, is to you're trying not to sin.
Here, let me just make it really simple. You're waiting until marriage, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this is a secular convert. Like this specific topic is probably more secular because I'm assuming, like, at least for him or certain Christian men, they're waiting until marriage. So I don't think this conversation really pertains to like a Christian dynamic.
Actually, it does. It does pertain.
Well, it might pertain to it would it pertain to it in the sense that the Christian man who's waiting for marriage wouldn't want to?
Well, there's no distinction here with it.
It's kind of funny because
Christian women still pick.
Yeah,
still the choosers.
I have also been in a situation with a previous ex-girlfriend where like she was not a virgin, and she once said something. She said, I said, I would have been able to get you to sleep with me, right? I'm like, if we weren't Christians and we weren't waiting till marriage. And she said, no, I was at the point in my life at that point where I wouldn't have given it to you. And I was like, I feel pretty gypped by that. I feel gypped.
In my life where I would have, right? That's the
exactly
there, right?
Yep.
So the thing is like Christian men, they also have to deal with an entirely other aspect of this, which is the virtue of the woman who says, I'm now a reformed Christian, though I was promiscuous in my past.
100%.
And now you should accept me because I was promiscuous in my past. But Christian men still have the option of saying, no, I still have a preference against your former promiscuity. The woman, though, is still the chooser. So the thing is like, no matter what, whether you're a secularist or you're a Christian or a Muslim or whatever, maybe not Muslims, it depends on the region, right? But if you're a Christian in the West or a secularist, the woman's still going to be the chooser, the decider on the access and gatekeeping to sex, even if they're waiting to marriage. You're just elongating the process, right? But it's still the same thing. So if you were to tell me, let's say I was on like christianmingle.com or something, and we go on a date, and I sit down with you, and you're like, look, I am a saved woman, right? I'm a born-again virgin, though your hymen doesn't grow back. You are a born-again virgin, whatever that means, and you're going to go on the straight and narrow, and I'm like, wow, that's great. I'm glad you're a woman of virtue now. That's fantastic. I wouldn't hold your past against you, of course. You came to Christ, that's fantastic. But then he said something to me like, yeah, if it's the guys I didn't who I would sleep with, we're still in the same exact position. We've just added Jesus Christ to the mix, right? It's still the same thing.
All right.
There's no avoiding the question.
Moving on, Michaela, you said dating is extremely difficult right now because people are so closed off and either their standards are too high or they don't want a relationship. When you say their standards are too high, do you think this is for men, for women, for both?
I think for both.
Both? Who do you think it's like worse for? Like who has higher standards, men or women?
Right now? Like, I don't know. It's probably equal.
Equal? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think social media is what's contributing to that?
Yeah. I think it's a big part of it. Yeah.
I think women are pickier and have higher standards.
Have higher standards.
Yeah. Like here, how about this? Let's just look at it from looks really quick. What percentage of men do you think are attractive?
I don't probably like to.
Have you been on a dating app before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like how many percent? Like what percentage of the men do you swipe yes for?
On a dating app, probably like 10%.
10%. What about you?
For you, it's like 1%.
Huh?
1%.
1% of men are attractive. What about you?
Maybe like 20% of men.
Okay.
5.
5%. Okay.
15.
15. Okay.
5.
All right.
Yeah, I think like 5 to 10%.
Just like in general? Are you asking in general or are you asking on a dating app?
Have you been on a dating app?
Not really.
Well, it'd be hard for you to answer the question then, so answer it in the way that you can answer it.
Okay. Maybe 10%.
Okay.
It's super rare.
Seriously.
So, like,
we need to find somebody breedable.
Breedable. Okay. All right. Pump the brakes there. Breedable. Okay.
I'm picky, Brian.
Damien, I'm going to send you a infographic here really quick that pertains to this. What percentage of women do you think are attractive?
Is
it low for you?
It's low. Brian knows I'm picky. He's trying to set me up. He's trying to set me up.
This guy, dude. First off, set you up with I was in contact with a Christian virgin who reached out to be on the show. You're a virgin. She's a virgin. But you didn't like her.
Okay.
You didn't
but
like her.
I do have. Oh man, I hate
type.
using this word, but I have a type, and I have a little bit of a roster. So I mean, you gotta perform a little bit better. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I see.
Like there are a lot of girls reaching out, Brian.
Pull it up, Damien. So I mean. This is and they've replicated this sort of study, and they found this like occurring in other dating apps. So at the top, how men rate women, and then the bottom is how women rate men. This is on the dating app, and so women are like, when it comes to, pretty sure this pertains to looks here. Men rate women pretty fairly on the bell curve, but like women are really harsh judges of men in terms of their attractiveness. They find something like those first three bars, 27, 31. So that's like 60, that's like 80%. So I would say they find 80% of men like below average looking, which kind of pans out with some of your answers here. 12% average, 5%, I guess that would be like above average, 2% would be like attractive, 0% most. Wow, that's rough. It's hard out there. But I mean, just on this basis alone, it seems like women are really picky when it comes to physical appearance. I happen to think for both men and women, you can make arguments that maybe men are a little more preoccupied with physical appearance, but I think women are like, it sort of levels out when you factor in like, well, maybe men care more about it, but also women find very few men physically attractive. So I don't know. So that's one thing. And also I do think when it comes to the looks thing, so I think when it comes to the things that women care about when it comes to looks, a lot of that stuff's out of a guy's control. Height, hair, penis size. Guy can't control that, you know?
I think a huge contributing factor is that most people don't take care of their physical appearance.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of girls like bald guys. There's plenty of attractive bald men.
Sure, but most women prefer men with a full head of hair.
No, I think it depends on the man, because a lot of men will look good bald.
Am I wrong to state that most women prefer men with a full head of hair?
I think you are.
But listen. Are there attractive men who are bald? Absolutely. Are there women who are attracted to bald men? Absolutely. But I'm speaking more generalities here. I do think it's fair to say, in the same way that I think women are attracted to tall men, and typically the taller the better, although like once you get into like 6'8", maybe women have like a preference for like 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2", 6'3". I think generally speaking, women prefer men with a full head of hair.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I don't think women care.
What percentage of women prefer bald men? 51%?
I think women make fun of bald men, but like in all actuality, like we would date a bald guy. Y'all wouldn't date a bald guy?
Yes. I think you like bald guys.
Wait, what?
I think that's
Hang on. I just want to make sure I'm clear. I got to get clarity here. It is your official position that women would have no preference when it comes to a man being bald or having a head of hair.
I've never heard a girl state that she cares about a specific hairstyle on a guy.
Great. Let's run a social experiment real quick. All the girls at the table, I'm going to assume all of you are maximum honest right at this moment. Do you prefer, if you prefer men with hair, raise your hand. Not saying it's a deal breaker, just say you prefer it.
You could still date a bald guy.
Well, wait a second. Now, hang on. Look around real quick. You said you've never heard of a woman, even one time, saying this. Now, how many women do you count? That's the entire panel. Just pointing that out.
I feel like as we get older, I think like with our age, I think with our age, like if we're dating someone around our age, they have to have hair, because if you don't have hair, that's just odd. But I feel like as you get older,
now she's throwing
I feel like if you're an older woman, you're dating older men, you wouldn't be like a guy being bald. Like what? Like that's a problem.
But Okay, so hold on. I'll explore that super quick. So, yeah, I mean, as a woman ages, like the men in her age cohort, and women are typically gonna like date a guy, like women aren't, 35-year-old woman's typically not like trying to date a 20-year-old, right? So she's gonna be dating a guy like her age, or like maybe within 5-10 years, whatever. It's more common, it's more likely that maybe he's starting to bald, or maybe he's got a shaved head. But like if you were to ask her, she might be more like, she has to take an assessment. Okay, well, I might have to like be a little more forgiving of this. She would probably still prefer, not to say she would never date a guy who's bald, she'd probably still prefer a guy with a big, thick, full head of hair.
Okay.
Even at 40, even at 50. There are still men at that age who do have full head of hair.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's also women who are 20, and there's men who are 20 who are balding. There's guys who start balding in high school.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So it's like, I don't know. All right. I got to move it on, though. Oh, quick thing. Go
I
ahead.
always congratulate the elder woman when they have a man with hair still, because they never knew. It's like hitting a lottery ticket back then.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. We're getting into the rest of the notes. Trying to move through this quick. Anissa, is it?
Yeah.
Did I say it? It's not Anissa? Anissa?
No, it's Anissa.
Your anti-hookup culture, give us your thoughts.
I just don't like it. I mean, like, I used to fall into hookup culture, and for me, it had effects on like my confidence and just what I thought of myself. That's just a personal take. Like, I don't talk down on anyone else that hooks up, like my friends, and they got hookups. I'm like, girl, go get that. But just for me personally, no. Or maybe just I've had my experience with that, and it's just you realize it's not something that you want, or it's not something that you're into. Like, at the beginning it feels good, then once you're done, it's kind of you feel a little less than. Or me personally, I feel a little less than.
Sure. All right, that's fair. Bella, getting into your notes, you said your ex's mom worked as a hospital receptionist, and she didn't like you, and went through your medical records and reported everything back to your ex. So what were in your medical records? And how much psychiatric treatment have you had?
Quite a lot.
Oh, really? Have you been 5150?
I have not, but it was just like medication on there.
Oh, what was
like,
it? For bipolar?
No,
BPD?
it was for
anxiety, depression? Huh?
PTSD.
Oh, PTSD.
But not trying to make it awkward.
Did you go to the war?
No.
Do you fuck with the war?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. We don't have to get into we won't get into the causes. I thought maybe it was like you saw some shit in like Iraq or something. Okay. So she reported it, and then that seems like that's probably like a HIPAA violation.
It is.
Definitely.
And then
she kinda covered it up.
also like totally invasive. And so did you break up with him or?
So it's a long story, but basically she kind of covered it up. The way that it happened was that because of the fact that she worked at Kaiser, she wanted to kind of schedule me an appointment for my eyes to get it checked. And then she got my card because she was like, oh, like, let me schedule it for you. So she grabbed it and then read all of it and said it was an accident, that it just popped up. I mean, I believed her. I don't know what it looks like when you scan it, but I would assume that you have to go look for it.
Damn.
But yeah.
Yikes. Okay. You also have a first date story. The guy couldn't get hard, so he wore a VR headset and made you choose which adult content he would watch while he thrusted you while being soft with the headset on while being coked out. Did you date him for like 3 years, or was that the 6 month guy? Was that the 6 month guy?
No.
Okay.
So this was, obviously my opinions have changed on like hookup culture, but this is back when like I wasn't really educated on what hookup culture actually was. I had I think 5 dates with the guy, and then we finally got to it, but I don't know how to explain that. He basically
what kind of VR was it? Like the
Oculus VR headset, And so he was like, I
Damn.
can't get hard, so like just give me a second. And then he put it on.
Oh, he put it on.
He put it on.
And then you picked.
Yeah, he searched up Pornhub, and then he like.
I feel like that's got to be a little offensive to the woman, like, right? Ladies, wouldn't you be upset?
very
Okay, you're hooking up with a guy. He can't get hard, and he's like, I have to wear a VR headset while having sex with you.
Yeah.
And you allowed him to do that?
Yeah,
I would have
he was
left.
my ride home, and he's also cooked out, so I can't just leave. So
That's why you don't let them take you anywhere.
No,
you gotta make sure you got your own
That's
transportation.
You should have married that guy.
No, literally.
Like that's how you tell your kids, like, oh yeah, like the first time we had sex together. In fact, he impregnated me with a VR headset. Oh my goodness. That's so romantic. Imagine telling like your future kids.
So bad.
He couldn't get hard, so it's like he's literally thrusting the air.
Okay, but you never saw him again after that, right?
No.
You
Okay.
said something. You wrote something here about getting leaked.
so
What is that? Like
disgusting.
something leaked?
Um.
Like pictures or whatever. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. So basically, I had really shitty exes, but he had to take in a recording of me, and then also pictures while we were sleeping together, and then he got the mail and then sent it to my address under my parents' name.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Is that I think that's a crime, maybe. I don't know.
I
You
have a worse
got
one.
threatened to get married at 16? Someone
Oh, same
threatened
guy.
you.
Yeah.
Oh, he threatened.
He was basically like,
It was
if you
like
don't
he had
marry
a
me-
knife and he's like, marry me, bitch. Like
No,
what?
he was basically like, if you don't marry me, you don't love me, you don't care about me. And I was like 16, so I was like,
Damn, for this guy.
low key thinking about it. It's like,
Okay. You also got blackmailed? Same guy?
yeah, same person.
Oh, okay, nice.
Wow.
You also, here's another one. You dated a guy who was homeless and you paid for his rent while he or you were making $150 a week?
Yeah.
And this was when you were at 16?
Yeah, so.
At 16, wait, were you living with your parents?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Are your parents still together?
Yeah.
Live together?
Live together.
You were at your parents' house. Did you ask them that you let a homeless man move into your parents' house?
Long story short, I don't know if you would consider this like actual dating or not, but I met him online. And then after
Discord?
Basically. But after I've talking to him for a while.
Wait, hold on. You met him online?
Yeah. After I've
How old was he?
19.
Is this in California? Is that a yikes? Where is this?
So when we had a meetup.
At what?
What state?
Were you on Tinder?
No.
Was it a dating app?
No, it was literally through like online, like Discord.
Through
Or,
what?
like, it was through gaming.
Oh, gaming.
Yeah.
Okay. What game?
Siege.
Siege?
Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, of course I know what that is.
Oh. Oh no? No?
I know what it is.
Okay.
Go ahead. Okay, so he's homeless. You moved him into your parents' house. What's the story?
Okay. Let me backtrack. So we had talked for like a long time, and then his parents had kicked him out. He flew down here, and then I basically got an Airbnb for him to live in.
Oh, okay. So he didn't move in with your parents?
No.
He was living in an Airbnb. How long did that last?
Like 2-3 months, but then I like could not.
Did your parents know?
They knew I was like getting an Airbnb.
Housing an adult while you were. Oh my! This just sounds.
That's incredible.
Doesn't your dad know? Or wait, I don't. Never mind.
Did you say you were taking a break from dating? You said you were taking
I'm
a break.
taking a break.
Okay, I understand why. This is psychopaths getting things
Okay,
leaked.
all right, that's cool.
Housing them.
Damn, good times. I actually know a homeless guy. Like, are you down to take him in? Or?
Sure. No, I'm kidding.
Her eyes lit up.
No more.
You said you disagree. I don't know. You said we asked if you disagree with anything on the show host. You said not too sure, but you disagree on extreme beliefs on control, i.e. women are property. Well, that's not my position. I don't think that's Andrew's position either. But yeah.
I don't know. I kind of wrote that at like 3 a.m.
No, that's fine. Okay, we don't have to get into that then. But this would be a good segue, though. Maybe, I don't know if this is controlling. It's more so what I'd like in a woman. Can we pull up the clip of my ex-girlfriend, please? Pull up the bow video. And then we're going to do an Instagram react after it. So this is my ex-girlfriend. I had to dump her up. Start from the beginning.
Oh my God.
All right, go ahead. Boom, huge bow. So this is my expectation. I want my girlfriend to bow to me at least once a day, preferably more, but once a day is satisfactory. Getting my laundry ready. I just was coming home from a long day shooting the podcast. I'm very attentive, which is good. Very attentive, scampering to the refrigerator, cracking open the beer, or the whatever that was. I had to scold her for those tomatoes. If you look in the bottom right corner, she just had tomatoes that's gross. Play one more time. And then, boom, huge bow. Okay, so this is, I do want my girlfriend to do a respectful bow. I expect you can't do like that. It has to be at least, I think 45 degrees minimum is respect. I prefer deep bow though. So that's like a 90-degree bow.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yes.
Do you have a problem with that?
Any panelists have a problem with my?
Yeah.
Speak up. Speak up. Come on. Anybody?
Bowing is crazy. I mean, like.
Oh yeah.
I'll prepare food for my man. Dad have food for you when you come home from a long day of work. But bowing for you is insane.
By the way, I just want to make this clear. I expect this of all races. I know she was an Asian woman, but don't any of you here be racist. I date white women. The whitest women, they can be very pale. They still have to bow. In fact, I'll date a Latina, bow. Black woman, bow. Native American, bow. Pacific Islander, bow. Middle Eastern, bow. Are there any other? I don't know. So wait, anybody has object? I'd like to hear some objections.
I think the man should bow to the woman.
Okay, we'll get to your Findom. We're gonna get to your Findom stuff. Don't worry, we'll get back. We're gonna get back to it. I think the Christian woman needs to weigh in on the bow thing, though. Do you object to the bow?
Get some water. Yeah, I would prefer not to bow to my partner, but
what if you were married to him and he asked you to do it?
Is it a joke? Because that would be funny.
He's not like gonna murder you over it, but he does want it politely, but also do that shit. But also polite.
Respectfully, no.
You would say that respectfully, no? But hold on, Andrew, Bible verse?
Yeah, I know. Submit to your husband. I already know what you're going to say.
What's the Bible verse? You're talking about
submit to your
obey.
Submit. Well, so it says submit to your husband.
Wives are supposed to submit.
Right, but at the same time, wives are supposed to submit to your husband, but also men are supposed to. It's like Jesus is to the church, right? So women, you're supposed to submit to your husband. As Christ, you submit to Christ, like the church is under Christ in that way. But also men are supposed to have this sacrificial love for you. So do you have a sacrificial love for your girlfriend?
You get the sacrificial love if you submit.
See, this is something that's like highly debated among the Christian community.
No, it's not highly debated.
No. You didn't let me finish my okay. You didn't let me.
It's not highly debated, but go ahead.
What I was going to say is this idea that you need a sacrificial love and you need to submit to your husband. It's kind of like a idealistic relationship that is very hard to obtain. So, do you have that with your wife? Could you
let me help you with something.
Okay.
I'm gonna help you out with your theology. I'm gonna demonstrate for you why it's incorrect.
Okay.
Do you receive divine revelation through the Holy Spirit, which assists you with exegeting, meaning interpreting the text of the Bible?
Sorry, was that a question?
Let me repeat the question.
Yes, sorry.
When you read the Bible,
yes,
are you filled with the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit is telling you that what you're reading is true?
Yes.
And so your interpretation of that text is true.
Well, God says to lean not on your own understanding, so I'm not supposed to interpret.
So whose understanding are you leaning on?
Right now, I'm leaning on my own. This is something that I've struggled with.
So then, wait. That's really confusing. Wait. Lean not on your own understanding, but you're leaning on your own understanding.
I agree with you. This is a point in Christianity that I have struggled with, and I haven't yet.
Then just help me out with this.
Okay.
If it is the case that the Holy Spirit is in you, and that is what is assisting you in reading the Bible, so you know it is true, is that how people interpret the Bible?
That specific line, or are you talking about?
Is that how people interpret the Bible?
Through the Holy Spirit?
Yes.
Yes, that's
okay. And the Holy Spirit is telling you what is true, right?
Yes.
Then how come you don't write down everything the Holy Spirit tells you as a new form of the Bible?
That's fair. I mean, that's why there's so many denominations. That's an issue among Christians. Like, not
why
everybody
don't
agrees.
You write down everything the Holy Spirit tells you and call it a new Bible?
Because you're not supposed to lean on your own understanding. That's me leaning on my understanding.
Wait,
I'm
whose
confused by the question.
understanding are you leaning on?
I'm supposed
hang on, Brian. This is important. I'll tie it in very quickly.
Okay. Try to be,
very quickly. Whose understanding are you leaning on?
When I'm reading the Bible, whose understanding am I leaning on? Is that the question?
You have no idea. And so the thing is like, this is why you have a flawed theology.
Okay.
You don't even know what your theology is. And because of that, and I just showed you why that is true. I literally walked you through step by step why this is the case.
Right.
When I tell you Christianity is patriarchal, Christianity from the top down, 2,000 years of church history, it is a patriarchal religion where you are to submit to your husband as, I'll give you the text if you want. Sarah called Abraham Lord. You are to submit and call your husband Lord as Sarah called Abraham Lord. Why, if that is the case, that you're supposed to have that kind of reverence for your husband, will you not bow?
That's fair.
Would you bow?
That's fair. I mean, what he said was fair.
Yeah, it's fair. Would you bow?
Would you bow to your Lord?
Andrew, I think we've just convinced her to be an atheist.
No, never that one. No, this is fair. Actually, thank you.
No, we get that it's fair. Would you bow to your husband?
This is hard for me. Like, I'm a new Christian, so I'm not.
Let's assume
you could
Andrew's
be leading me down
let's just say,
something that I'm not.
Just give Andrew the benefit of the doubt. He's 100% correct on the theology.
If he was
Do you bow to your husband?
Well, he's the head of. Yeah, he would be. He's the head and you're the body. So then I guess yes.
Okay. How about this? And Andrew, maybe you want to weigh in on this too. You get married, right? You want to get married?
Eventually, yes.
And then have kids?
Yes.
Okay. Your husband, in his determination for what's best for the family, wants you to sell your boat and stop sailing.
Hang on, Brian, just real quick, I just wanted Ephesians 5:22. Yep. Wives, submit to your husbands as to the Lord.
Right.
Who is the Lord?
Jesus Christ.
Would you bow to Jesus Christ?
Yes, and I think that actually is a good point that you just brought up with that verse, because the Bible also does say that if there's an instance, I don't remember the name of the woman, but her husband was not obeying God, and so she went on her own accord to an army and negotiated with them because he was being unreasonable, he was being prideful. And so there is a differentiation there of, if a man is sacrificial in his love as Christ was.
Who gets to make that decision?
Well, so hold up. What I'm saying is if a man is sacrificial in his love as Christ was.
Who gets to make that decision?
If you are following Christ and your husband is leading you astray. Who gets to
make that decision? You or your husband?
If your let me speak, please. If your husband is leading you away from Christ.
I want to know a specific question.
I'm trying to say something and you're cutting me off.
Question.
If your husband, but I was saying something.
The man or the woman, who gets to make the decision? Who? Do you get to make it, or does he?
If it goes against God, he does not get to make the decision.
Who
if
gets
it is
to make
following
the decision
the Bible, Who gets to make the decision? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ gets to make the decision.
Okay, so Jesus Christ is telling you then.
No, Jesus Christ in the Bible. You follow the Bible. So if your husband goes against the Bible, yes.
If you think your husband's going against theology and he thinks you are, who submits to who?
That's fair.
Yeah, you don't know.
No, I
You're
don't.
supposed to obey as unto the Lord for this reason. Because
so
if
you
an
say
impasse,
that,
hang on, if an impasse comes up, you are to obey for this reason. Because otherwise, you are the person being submitted to. You are the ultimate arbiter. Do you understand? If you go to your husband and say, your theology is wrong, you are not doing what God wants, then you are the ultimate arbiter and not him.
There's explicit words in the Bible. So if he goes against
we can't go too much deeper into the theology stuff here, but
okay, yeah, fair enough.
I mean,
I'm just pointing out here,
I have one final
very
question.
quickly. I'll just end it with this. If it is the case, as Brian says, okay, that you are to submit to your husband as you would unto the Lord, then bowing should be no problem, right? It's your own willful pride that would prevent you from doing that. Okay. It's not an unreasonable expectation if you are to obey as you would unto the Lord to bow to your husband. That's what my ultimate point is. I could get into why your theology is flawed in another time, but I'm just pointing out that it's very flawed, very obviously flawed. Okay. But anyway.
I agree with you. Thank you. I'm trying to learn. Again, I've only been Christian for a year, so I appreciate you speaking through it and actually giving me real information rather than just attacking. So I do appreciate
Okay,
that.
so going back to my thing, your husband, he says, I want you to sell your boat and stop sailing. Do you do it?
If that's his will, then yes.
Oh, okay. All right. There you have it. Any other objections to the bow video from anybody?
Is it wrong? Yeah. But to each their own.
Is it what?
Is it wrong? Yeah. But
Wrong.
It's
yeah.
wrong to bow?
It's wrong.
I mean, okay.
Well, look, we'll go ahead.
Why do you think it's wrong?
Aren't you the type of person who wants to see women as equal to you?
What do you mean?
No? Because I feel like your whole argument is...
We established at the beginning, equality is not there, as in jobs.
I could just turn this around on you. Okay, like, why do women want men to open the car door? Why do women want men to open doors? Why do women want men to pay for first dates? Like, do you want a guy to pay for the first date?
I don't care.
You don't care?
I don't care.
You have no preference? Okay.
I mean, it would be nice, but
there's no gender expectations at all when it comes to what you want in a man?
Gender expectations.
Not like there's not. I mean, it could be the case. Maybe there's nothing. Huh?
Leading.
Oh, leading.
Yeah.
Why?
Because
that's not very equal of you to expect him to put in that effort.
It takes a lot of work to lead.
Yeah, leading's responsibility.
I just think bowing is a little bit overkill, but
Why?
also it's like you're submitting yourself. It's like 100-0.
Do men want submissive women?
Yes.
Wait, it's 100-0?
It feels like
You
it.
think? Wait, you
it's
think?
It's kind of like
hold
they're
on.
like a peasant. No?
Oh, there's things that are way more submissive than a simple bow. I mean, if you actually think about the physicality of it, it's actually quite benign. Takes 2 seconds. Anybody can do it. It doesn't take any effort, right?
Yeah, but looking at the video, she's cooking for her whole life is designated to serving you.
What's wrong with that?
That's what I'm saying. It's like 0-100, is it not?
Oh, you can do way more than that. That's the easy shit. That's the easy shit. Wait until there's a situation where she disagrees with me.
Okay, but like also in
like
my
I want her to sell the boat and she doesn't want to sell the boat. You know?
I think that's wrong.
Oh, okay, why?
I feel like
if you love them, you don't change them like that.
Why is it wrong?
But so I guess the reason I bring up the bow thing is it's like this fairly innocent, totally benign action. It takes no effort from the woman. But you guys see it as like, oh, it's disrespectful. It's actually, no, it's like it's the smallest little gesture that you can do to show that you respect your partner. And I think what's interesting to me is, like, women, you have these expectations on men. You want a guy to do all the chivalrous bullshit, open the car door, be a gentleman. You want a guy to, like, walk on the inside of the sidewalk, so that way if a fucking car comes he has to die and you get to live, he can protect you, whatever it is. You'd want a guy to take a bullet for you. You want all these things. You want a guy to pay for dates. You want a guy to take all the risks of rejection. And throughout the course of a courtship, there's like at least a dozen different points where a guy could, have to take initiative and risk rejection. You want a guy to take the initiative. You want a guy to make the first move. You guys want men should do these things. You want men to do all these things. But the moment men say, well, I want a woman to do this, women should do this, it's like, you get all bent out of shape if men start saying women should. But you guys don't have any issue with saying men should. And it's just interesting to me, like, okay, a woman will have sex with a guy on the first date. Let him ejaculate inside of her. Let him ejaculate on her face or in her mouth, and she'll swallow it. You'll do that shit, but hold on, pump the brakes for the bow?
It's like symbolism.
Bow? But what? Don't you think it's kind of crazy that you got a table of women who would not do the bow, but you'll let a guy splunk on your face
because
on the first date?
The bowing
or
represents
second date, third date?
that you are, or the girl is below them.
But what do you think is more degrading? A guy blasting on your face, getting into your eye, your hair's all fucked up for a couple days, or 3 seconds, no effort? What's like more degrading?
I feel like some would argue that it's more degrading to bow.
That's
all right.
I don't know. That's just me personally.
That was a good line of reasoning.
I think it's just I don't know. The other confusing thing, it's like, you as women, if you guys, and maybe it's not your standard, but I think a lot of women. How about this? Just show of hands. Who here wants a guy to pay for the first date? Michaela. She's kind of raising her hand. All right, you guys want men to pay for the first date. So let's say, do you think like $100 is like a reasonable price to pay for the first date, for his meal, for yours? I think maybe it could be cheaper. Maybe it's like $50 or whatever. But I think like it wouldn't be uncommon for a guy to pay $100, like to take you to a decent restaurant, a drink each, meal, whatever. If he's taking you somewhere really upscale, it could be a couple hundred or even into the thousands, right? It's like, so your expectation there, let's say the guy makes $20 an hour and it's a $100 meal. You expect him to work for 5 hours to take you on the date. Let's say he works a construction job. So you want a guy to physically labor to be able to take you on the date, but all I'm asking for is a bow that takes 3 seconds, but you want a guy to work hours to be able to take y'all out? How's it wrong for me to want a bow, but you want a guy to work multiple hours to take you out? Let's say he's digging ditches. He's got to literally dig a ditch. Shovel. Anybody here shovel? That's just hard.
Mm-hmm.
Pushback? Anybody?
Yeah,
Hello?
I think.
All right.
I think the bow symbolizes that the female is below the man, and in reality, the female is above the man. So I don't think that it would make any sense to bow to a man.
Dude, she's so lost, man. She's so.
I mean,
I'm not lost at all. And let me explain.
Wait, but the man is digging ditches. The man has to dig a ditch for 5 hours out of the day to pay for the date.
That's what he was made to do. That's his purpose. That's what he was built for. And so women are more valuable because we can reproduce. Okay, so when it comes to any species, reproduction is the most important aspect to its survival. Okay, women are reproduce, men are survival. Okay? So men have to compensate for their lack of ability to reproduce with having other skills for survival. Whereas women, the fact that we can reproduce alone makes us a superior, more valuable.
If the men disappear, the grid goes down. The refrigerators die.
Yes, I'm a female. I am.
The sperm dies.
I'm not a feminist. I'm a female supremacist.
Is that worse than the feminist?
That's wild.
It's more radical.
Isn't that what birds do? Like with peacocks, the male peacocks are always more beautiful, and they have to like put on a dance and stuff like that for the female peacocks.
Yeah, and the female peacocks
I mean, that's
do nothing.
an appeal to nature.
Same,
though.
same with like beta
But the
fish.
lion-
Yeah, but lions, like, they let the women do all the hunting and they just kick it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they
Don't they do
bang
the fight?
all of the females.
Wait, do the-
one male.
Do the lionesses, do they do the fighting too, mate? Or I don't know.
Dude, it's crazy.
Well,
yeah.
they do the hunting.
They do the
And
hunting.
Now, there is cases, for instance, there were lions actually will get revenge. There was hyenas who used to attack a single lion pride, and the lions actually went out and murdered all the hyenas. Like, they retroactively paid retribution on behalf of their tribe. Now, lions don't kill all lions who are around, just others who challenge their position if they're males. But the women do all the work. And the alpha lion generally humps all the women. That's just the way it is. Now, some of the other women in the tribe, they get humped by other male lions. That does happen at the, pride heads dictate. But I don't think it's a good idea for us to compare ourselves to lions. Obviously, we're not. I'm just pointing out that if you wanted to reflect on how nature works and then apply it to humanity, definitely the males in nature run everything. I mean, the male sex in nature runs everything. They're always stronger. Well, not always, but almost always stronger. And they almost always set down the dictates.
I also want a girl who can make me a quilt.
Like what kind of quilt?
A very detailed quilt.
How detailed?
That's comfortable and warm.
For you to sleep with?
So
what is
you
a
want
quilt? It's like a
you want
blanket, right?
Ryan, you want the
Okay.
big needles? You want the big needle.
I do,
You want
yes.
the big needle knitting.
Yes. And if she doesn't know how to churn butter, she ain't the one.
She's been
Wool?
saving all his cum
Does it have
socks.
to be a wool? It has to be a wool quilt.
Something like that. Let's pull up the video, Damien. Let's pull up the video. This is maybe, what do you guys think about this? Maybe related to the bow? Make it a little bigger. And also unmute the audio first before you play it. Refresh. Did you refresh it?
No, what's coming?
Just refresh it. Yeah, and then pause it immediately. Refresh.
F5.
Yeah. Pause. Unmute the audio. Make it one bigger. Play it. Yeah.
Submit to you. I'll forever submit to you.
Ew.
I'll forever submit to you, Miles.
Ew.
I'll forever respect you, Miles. I'll forever honor you, Miles, as the head of our home, and no other. There is no other. There is no one. No plans of hell will ever prosper in our marriage, and will ever hold me not to be a wife that is a Proverbs 31 woman. I will become that woman that builds the home as I follow you, as you follow Christ. That is the only thing that we will do in our household. And I promise and I vow that in heaven they hear. On earth I declare and decree, I shall be a submissive wife unto you. As we continue to do this work of God, I'll forever.
Dang, dude.
Wait, I have a question.
I need that woman in my life.
Wait.
She's married.
Are you?
Well, wait a second. I just want to let all of you know, and you can be mad and see.
I'll get to you.
But every man who's a Christian who just watched that right now, who's a
Yeah.
Protestant, which I'm not, is thinking in their head, that's fucking right. That's exactly how things are supposed to be. Just pointing that out.
Yikes.
Go ahead, Shelby.
Are you fully providing in every other aspect for your wife and for the family?
If you watch that video, she's going
I'm
through.
asking, like, if you're gonna like financially provide and provide like every other thing, is that like the exchange?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. If this is my girl, I'm taking care of everything.
Then I think that's
She doesn't have to work.
Yeah.
But there's going to be an expectation there that.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think that video is beautiful. She's like, I respect you as the leader of the household. She's obviously I don't know. She's deeply infatuated with the fact that he is like a man worthy of respect. And I think a lot of women are abhorred by that video because they've never met a man worthy of their respect. Like they've never met a man that was willing to do all of that. They have guys that are, no offense, but just worse situations where.
Okay, but hang on. Now we're getting back into this the simp aspect, right? You keep on blaming men for this, like.
Yeah. Well,
you
yeah.
keep on saying women aren't meeting the right guy. It's like, what is the right guy though?
Well, in her case, it's somebody that would provide, somebody that would ultimately be worthy of respect. I really don't think.
Want equality.
Yeah, well, I don't think she said that.
No, you don't want equality? You don't want to vote?
I honestly don't care.
Yeah. You don't want equality in any aspect of life?
No, I mean, as like, I want to be feminine and I don't want to have to worry about certain things. I want the man in my life, I want to be able to have him lead and have my respect for him to do so.
Andrew, do you think...
That's totally fair. Let me just ask you, what is it that he gets? What does he get?
He gets my submissiveness and my nurturing feminine abilities, and for me to make the house a home and to be there for him emotionally and for what he needs to be.
Does he get obedient?
The masculine version of himself.
Are you going to do what he says?
Yeah.
Within the confines of reason?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that's fair. So let's say that the two of you are in an argument about where to send your kids to school, and you are adamant that your children should be in a different school than the one that he thinks your kids should be in. Why? Well, it disrupts your schedule. You have to drive an hour and a half out of the way. Should you obey and do what he's asking you to do anyway, even though you don't think that it conforms to reason?
Yeah. And the person that I marry, I would assume that our beliefs and what he is trying to build is something that I would respect, and I would want to build with that as well, like build with him.
Those things change.
Huh?
Those things change. People's priorities change.
But Andrew, do you believe that all men are worthy of that kind of respect from a woman?
From at least a woman.
From a woman.
The truth is that most women, right, seem to put themselves above men. And this is because they get a lot of sexual attention from most men. Because men are willing to sleep with them, they seem to categorize that with most men want to be with them. These are two distinct categories. So my question would just be simply this. To most women, you want, if you're a traditional woman, you want the man to take care of things financially. You want the man to take care of you. What does he get? Most women will just say he gets me. What do you get? Well, you get everything paid for. You get your entire life planned out for you. You have a man who will wake up at night and die on your behalf. If the boat is going down, he gets on, or you get on it, and he stays with the boat. What does he get?
He gets the woman. The woman is the prize.
Right. And that's exactly the problem, is that you think that the woman is the prize. And so this is where I disagree. What makes women the prize, considering you just will fuck anybody who doesn't even like you? You'll fuck men who don't even like you.
But
what makes you a prize if you'll fuck a man who doesn't even like you?
That's why lust is a sin. And that's why...
No, let her answer. What makes you the prize if you'll fuck a man who doesn't even like you?
I need just a quick exchange here, just because it is getting a little...
Very quickly,
Yeah,
what makes you the prize?
I think regardless of like women and their body count or like who they sleep with. I think women are still valuable regardless, because women can reproduce and you still want smacks out of that woman regardless of like all this.
You want smacks out of the woman, but you'd want smacks out of the woman even if you couldn't reproduce with her, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well then the reproduction aspect doesn't seem to be the key here, does it? So if that is the case, then tell me again, if you'll fuck men you don't even like, how are you my prize or any man's prize?
Well, I personally wouldn't fuck a guy that I don't like. And I don't think any woman is fucking guys that they don't like. I think it's
well,
just
this is a massive, massive disproportionate distinction between the position you held earlier, where you were coping over and over again.
No, I said they don't see
women
anything
have
long
sex
term.
with men they don't like all the time because they're exceptional.
Yeah, if they're exceptional, then they like
Massive contradictions from you again, but back to red sweatshirt. I think we've had enough of your contradictions for an evening. Madame, red sweatshirt, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name earlier. Very corner to
Shelby.
What you guys would see as my left. Back to you. I was just wondering, you would submit to everything that your husband asked you to do?
Yeah, and if there's mutual respect as well in the relationship.
What does that mean?
That he sees the value that I also bring to the relationship, where I do believe that the man and the woman has different aspects that they both bring to the relationship, but I think that they both have high value.
Who gets to determine that?
Determine what?
Your value.
I think that it could differentiate in different relationships, and I think that...
yours.
I don't get it.
Who gets to determine your value in the relationship with your man that you have submitted to?
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know who gets to determine.
Like the amount.
You don't know the man you have submitted to man, but you don't know who gets to determine your value in that relationship.
Well, I feel like I would respect him and value him when he also like sees the value in me.
That's not submission. That's egalitarianism. That's I will submit based on
because I'm not
conditionals.
saying that I'm equal, but I also bring aspects to the relationship that a man
It's
can't
submission
bring.
based on conditionals. You're saying I have conditions for submission. How's that submission?
No, I don't think that asking to be seen as value is like not submitting.
Yeah, but when you say value, this is up to you as to what your value is. So if you say he's not seeing my value, then you get to be the arbiter of what your value is. That's
well,
not
then
submission.
that's probably not a guy that I would want to be with because
Then
we
it's
don't
not
have this.
submission.
No, because we don't
Then it's
have the
not-
same
listen,
values
it's not,
and beliefs.
It can't be submission if you get to make the dictate as to how it is that you submit.
No,
That's not submission. It's not submission if you say the man doesn't get to be the arbiter of your value, but you get to be the arbiter of the value to the man. That's the opposite of submission.
No, you're misconstruing my thoughts.
Well, it's not misconstruing, it's misconstruing, but I'm willing to hear out how I'm misconstruing your thoughts.
We do have a lot to get through, so you guys need to make a final point on this.
Make it very quick. Yeah.
I don't know. I said I was like, I think that the woman should submit to the man, but she also
Yeah, I
has
know.
value. Like,
Well,
you can't
I'll
just like be a
yeah,
piece
go
of
on.
trash.
It's not that you're a piece of trash. It's not saying you're a piece of trash. It's just explaining to you that submission means that you have given yourself over to X. I have submitted to X. Like, if you submit yourself to Jesus Christ, you don't get to determine to Jesus Christ how it is that you have submitted. That's not how it works. He's the determiner. It would be the same thing with a husband. If you submit to a God, you don't get to determine how you submit to the God. The God gets to determine how you submit. So if that is the case, you can't say, I have submitted to this thing, but I get to be the arbiter of how things work.
But that's
or
because
what my value is. That would be up to the thing you submitted to.
Yeah, because that's because
Could
I
you
know
imagine,
that
for
God
instance,
already
very
sees
quickly,
the
very
value
quickly,
in me.
hang on, very quickly, and I'll let you respond. Could you imagine going to a God and saying, you don't get to determine my value? That would be antithetical to submitting to the God. Of course he gets to determine the value. That's submission.
Yeah, but you're submitting to God because you know that He already values you and loves
it's
you
an exchange?
unconditionally.
Oh, so it's an exchange? It's like a transaction?
No.
No, it's not like a transaction. That's what I'm saying. That's the opposite of submission.
That's not what I'm saying.
Anyway, I'll let Brian move it on. Sorry, Brian.
Yeah, I guess just final thing on this when it comes to submission. It's just interesting to me. It seems like who here wants to have like a boss babe career? Anybody?
Probably her.
The woman who would have said yes is gone.
And by the way, Brian, we're at 2. I'm going to do a raid over to your channel.
Oh, you should maybe wait until we get into this girl's notes for a little bit if you got a bit more time.
I don't this evening, but I do appreciate you guys having me on.
All right.
I do have to have the heart out of it too.
Oh, that's fine.
But guys, I really appreciate it. It was nice to meet all of you. No hard feelings. My job is to push back against your worldviews. So I appreciate meeting all of you.
Oh, Andrew, do you want to do a quick shout out for Debate U?
Yeah, you can. I do have a course on how to do and conduct debates called Debate University. Brian was a co-sponsor, which is fantastic. You can find that over on debateuniversity.com. So get over there. Verbal Combat is the course. It's fantastic. And by the way, we have reduced the price. You can pick it up now. And I highly suggest that you do. Thank you guys so much, and you have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate
Andrew.
you sending over the raid. Guys, debateuniversity.com. Check it out, guys. Okay, we're going to just try to get through all of this real quickly. But when it comes to this, last thing on the submission topic, it's just interesting to me because I feel like women have traded being submissive to their husbands to being submissive to your employer. I mean, that's what you are. Like, you have an employer. They might even bark orders at you. They'll boss you around. Do this, do this, do this. You have to do it. Otherwise, you get fired. Wear this. Don't wear that. Have your hair like this. Be professional. Blah, 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 blah. You'll be submissive to your employer, your cold corporation, to your boss, but you wouldn't be submissive to the man who you love and who loves you, who I think will, most of your husbands, even if they do want a traditional relationship and they want you to be submissive, are probably going to ask far less of you than a corporation will, than your boss will, than your employer will. I mean, if you think about a female waitress, in a given day, her boss is going to expect her to, okay, bring food over here, put on the happy face with all the rude customers, wipe down the table, clean the spill, clean the floor, clean this, clean that, run this order to the pickup, take out the trash, organize this, organize that. Dozen other things I'm not even listing. And you'll be a good worker drone, a good worker bee. But your husband just wants you to cook and clean, and you don't want to do that. You won't do a bow.
I have a question.
I don't know. Maybe you're like a hostess in your job. Maybe you don't bow, but welcome to fucking I don't know, fucking
Hooters.
Arby's. I don't know. They probably don't have hostesses at Arby's. I don't know. Chili's. You're working at. Oh, hey there. Welcome to Chili's. But you can't hit a bow for the man who you love and who loves whatever.
In Texas Roadhouse,
you
they
got a
have to
question?
dance. Yeah.
If you had gotten rid of like men doing or paying for the first date, or men having to open the car doors or having to walk on the sidewalk, then do you still think that it's still normal for the women to bow down to the men?
So if we get rid of
Yeah, if we
all that
get rid of
stuff?
all of it.
I mean, I think you have to, both people have to be, so if we're talking about being traditional, I think both people have to hold up their end of the deal. So like as a guy, you can't be non-traditional and expect traditional treatment, and
But
vice
what does
versa.
it take for
What do you mean?
for it to not bow down
And
to the
just to be clear, also, I think traditional, non-traditional, it's kind of a spectrum.
Yeah.
I don't think everybody's going to be like all the way to the extreme over here. And like, I think you know, in some ways you might not be totally traditional, but you're mostly traditional, whatever. But so what's the question?
So what does it take for it to be obscene for the woman to bow down to the man?
What does the guy have to do to get that?
Yeah, for it to like be not part of your standards.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like,
I'm not, sorry, just.
What does it take for, like, does it take like 50-50, like even split for in all
before
aspects?
The bow goes away?
Yeah, before that.
So like you're saying like, oh, Brian, if the girl was willing to pay like 50-50 with you, would you like not accept the bow?
Like, with all aspects. Like, not even just 50-50 with paying, but.
But if a war happened, Brian would be forced to go off to fight the war.
I guess. But I mean, like, can you be more precise, I guess? And
I don't think it can be 50-50.
I don't think
if an intruder breaks into your home, like, who is going to attack the intruder? It's not the woman. You know, there are situations, as soon as violence comes into play, then the 50-50 goes out the window. Like, the woman simply can't, in those situations, be 50-50 with the man.
Like if there's a home invasion and I gotta go kill the guy or whatever. I don't know. Who here has a firearm? Just curious. Anybody?
I do.
Okay.
So I could kill the man.
That's good for you.
Thank you.
Good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What was your, Michaela, were you coming in on
No,
this?
I was going to say, I feel like there's a difference between like wanting something in a relationship and thinking it should happen.
Okay.
So, like, I don't know, if you love someone and you say like, I want you to bow to me, I feel like that's valid. Like, you can you can say I want that. But when you start saying like things should happen, that's when you get to like, okay, well, is it 50-50? Like, is it even? I don't think it should be like that in relationships.
Well, how should it be?
I think it should be, if you want something, like, everyone's entitled to wanting something.
There should be a conversation.
Yeah. And if you say I want that and the person really loves you, then like, I wouldn't have a problem doing something for someone.
Yeah, so I mean, but how about this scenario? Guy goes on a date with you, Michaela, and he's like, I would like to have a conversation about who's going to pay for this date. And then you're like, you're going to have that conversation and be cool with how that date's going?
Well, if I don't want to have a conversation, then I feel like that's.
What do you mean
like,
you don't want to have the conversation?
I don't know, like it's
What if the guy who wants you to bow, you want to have the conversation with him about not wanting to bow, and he's like, I don't want to have that conversation. You should just bow.
Well, then you're probably just not a good match.
Okay.
Like, that's why people, you know, some people are better for each other than others.
But I mean, I'm trying to think of a situation where we have the conversation about something that I'm displeased with. Like, oh, I don't want to have to do this.
Well, I think like when you love someone, you like, you decide what you will sacrifice, I guess, for them. Like, if someone came up to me and was like, I really, really, really want you to bow, and I like really loved him, I feel like I'd be like, oh.
It should be on the first date. You got to hit the bow on the first date.
Well, no, but that's fine. Like, you're entitled to wanting a bow on the first date. I don't think you're wrong for that. I think you coming and saying you should bow to me on the first date is like is kind of pushing it.
She should just do it.
She should just do it.
She should just do it. I don't need to tell her to do it. She just does it because she knows. She watches the podcast. She's like, this is what Brian likes. I'm just going to do it. Okay.
In that case,
boom.
Yeah, no, in that case, then if you find a girl that feels like she should do it for you, then that's a good match.
I don't know. What if I went up to a girl and I didn't even know her, and I'm like, I'd like to have a conversation about you making the first move. I don't want to make the first move, but I just made the first move. But like, you carry the rest of the conversation, and then like, I'll ask you out on the date, but then you pay for the date. We should have conversations about that.
I think if she felt like she also wanted to have that conversation, that's fair.
I also, maybe let's have a conversation about who goes for the first kiss. Would the first kiss, would you prefer it go like that, or would you prefer the guy to just go for it?
No, I don't think you necessarily have to have a conversation about everything.
That's what you said, though. You said there should be a conversation about the bow.
I mean, no. Not that there should be a conversation, but it's like you're entitled to wanting what you want.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, how is a girl gonna like know that you want a bow unless you have a conversation?
If she doesn't watch the show, then I'm gonna have to tell her.
We just have to change all of society with
society.
This podcast.
That's what we're doing. You know what though? I've had multiple women DM me who are in relationships. And they're like, look, Brian, at first I thought this bow thing's fucking ridiculous, but I just like hit it real quick for my boyfriend. He was like, he liked it. I've had multiple women tell me the boyfriend liked it. And it's like this totally benign, takes no effort. And you guys are so object to it so much.
You know what? I'll try it and I'll
Give it a
report back
shot.
to you.
Let me know. Yeah, let me know how it
Bow
works.
down and suck his toe.
Changing hearts and minds, Brian. Incredible.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I do want to move things on here just to get through everything. Okay, let's see here. We have still Bella, okay. Samson.
Yo.
Which in return, something about high on the valid fertile breeder?
No, bro. Don't bring that one up.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were going to elaborate a bit.
I don't know. I forgot. That was...
Oh, okay. Is there anything you want to ask? Or?
Okay, I do know. Okay, so when you are attractive in your 30s, I think being 30 years as a woman, you haven't even decreased at all. But there is people that will start to slowly decline a little. Anyway, there's something about how 20-year-olds are more attractive than 30-year-olds, but I think 30-year-olds are more attractive than 20s for a couple of reasons. One being your mind, your work ethic that you've made in the last 10 years, and then how you are aging. And I think that makes you a valid, fertile breeder, and I think men appreciate to see.
A valid, fertile breeder. Okay, there you go. All right, yeah, that's cool. And I mean, just to be clear, like, I want my girl to bow, do my laundry, whatever. I'm gonna take care of everything. I think that seems like a fair trade-off. Yo, Andrew, thank you for the raid, man. Do appreciate it. Very much appreciate it. They bow without saying it directly. Somebody in the chat said that, yeah. Okay. Going to Ebony. I wish we got into this stuff when Andrew was still here. The most degen stuff ever, but all right. Actually, here, one of your notes here, you say body count doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't.
Going around the table, do you think body count matters? Does it not matter? Starting with Michaela going around.
I don't know.
How about this? Do you think men are insecure if they care about a woman's body count?
No.
Okay.
I think it matters.
You think it matters?
I think they are insecure.
Okay.
I think they're probably comparing.
Shelby?
Okay.
I don't think body count matters.
It doesn't matter.
All right.
Kind of in the middle, but it kind of matters.
Okay.
I don't think it matters.
I think it matters.
Yeah, half does matter, I guess.
Yeah, I definitely think it matters.
Shelby? Yeah.
I just say that I don't think it matters because from my personal experience, I'm not like the same person that I used to be, and I hope that somebody wouldn't hold that against me.
Let me rephrase the question. Would you hold it against a man for taking it heavily into consideration what a woman's body count is?
If that's who she still is and is continuing that behavior.
But isn't who she is at this point somewhat based off of her past?
Yeah, but I mean, if she's still continuing with the act of being lustful. But I know that I've changed tremendously as a person. And yes, I've made mistakes, but I've also learned from that. And I've also grown as a person and became better from it.
Yeah, it sounds to me like it does matter. Or that you at least wouldn't be down on a man for thinking that it matters.
He has his own opinion. But I don't personally think that body count matters because you can be it doesn't reflect that the current person you are.
Do you really think that somebody that's bonded with someone physically and even chemically, she was talking about the oxytocin, like, don't you think that that is playing into how things are, no matter how much of a new person you are? Don't you think that that plays a role?
Yeah, I mean, you can't go back and change anything, but
because what the science suggests is that the more people a woman has bonded with, the less sticky the bond becomes as time goes on.
Hold on. Let's here. How about this? Since body count doesn't matter, what's your body count?
7.
Okay. Going around the table, Michaela.
1.
Okay.
8.
8. Okay.
I'm not gonna answer.
Do you want to do range, like 10 to 20, something like that?
No comment.
Okay.
Yeah, no comment.
Yeah, I don't feel.
You guys should do a comment. Come on, give us a range. Anissa, range. How about the range?
No comment.
More than 10. Okay. What about you? Range. Give us a range at least.
Okay, so consider I'm 33. I think I'm the oldest one here.
Yeah.
So like a range?
Or you could give the number. I mean, I'm fine with the number. You could give the number. Give the number.
I feel like some things are supposed to be private.
And some things are
especially
supposed
someone
to be
that's
public.
like trying to get married, you know?
Look,
I should have a...
Brian's whipping out the gifts. He's going to give a gift.
Not
What's
that
it
it's
be,
like
Brian?
a lot. I just feel like not everything has to be shared to the world.
Hold on. Mylin, Gertrude.
Wait, you can't see it.
What? Oh.
There you go.
Will you marry me?
Wait, what?
Will you marry me? So we're engaged. Once we're engaged, you can disclose your body count. Because you're already, it's like you're trying to get married. We're engaged. It's all good.
I think it's something that's private between you and the person that you're with. You know, there's just certain things that are supposed to be private.
Range. How about just a range then? You don't have to give the exact number.
Like, no.
Okay.
Just pass me.
All right. What about you? Who's going to have some cojones here?
I don't know the exact number, but I would say 8.
She would say 8. Okay.
I've been like essayed, so I don't.
Consensual.
I would just rather not talk on the subject. Like that makes me very uncomfortable.
Mine, I'm not going to reveal either, but it's all been for either hope of love or a role play fantasy. You could see it in their eye, or like the energy that day. That's it.
What? You guys got screwed at the beginning of the table.
Yo, let's give some. Yo, guys,
they
chat.
were all on.
Chat.
They said
big
it first.
Big ups to my girl Michaela, to my girl Bella, to my girl
Ebony. Why do you keep forgetting my name?
My girl. No, I wasn't sure if you were a they them. No, not because you look that way. Because I feel like you didn't. Aren't you non-binary?
No. When did I ever say I was non-binary?
Oh, I thought you.
When did I ever say that? What's going on?
I'm sorry, Ebony.
What? When did
I thought in your pronouns were she they?
No.
No.
You must be confusing me with another account.
I must have you confused with somebody else.
Yeah, you.
Ebony. I apologize.
You have to bow now.
I'm not bowing. I have to propose to her.
Make up for it.
Yo, W's in the chat. I want to see Wakayla, Wella, and Webony. Wait, Webony. Webony in the chat for actually revealing. Hold on. This is.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's
women.
A pioneer.
You guys, and then to those of you who didn't,
do it. Just do it.
That's crazy.
Don't let your dreams be dreams.
That's crazy, man.
Yesterday you said tomorrow, so just do it. Make your dreams come true.
I will give a $2 bill. I have more than this. If you guys disclose, you each get a $2 bill. Do you know how much this is worth?
Nothing.
Do you know how much a $2 bill is worth?
You can get it at the bank.
Will you do it, Shelby? $2 bill?
For 100.
Ooh.
I don't care that much.
Oh, that was a chat.
Anissa, what about you?
No, I'm good.
No.
Shit. Okay.
I said.
Shit.
Oh yeah, we forgot to congratulate her too.
Oh yeah. Oh my. I'm such a scumbag. Good job. I'm proud of you, Mecca. Good job. Weka in the chat. Okay. All right. There's the body count. Let's see if there's anything else. Ebony, you said. Oh boy. Now we're getting. I wanted Andrew to stay for. Yo, Crucible crew. You gotta want to hear this shit
Andrew
because
left?
it's crazy. Yeah, he's gone.
Oh,
That's
why did
really?
he
You
leave?
didn't-
Peaceful
you-
now.
you didn't-
I wasn't here. I was in the
Oh,
bathroom.
okay. Yeah, he's gone. I was hoping we could get into this. You said all men's income should be deposited directly into their wives' accounts.
Yes. I don't agree. I'm married men should like their money.
Wait,
their
you have
income.
to pop the glasses off for this segment.
Okay.
We need to see your eyes.
Yeah.
Look deep into my eyes.
Oh my
And
goodness.
say this shit. Okay.
Yeah, so I think that when it comes to married men, all of their money should be deposited directly into their wives' accounts because, first of all, we know men love to cheat.
Oh
right?
my goodness.
And so we know men love to go and give their money over to their mistresses and stuff like that. And I think to ensure that women aren't being screwed over, why not have it pragmatically where men have to get, like, when they apply for a job, they have, and they put in their bank information, they put in their wives. I think women should handle the finances in relationships. I think.
Do you understand the credit problem in America? Like, who spends like the most money?
Women.
In like relationships, and why most relationships end up in like financial
But there
issues.
are a lot of cultures where, you know, the women are the ones who handle the finances, and it's perfectly fine.
In
And
a
women,
capitalist society, it's not panning out
Women are
very well.
70% of the consumers. That's we target women when we're marketing most of the time. Like we don't normally.
Anyways, just to move things on though, that's not even the most interesting thing you say. You say male chastity is superior.
yes.
Wait, what does that mean?
Okay, so basically, I do Findom, right? I'm in that world.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the chastity cage?
I know what that is.
So I think
that goes
that
in your,
it's
their
like a
thing
belt
and
that
locks
it locks up their balls and their
Balls.
I don't know if I can say it on here,
Their
but
pee-pee.
it locks their pee up. And I think we as a society should normalize that. I think we as a society should normalize like men being in chastity cages. I think that it would prevent a lot of cheating that men like to do. So for example, right, I think that if a man wants to be in a relationship with a woman, like in the talking stages or the dating stages, I think that, you know, he should allow her to put a cage on. He should allow her to put a cage on him. She keeps the key, and then if he goes around doing things with other women, she'll know, right? And so you know, he can now. It's nothing unconsensual.
Ladies, raise your hands if you're in favor of the chastity cage for men.
I agree
Hold on,
because
just to be clear,
Brian, she might be onto something.
Right.
Wait, raise a hand. Show hands. Raise them high. Michaela, no, not in favor. Bella loves it. Loves it. Not you. Hold on. Y'all object to just a bow, but y'all want to like put a cage on a
Men
dude's
cheat
junk?
more. They lie more.
That's
I
crazy.
think that in order to prevent
Fake
them
news.
from, you know, indulging in their lust and
Erroneous.
being weak to their lust, I think we have, as women, have a responsibility to hold
Yeah.
them accountable.
Well, that's not even the craziest thing that you think. You also think that men should have curfews.
Yes. I think men are a danger to themselves. And I think that in order to keep the streets...
Keep the streets?
I think in order to keep the streets not only safer for women, but even for men themselves, I think we should have men
have curfews.
Have curfews, yeah.
And women no curfews.
Goodness.
Women
No, because
curfews.
women are a danger to society like men are.
What? Have you seen a woman
The violent
driver?
crimes that men commit. Men are the #1 killers of each other.
Yeah. Question though, what time does the curfew start? Like dark?
I think probably not. And I'm talking about non-working men because I know there will be like police officers, but like we would need someone to enforce this, right? But
Yeah,
I think probably like 11 p.m. Because once it gets to like
11
12, it's like that's when all the bad stuff starts happening.
That's pretty generous of you. 11. I was thinking you'd go for like 9 p.m. But 11 p.m. Wow,
I
that's very
think
nice of you.
once we get to like midnight, that's when all the bad stuff starts going down. So
raise of hand from the women at the table. Should men have an 11 any curfew? Should they have any curfew? Show of hands from the women.
Oh yeah, man.
Damn, Bella.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
All right. Well,
now
that's
the
not
clubs
even.
and bars are probably going to go out of business, but
that's not even the worst thing.
How is there more?
I thought that was it.
How is there more?
Now, before we have some tweets of yours that we're going to pull up. But before we do, I found on some of your other pages, here are some things you've said. Actually, no. Do we do the tweets first? Let's do the tweets first.
Are you talking
and I'll
about my
do the other
TikTok
ones.
lives?
I have no idea.
No.
But your friend who was going to be on the show, was it her who was into the weird race play stuff?
Yeah.
Are you into that or no?
No.
Because I
used to be.
I got her on that. I got her on that. She was like, yes, I would do race play in front of the ghost of Malcolm X.
Yeah.
Ridiculous, bro. Yo, we got two other black women here. Okay,
like, what does
this
that mean?
black woman, she said like she's into race play stuff. Like she wants a white dude
No.
to like say
Immediately
to
no.
be having
my
sex with her and like saying the hard R.
Definitely not.
And then I asked her, I was like, how would you feel doing that in front of the ghost of MLK? And she was like, that would make it better.
Oh my God.
And now I was like, what about Malcolm X? Even better. I was like, that's fucked up. That's crazy.
I wish she was here. She's such a character, bro.
Next time. We'll get her on.
For sure.
She sounds like
All right, guys, you guys are going to think these tweets are crazy, though. Michaela's going to love it. Bella's going to love it. Shelby's going to love it. Anissa's going to love it. Mecca's going to love it. I don't know how you're going to feel. You guys might be upset. I don't know. Okay, whatever. I'm just kidding. I don't know how you guys are going to think. Okay, go ahead. Pull up the tweets.
Oh my God.
Now, I want you, while we go through, there's like 20 of these. I want you to read it. Say it.
Slayer of white men.
Wow,
Middle
that's
finger.
race, and you've got the middle finger.
I mean, white men are the main clientele in Findom. They really like to be dominated. I don't know.
Slayer of white men. Okay, next. Read them as they come up.
So.
Read it.
I keep men in cages and only let them out to make more money for me. Yep. Sounds
Despicable.
about right.
Absolutely despicable.
Yep.
That is abhorrent. Next.
I love using and abusing men with no mercy. And that's just simple. Like, that's just
Despicable. Absolutely. All right, next.
I hate men. But men love you. That's what he commented back.
Next. Wow.
Stupid white boy.
You said this about me, didn't you?
I did.
This is after our live stream.
Like, oh my God, stupid white boy, bro.
That's
No, I'm just
really racist. Okay, next.
Men deserve to be treated less than dogs. They need to be locked up in cages and only allowed to come out only to shit, piss, and eat, but only if they've been good boys. Yep, I stand on that.
Michaela's smiling. She's holding back a smirk.
Especially,
I think she's enjoying this. I don't know. Hold on. Listen, we've only looked at like 4 or 5 of them. I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm gonna let the women at the table. Do you have any objections to these statements that she's making?
Girl, they're out of pocket.
I feel like we all like laugh. That's why I'm laughing, because they're out of pocket. Like, they're just crazy. I mean, I agree with that. I hate men, but I say that for fun. Like, I'll say that for fun. Like, I don't actually like, I don't actually hate men, but no, the one about the cages. Okay.
No, I feel like sometimes like we all have these like inner thoughts. Like when a guy like
and that's
pisses
what
you off or
Twitter's
some
for.
shit, it's like, damn.
Isn't that you never expect
like
your tweets to get read back to you? That's
yeah.
why.
It's like
this is an inner thought.
This is unique for me.
Wouldn't that? No girls here have. Come on, you guys.
The first one was crazy.
Do you actually believe those things?
I mean, I told you my views. I think we should normalize chastity cages. I think we should have curfews on men. I think
she's a misandrist. And a female supremacist.
Yeah.
She believes this shit.
I just thought they were funny.
Yeah.
I don't agree.
She's For real.
Yeah, I mean, I think that men are lesser. I think men are weak, and that's why they're giving all their money to women
physically
online.
Weak?
No,
Or
just
of the mind?
weak-minded.
Okay. Ladies, any you guys
it's
aren't.
a lot of generalizing.
You guys should be like,
I mean,
as a
I notice
woman, you should be
patterns
like, I will not stand for this.
I mean, I
I'm
don't
laughing
think
'cause
it's
it's crazy.
okay. Like,
Because I agree.
if a man said that, there would be so much turmoil about it. But
she's
a
right.
woman saying it, like, it's societally acceptable. Like, it is. She's
right.
It's. I don't think that it's okay to say that about either genders.
I think you live in a beautiful society that has been created and sustained by men. And it's almost fascinatingly interesting that you can make those kind of claims because of the beautiful society that you've been living in, that
they
gives you
made
the
for
rights
us.
to say that.
That they made for us.
Where you can have that interesting of a viewpoint.
Let's see the rest.
Are there?
Yes,
Let's see the rest. Read
We're
it.
the good white boys who love to say.
Oh my goodness.
BNWO, that stands. Okay, wait, I didn't read it. Where are the good white boys who love to submit to BNWO? BNWO stands for Black New World Order.
Oh my goodness.
What? Who the fuck is that guy?
What is that? I don't know what that is.
What is that?
Do you guys know what that is?
So
I've never heard of that before.
BNWO.
BNWO. Are you familiar with like
so
cuckolding?
Oh my god.
Like,
sadly.
oh. Yeah, it's like in that realm in a sense.
It's like when
Hold on, I have
when
his-
a guy
let's-
watches like the wife fuck somebody
Okay,
else, right?
I figured.
We got a message here. Christopher Murphy, if Andrew didn't leave, you would be in turmoil, chair 3. I tried to tell him. I'm like, bro, you want to stay for this shit, but okay, all right. Guys, W's in the chat for Christopher Murphy with the big $200 super chat. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Next, we'll do the next one. Go ahead.
Men shouldn't vote, just make them slaves so they can send all their money to me. Yeah, I think that, you know, men voting is why we're in this predicament now, unfortunately.
What predicament?
What's the predicament?
We have
Trump?
this predicament. Trump is removing the Constitution off
No, he's
the
not.
page.
He's
Yeah,
not removing
yes, he did, and he's
What?
focusing on trans people. Like, we're
So-
not literally in a economic recession right now.
We're what?
Like, recession. We're in a recession, and
We're
he's
very much
focusing
not
on
in a recession.
attacking trans people. Are we not anymore?
Are you talking about the executive order today about the ban, or maybe it was yesterday, banning the transgender people from the military?
Stuff like that. He's also been doing other stuff.
Why is that wrong?
I mean, because why? Like, let trans people do exactly what everyone else does.
Okay, but do trans people need ongoing perpetual medical intervention?
No, I don't think so.
They don't need hormones?
They
Constantly?
do, yeah. But
Okay,
I mean, there's people with.
Do they need surgical procedures? Do you
Are
think it's the
they-
military's job to give trans people surgical procedures, like giving a
I don't think they need
male
surgery.
fake tits?
I have a theory on that, by the way.
I don't think they need surgical procedures. I think.
But they need the hormones, right?
Yeah.
Okay, do you think in a battlefield situation that we should be giving estrogen hormones to male combatants?
Male as in trans men?
No, male as in transgender women. Yeah.
I mean, why not? I think are we going to stop people with mental health issues from being in the military?
Yes,
it is. It is a mental health issue.
So if the I guess the conservative position on this is that they view this as a mental illness issue, then the military frequently precludes people with mental illness from being able to serve in the military.
Okay.
And not only is it mental illness, but if it requires constant medication, which comes at the expense of the military, this has nothing to do with making the military an effective offensive or defensive force.
Well, then I guess if it's coming from that perspective, it's the medication thing, then I guess so. I could see that. But it's just the other stuff of we're not going to recognize their identity and stuff. I don't think that's important at all.
What does it mean to
He's
recognize
there's only going to be 2 genders recognized in this country, man and woman.
Shelby says because...
Yeah, there is. And that's why a trans man is a man and a trans woman is a woman.
their gender reveal when they were being born, they were either a boy or a girl.
So do you think that when a woman transitions to be a man, or when a man transitions to be a woman, she or he is completely equal to the sex that they have transitioned to? Like, do you think there's any distinguishable characteristics between a biological female and a trans female, or a biological male and a trans male?
Sure, there are some biological differences, but I think as long as like they're on the hormones and like they're doing the surgeries like over time, like are you talking about the physical strength thing, like the worry about sports and bathrooms and stuff?
There's a whole bunch of things that men and women are literally built differently. Like there are things that you have as a female and a male has that are different. We're not born the same.
Right, but again, like these people are taking hormones that are suppressing like their physical strength. And I mean, when a trans woman loses a sport, nobody
Vector
cares.
donated $200.
We'll get more into that stuff a little bit later.
Girl in chair 3, the only cage we really need is a gibbet for you. Just put it in the public square and invite every mentally ill man that gave you money to watch you suffer.
What is a gibbet?
I'm actually not sure what a gibbet is. That is cool. Here, let's get through the rest of the tweets, then we can come back to some of this convo. Go ahead, pull it up. All right, read it for us.
What did I say? I've been on break for half of a month and I'm still making 4 figures. LOL, men will always be failures.
Yikes. Okay, next.
Men are so dumb.
Yikes, next.
Had a sub send me 8,000. Oh, it disappeared.
Oh, here.
LOL, men are too dumb.
Okay, next.
These subs are liars. They may be submissive, but they're still men. Yeah,
So
these
men are liars.
That came from like a lot of like these subs. They'll like
That's
there's
called next.
Next, okay. White men deserve to be locked in
Yikes.
chastity forever.
Now it's not just men, it's white men. Damn, dude.
But like as a mentally stable woman, I would never say anything like that.
So you're saying she's mentally unstable?
I mean,
Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest. Go ahead, Shelby.
based
You got it.
off of
Do you need the squid? You need the squid to say it? Go ahead. Get her the
based
squid.
off the
Get her
evidence
the squid.
and some of the beliefs
Squid.
that you have, it does lead me to
What's
believe-
unstable about it?
It's like you have all these like bad connotations about men.
Well, and white men in particular.
Have you never met like a good man? Like, have you never met a man that you're like, oh, he doesn't deserve to be in a cage?
I'd love to get to know you.
What about Barack Obama? Does he belong in the cage?
Joe Biden.
I think they all do. I think
Even Barack Obama?
Yes.
What about Nelson Mandela?
I don't know who that is. I've heard that
Wow.
name before, but I don't know who that. Like, what is he known for?
You don't know Nelson Mandela, South Africa? Okay, all
Are
right.
your tweets
Says on the
like to
Bible.
find like guys to like?
I was gonna ask
like
that.
guys.
Do you
to,
think
like,
MLK? Sorry.
Yeah,
go
they
ahead.
find me through my Twitter.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I was like kind of figuring because like guys that want like dominatrix, they like see these tweets like, oh yeah, like she'll like put me in my place. Like I kind of figured tweeting
Right.
like to get like
It's
more.
it's marketing.
So
That's
it's
what I'm
for
saying.
work,
So
you don't
actually
it's
mean that
literally-
Okay, so you don't actually.
No, she means it. So would
You
put-
definitely mean
Would you put Gandhi in a cage?
Who is Gandhi? I don't know these people you're talking
How
about.
do you not know who Gandhi is?
Would you put? I don't know. Would you put MLK in a cage?
Oh, definitely. I think he was cheating on his wife.
Yikes! I guess that there is some truth to that. He was probably cheating. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's the rumors, anyways. Malcolm X in the cage.
I don't know much about him,
You
but
just like let him
probably.
hit. Sorry. All right. By the way, JC says normally we don't do tens, but we, the black community, do not claim this woman. She does not speak for us. We are intelligent. I promise.
Oh my god.
I'm dying. Next. Oh boy. Okay.
Oh my goodness, they keep coming.
Go ahead,
It's
read it.
Juneteenth, white boys. Reparations are due. Get to sending to some black goddesses. You know, it's actually funny. I got like $1,000 from that tweet alone.
Do you know what I feel like? Oh boy. Would you be willing to pay me reparations?
For what? For going through these tweets.
No, but are you right-handed or left-handed?
I'm right-handed.
I'm left-handed. And this has nothing to do with race, but I feel because I'm left-handed, I am owed by the right-handed people because scissors fuck me up, desks the desks, you know, and like when you were a kid, they had like the little thing on the right side, never on the left side for your arm. Ink, bro, if you write left-handed with a pencil,
Are you lefty too? No, but my
smeared. I invested more in soap because of this, okay?
Oppression of
Who
left-handed
here is
people.
right-handed? Raise your fucking hands, you right-handed.
You're left-handed? I'm a lefty, yeah.
I want all of you to go into your purses right now and give me, she doesn't get anything, but give me $10 for the pain that I have been through.
I'll cash.
Also, my vision's bad, so who here has good vision?
I'm wearing glasses, so
Every year I spend hundreds of dollars on new spectacles and contacts. I think you guys need to pay me reparations too.
Seems like bad genetics.
You guys, wow, she's you.
Whoa,
Okay, that was cool.
Well,
all right, thank you, Jeff. Wait, this is one of the most. Okay, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Thank you for the message. Oh, we have this. Oh, okay.
Ha 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 donated $200.
Wait, what?
Red shirt is a disgusting coward, please.
Who's red shirt?
KYESS, you have a fat racist baboon in front of you and all of you are too cowardly to say anything pathetic.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Is it me?
No, I think I don't know. I'm a little confused. Ha ha ha.
Red
But
shirt is disgusting.
I'm so confused.
Is he confusing me and her?
Am I because I'm the only fat person here? So am I the fat racist baboon?
K-Y?
I'm
Who's
so
K?
lost.
Right.
Everybody here is pretty trim. So, I mean, I don't know who they're talking about, but all right. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right. How many more? Let's get to the rest. Pull it up. Read it. Wow.
Another I Hate Men classic.
That's wow. Oh, my God. Next.
Just turned an alpha man into a simp. I love being hot.
I mean, hold on.
What?
Next.
Shut the hell up. Normalize putting men in cages and leaving them there to rot.
And poke them with a stick every now and then.
I love that response. Nobody looked directly at me.
Next.
Oh my God. All you pathetic white beta cucks should be begging to serve as my lifelong bitch and ATM. That's all you are and will ever be.
Damn.
Yeah. I mean.
Next. Oh
my God. Can I say that word?
Yeah, you can say it. It's fun.
Such a tiny penis makes you such a worthless man. The hottest thing you can do is open up your wallet and shut the fuck up. Yeah.
Next. Oh, my bad.
You should know that your place as a man is to open that fucking wallet and shut the fuck up. I'm just so iconic, like looking back at these. It's like, you know, this ass makes you weak, white boy.
You know what? Fuck it. Scroll down.
No, don't do that.
Wait. Check it first. Make sure it's okay. Is she
No,
wearing
I'm not
clothes?
naked.
All right, fuck it.
I was in the gym.
Wait, no. You hide us.
Valid.
I mean,
Shut the hell up.
as a
Y'all
white boy-
be dealing
hold
with
on,
the flattest asses.
Hold on. As a pale white guy,
Whatever, dude. That's not even my best photo. I could have done better.
Wait, you know what? After seeing that photo, I think any guy who's attracted to your phenotype is a PDF file.
Wow.
I don't think you got
like,
enough.
I look like a child.
I don't think you have enough. Therefore, phenotype. Blah,
I don't
blah, blah.
have enough grown woman booty. Oh,
There's just not enough there. I'm sorry, my dear. I'm sorry.
Damn. I'm
And as a
working on
white
it. That's
boy-
why I was in the gym. I'm working on it.
Okay, good talk. Next, is there? My goodness. Shows.
Juneteenth is coming soon, and you white boys have some reparations to pay. Hand it over, loser.
Damn, that's fucked up. Okay, next.
Okay. I love being a home wrecking bratty dommy making old men send me money and think about me all night while they laid next to their sleeping wives is so hot.
Wait, tilt your mic down a little bit. Wait, so you like enjoy the whole ruining marriages thing?
I don't ruin any marriages. I just think it's funny.
Isn't that what Homewrecker is? You think it's funny to ruin marriages?
Didn't you say that men deserve being put into a chastity belt because they cheat?
Yeah.
And yeah,
but it's not my responsibility as a stranger to make sure that they don't cheat.
That's crazy, man. All right, is there any more?
That's their own choice.
That's it. Oh my. Woo. That was a lot. I don't know if it's hard to handle all that racism and sexism. Do the girls here have any? Any of the girls want to rebuke her?
We need saving. Somebody needs to come to our defense. All right.
Any girls here are gonna rebuke this?
Yeah, I think there's probably a lot of generalization, and then maybe I don't think you should ever talk about anyone's race, or even like. I just believe that if you should respect everyone, and like whether they're men or women.
I do respect everyone. I'm not racist. It's just a
telling people they should be locked up in cages and poked with a stick. It doesn't really sound like respect to me.
I feel like you don't really believe
respect.
that.
They don't deserve respect. That's what they like.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy, bro. Let me.
You don't really
hold on,
believe
let me
those
shout
things
out. Let me
that
see
you
if
say.
anybody has.
Do you actually?
I mean, like they're funny if it's like a joke, but I don't even.
It's just a kink. It's just a sexual domination kink. That's all.
Guys, if you want to do a contribution, Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod, I'll give you guys a shout out. We just have Ian who sent in 10 via Venmo, and then we have, thank you so much, man. And then we had, Carissa with the 15 on Cash App. Thank you guys so much. W's in the chat for them. Okay, so we have a chat here from Lucas. Finny, hate to burst your female supremacy bubble, but your supremacy redounds to nothing more than being an incubator covered by protoplasm. Big words here. Unfortunately, you don't come with a mute button.
Can I respond? Oh. Yeah, so I know and I understand that you are a loser with a pot belly and a receding hairline living in your mother's basement making $30K a year, but sending half of your weekly income to a podcast to talk to a girl who's getting money because you're a hater will not make you a high value man. Please go spend that money on a decent date to Applebee's like you can afford on a girl, and maybe then you'll stop being so bitter, okay?
Did somebody pee at the table?
Does it smell like? It smells like piss, bro.
Did somebody
the
pee?
The door's open. I think it's coming outside.
Are you trying to get the attention off of you? Did you pee?
No, the bathroom does kind of smell.
I think I'm starting to smell it. But it's coming from that
Who did
direction.
it?
It just went away.
Who did it? Wait, hey Damien, can you close the bathroom door, man? That's crazy. Damn, somebody.
He's strong enough.
No, I think it's like smell.
Somebody's been eating their asparagus. Who had asparagus?
Somebody got some fox urine or some shit. I don't know. That's crazy. Yo, Luke, thank you for that. Lucas, excuse me. Thank you, man. Do appreciate it. Let's see here. And then, okay, well, that's pretty much it for all the notes. Here's what we're going to do. We have just a few more things to get through. Who's willing to take off their makeup? Michaela, will you do it?
Sounds nice by now.
You don't want to.
It does.
$2
do
bill.
You? But
y'all in this $2 bill.
Oh.
I'll wipe my face to prove I'm
I've been up since 4 a.m. just so you know.
You have makeup on?
Like barely.
Who will take it off? Will you take it off?
No.
You said you would take it off.
I did say it,
you said
but
you would take
I'm
it off.
Anissa,
come on. No. Anissa, come on.
It was like 4 other girls that said they'll take their makeup off. Take your makeup off.
Wait, what's the point of this?
It's to
go to bed from the makeup
go ahead,
topic
Bella,
we were talking
take it.
about.
Go ahead, Bella. Go for it.
So I don't have to wash my face when I get home.
Anybody else? Anybody? Michaela?
No, I just don't want to do it because then I have to wash my face off immediately after I have that stuff on it.
Those
And then
makeup
I
wipes
to
have so
put-
much oil in them.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Those
saying.
are
I don't
top
want-
of the line.
This is the second time.
The
Those
best.
are the same ones.
Only the best for my girls at the family. I get you Neutrogena. You want some like off-brand like CVS? No, I get you Neutrogena. Okay.
I appreciate the thought.
I'm a gentleman. All right, here we're gonna do a few things from the questionnaires. We're not gonna do everything just because it's already late.
Is it? Didn't notice.
Yeah. So funny. Wait, were there other reacts, Damien? Or I don't think so. I don't think there's any other reacts. All right, here we'll do this. Let's see.
Yeah.
One sec, guys. Any final thoughts from any of the panelists here before we get into a few other things and then wrap up the show?
I just wanted to say, since I used to do Findom too.
You still do
Why
it.
don't you do it anymore?
You still do it.
It's
Oh, it is a lot of work, isn't it? That's why I've been kind of like.
And he said they're top of the line.
They are top of the line.
It's not really about her trying to be racist. It's just the white men typically like being called for being white men. Like the people that she's attracting, they thrive on the fact that they're being called white men.
Right.
Like it's like a kink to them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Never met a white guy.
A little weird, but
It's a little weird, but like it's not her
you
trying
gonna
to
take
be
the
racist.
fakes off too, or are those like glued on for?
They're glued on.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't matter.
Are you gonna take your makeup off?
No, I'm leaving all my makeup on.
Shave that beard.
Let's see. Okay, let's get into it. Would you rather cross paths with a man or a bear in the forest?
Bear.
Wait, let's start with Michaela.
I would definitely rather cross paths with a man.
Okay.
I said bear.
Just scoot your mic a little closer to you. Okay. What about you?
Man.
Oh wow, that's surprising. Okay.
I can fight
Shelby?
him off.
A bear.
A bear.
A bear.
Bear. Wow.
A man.
A bear.
A bear. I've actually had that happen.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
Man.
what about you, Samson?
Man.
Man. Okay, a lot of bears here. Why do you? Really quickly, we won't linger too long on it. Why do you pick bear?
Because I could
Starting
eat a
with
bear.
starting with Bella.
I feel like with a bear I would just get killed, but with a man I would R-word.
Suffer.
Mm-hmm. Next,
get killed.
Shelby.
I picked the bear because it's just their natural instinct and they don't really know that they're doing anything wrong, whereas a man obviously knows what they're doing and they can torture you longer, and I wouldn't feel as like victimized by a bear.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Okay. That is who else picked bear?
A bear, just like you guys said, like it's natural instincts. You cross paths with a man. What was it in a forest? Like, what is he doing in a forest? You don't know his intentions.
He's hiking. You're
Hiking.
probably
What
in
if
the
it's
forest
like
hiking.
we didn't specify if it's like a hiker.
I
or
think
like
it's like
somebody
a hike. You're in the
I'm still
forest
gonna cross
camping.
paths with a bear.
Okay. Why do you pick bear?
Because I think I'll be able to figure out a way to kill a bear, and then I could eat its meat, use its fur to keep warm.
How are
It's more
you gonna
useful
kill
than
the bear?
I don't know, but I'll figure it out.
Even guns don't kill bears. Like you need a certain caliber to kill a bear.
Or just wait till it dies, or I don't know. I'll figure it out.
I'm not disagreeing with you because I also chose bear, but
Okay.
It's more useful.
Why do you pick bear?
Bear's more useful.
I've come across a bear twice backpacking because that's like one of my favorite things to do is backpack, and I go by myself. And one time the bear literally just saw me and kept walking. The other time I was asleep and it came across my tent and literally sniffed me and kept walking. But I have had men follow me into the wilderness when I've been on like 60-mile backpacking trips, and that is absolutely terrifying. Like one time I literally had a family that I saw as I was going around the Prescott Circuit Loop because I used to live in Arizona, and I had to get a ride back with them to my car because there was a man following me for 10 miles, and he thought I didn't see him, but he was behind me. So I'd rather be with the bear in that situation.
Yeah, but how many men have you walked past that did
No, that's
absolutely
fair.
nothing to you?
That's fair. I mean, bears sometimes sometimes they're not bothered by you, and if it's an aggressive bear or an aggressive man, I still would rather be around an aggressive bear because a man will sexually assault you before you die versus a bear will kill you. So I'd rather be killed than sexually assaulted and then killed.
But I mean, you have significantly more data points when it comes to interactions with men. Yeah, sure, there are bad men out there, and maybe they've they've done bad things to you, or you've had uncomfortable or awful experiences with men. I don't doubt this at all. But you also have like data points of like men who you just walk past the street.
That's true.
Don't even look at you.
Yeah.
Don't care whatsoever.
If they're following me.
You've probably passed tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of men in your entire life. Didn't do a single thing to you.
That's fair.
But is basically, my understanding is, well, you either you have experiences, or maybe you've, on top of that, you've heard experiences of other women who've had bad experiences with men, and because of this, there's like your concern as well. The guy could essay me, essentially. So on that note, what percentage of men then, because you're doing a risk assessment, you're thinking, well, the man could do nothing, the bear could do nothing, the bear could kill me, the man could kill me, the man could essay me. What percentage of men do you think would be inclined to essay a woman in this situation?
Like a woman alone in the woods.
Yeah, what percentage of men?
I don't know.
It doesn't have to be precise. It could be, you could say 50%, 60%, 30%, 10%. What do you think?
I really can't answer that question. I don't know. I think if they were following me, then that's obviously a different scenario. If you're just saying a random man or a bear, I would pick like the man if he's not following me. But if they're following me, that's a different
look, here's the scenario.
Okay.
You spawn into a forest randomly.
Okay.
Then you have two buttons that are presented to you. You can spawn in a random man from the entire US population, or a random bear.
Okay.
This
yeah,
could
then man. But if, that's different. That's not how I understood the question.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
We got you.
You said bear. What do you? I mean, so all of you who say bear, I'm assuming there's some component of fear when it comes to essay. What percentage of men do you think would essay you, or be inclined to essay? I guess.
Maybe like 50%.
Half.
Goodness.
Okay. What about you?
50.
Into the mic, just closer.
50.
50.
I'd say like 60.
60.
30.
30.
Would be
okay. So wait, 50, 50, 60, 30. Oh. Well, you said man, but I mean...
No. I'm just, like, what was the question? The question was, would be inclined to essay them?
What percentage of men in the entire population of the United States would, you think, if given this opportunity, would essay you?
I mean, I answered bear, but you still want... I mean, man.
Yeah.
Do you still want me to answer?
If you want. It sounded like you wanted to answer.
Like 1% maybe.
1%.
I don't know.
Okay, sure.
Less
89.
Huh?
89.
89%?
I do. I think,
You
yeah.
think it's...
So
but you pick... If you think that, you pick man? You said you picked man, right?
Well, a bear will kill you. You're talking about just...
essay, yeah. Oh.
That's the difference.
89, wow.
I do think that.
Okay, so 89, 50, 50, 60, 30. Let's, I guess, start with those. Do you have brothers?
One.
One brother?
Yeah.
You have male cousins?
5 sisters. 1, 2.
You have a dad?
No.
No dad?
No.
Passed away?
Just no dads.
Oh, okay. Grandparents?
No.
Male grandparents?
Yeah, grandpa.
Okay, grandpa. You have brothers? How many brothers?
One.
One? You have a dad?
Yeah.
Grandparents? Male cousins?
Yeah.
4 brothers.
4 brothers? You got a dad?
Yeah.
Grandparents?
Yeah.
Male cousins?
Yeah.
Brothers? Father? Grandparent? Okay. Do you have male friends? Okay. What about you?
A dad.
Brothers?
No.
Father?
Yeah.
Male friends? Cousins?
Yeah.
Grandparents? Okay. So you said you had 4 brothers, was it? And sorry, did you say you had 1 brother?
Yeah.
So there's like a 50% chance your brother's an essayer. And then 2 of your brothers are essayers.
No, I'm not saying they are.
Well,
no.
you said 50% of men. This would include your immediate family.
True.
So I want you to look into this camera right here, and you don't have to say their name, but be like, hey, I don't know, maybe you don't know which of the 2 brothers are essayers, but tell your brothers that they're essayers.
No.
But, so your family is just different.
No, I'm not saying they're different, but I'm not going to say that either. What the hell?
But why not?
No,
I mean, your own statistics would indicate that
They could
two
probably
of
be
your
the 50% that
blood
doesn't.
brothers are SAers.
They could probably be the 50% that's not.
Shelby, you said you had male friends. 60% of them are SAers. All the men you know, 60% of them SAers.
But that's because, like, I don't hang around people that would, like, do things like that. So it, like, skews
How do you know?
I mean, I don't, but
Okay, all
based
right.
off, like,
30% of all your male relatives are SAers.
If given the chance, I think.
Look into this camera and say, "Hi, family.
What's
I'll
up,
see you at
fam?"
the family reunion."
If given the
30% of
chance,
you
they would.
men are SAers. Say it into the camera.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying if they were given the chance, no repercussions, they would. 33%.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and it would change the whole culture of the world, and then just be.
And then you,
slavery.
89% of your male.
Not my family, of the world. Like,
No,
if it was allowed, the whole world would be
All right.
different.
I don't know. That's kind of crazy, but pretty wild. Okay, well.
Sorry. Lo siento.
All right, let's see here. A couple more notes. While I'm just looking at these, any thoughts from anybody? Any final topics you guys want to hit on? We're going to wrap here very soon.
This is making me sad. Very sad. Well, just how incredibly, I don't know. You guys are so down on men. I mean, you guys have had bad situations. I mean, 50% of men you think would SA you if they got the chance. That's an incredible
I can confidently
statistic.
say, and I don't know any of these girls, that they have all had at least one experience, and that's like bare minimum of feeling assaulted at one point in their life.
That is so.
And
it's so terrible.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I totally agree with. But just consider the amount of people, of men that you've had good interactions
I get
with.
like verbally assaulted like every single day.
Really?
Yeah.
Today?
How do you get verbally?
What happened
Like
today?
at work.
Tell me what happened today.
I work at like a coffee shop, and like literally an older man with his family was like, I can't remember the verbiage, but he's like, I'm trying to think of a way to assault this girl or harass this girl. He said harass this
Today?
girl. Yes.
He said, I'm
yesterday,
thinking of a
'cause I
way.
didn't have work today.
He said he was with his family.
Yeah. Like, it happens like way more than y'all think, because you guys don't experience it through our eyes, and like being a girl, you don't experience
But
it.
how many good interactions do you have with a man on every single day? No, it does, because it's percentages. It's like if you're taking the negative things, you have to take the positive ones into account as well.
Right.
You know, that's like me getting whatever
Yeah, but
hurt
that's
by
only
my
the guys that
ex-girlfriend.
say things. Guys, like, they'll look at you and you don't even know what's going through their minds.
The culture is surrounding sex, right? Like, that's what we were talking about earlier with hookup culture. So it's fair to say that like these frustrated men are assaulting women. Like there are a lot of cases of assault, and if not reported, well, you know, sometimes it's like you feel vulnerable. You feel like you can't report it because how was I weak enough to let this happen to me? Like, you start to question your own worth when you're in a position like that. And, you know, maybe it's not 50%, maybe it's only 20%, but when you don't report it, then they'll do it to the next person as well. And a lot of times it's within relationships.
So you're saying that not reporting it is the problem?
No, I'm not saying
Well, it sounds like that's a really big part of the problem.
it's very difficult to report something like that. I mean, have you been sexually assaulted?
Well, I mean, the problem needs to be fixed.
Right, yeah.
So if the
That's true.
problem's going to be fixed, I don't think the answer is chastity belts.
I don't think the answer is that either. I think the answer is self-control and seeing human beings as things that are worthy of respect, not assaulting them. I think that's the answer.
I would just ask for a little bit lower of a percentage, because that is
Even on
that's
dating
pretty
apps.
insulting.
Like, dating apps, like, the first thing a lot of guys will say is just something lustful.
Well, I mean, you are you're engaging with hookup culture. You're in a position where you're putting yourself out there. I mean, most women that I know on Tinder, most men that I know on Tinder as well,
Hinge,
like are very much on there to engage in hookup culture.
Tinder, though.
Hold on, the internet is like both men and women receive all kinds of like ridiculous stuff on the internet. Your complaint here has shifted from like an actual crime to a man saying like an inappropriate, perhaps sexual statement on a dating app. Like, grow some thicker skin. Yeah, guys shouldn't be doing that, but like a guy's like, oh, nice titties on a dating app. Bro, grow thicker skin. I mean, really?
I got my first gun at 18, my first pistol. I was gifted it because of men, because my parents were worried about the hobbies that I have and me encountering a man, you know, doing one of those things, whether it was, you know, going on a dirt biking trip and them seeing that I was alone and them, you know, trying to come after me there, or whether it was backpacking and somebody, you know, trying to stalk me like I had happen. So, you know, there is something that's not talked about there. I'm not saying that men are innately horrible. I'm not saying that men, you know, innately want to sexually assault women. And I do think there are a lot of great men out there. However, there's something that's not really spoken about. Most women, I mean, I don't know the statistic, but a lot of these women have been assaulted. And if
well, hold on. I want to challenge this assault thing, because there's all these surveys that are out there. RAIN publishes it. These other places publish it. And if you actually, I've actually investigated these surveys that they do. Now, we can go off like FBI and DOJ statistics when it comes to violent crime, because that's, you say, well, they don't report. How else can we make a determination as to what actually has happened and what doesn't, unless we're looking at crime statistics? But if we're looking at surveys, which are dubious at best, and these, mind you, these surveys have significant bias, and a lot of these surveys, one, there's self-selection. People are like, oh, I want to answer this, I don't. If you actually look at the content of it, what they include, there's like different levels of what they'll consider assault. And in the surveys, they'll ask women questions like, have you ever been catcalled? I don't think catcalling is appropriate. I don't think you have been sexually assaulted if a guy said an inappropriate thing to you in the street. I don't think men should do it. I think it's wrong. But they include that in the statistics to try to forward a narrative and pad the numbers to make it, to create this sort of fear dynamic in women that this is something that is far more common than it actually is. I think it's insulting to women who are actually victims of awful crimes, but to include things like catcalling or inappropriate jokes, or a guy, I read one of these, if your boyfriend wants to break up with you because you no longer have sex with him, that's sexual coercion. I'm sorry, whether you're a man or a woman, if your partner no longer wants to have sex with you, if you're a woman, you can dump the guy. If you're a man, you can dump the woman. That's not a sex crime. That's not sexual assault. That's not sexual coercion. That's just a fair expectation to have in a relationship. But because these feminist institutions want to pad their position, they're going to include catcalling and inappropriate jokes, and a boyfriend who breaks up with his girlfriend, or maybe says he wants to break up with her because they're not having sex anymore.
Okay, I never argued a statistic because I don't know any of the statistics. And so what I'm saying here is actual sexual assault. That's sexual harassment. There's a clear line with that even in the workplace.
But they include that in the sexual assault statistics.
I understand that. And, you know, that's definitely worked then, because women do have a sense of fear around men. Like, you do not want to be the only woman in a room of 20 guys. It's
But if you're gonna throw out a statistic and say no, I'm saying all of you guys saying your statistic. No, sorry. I'm talking to the 50%ers, the 60%ers, and you guys, if you choose to be out in the wilderness with a bear instead of a man, you have to understand, like, you have to look into that camera and say that the men in your lives, your family, your dads, your brothers, like, they are included in that statistic that you think. Like, I know your experiences may have been terrible, but at the same time, you have to include them in there. And like most of you guys said, you won't, because that's not an accurate representation of the actual percentage. I think you guys have a lot more faith in men than you actually think you do. But those statistics don't reflect that at all.
Here, how about this though? Why don't we just go ahead and grant it, like that maybe the rates are this high?
Is it you or me, bro?
What do you mean?
50%. It's 50%.
Well, we got
It's
Damien
you or me,
got
bro.
Damien
Or
in here, too.
Damien, man.
I guess here's the objection here is I'll go ahead and grant you guys have all had terrible experiences with men, maybe even to the point of like a crime, crime's been committed. And that's terrible and awful. And I hope that person gets his justice or karma or whatever. But I guess it's like you did have a bad experience with a man, and then now you think all men bad. Now, I wonder though, is this sexist? And I want to change the bear question a little bit. So let's say there's a white person who either themselves or has known people who have been assaulted by a black person. They also see news stories and belong to online groups, and their TikTok algorithm feeds them stories about black on white crime. Much like as a woman, if you engage on TikTok with certain stuff that relates to SA, the algorithm's going to feed you more of that. Because of their safety concerns, they're scared of black people. They believe all black people have the capacity for violence or assault of some kind. Would this person be racist?
Yes.
So then if women have a fear of all men because of 1, 2, 3, or hearing other people's poor experiences with men, would this make you guys sexist towards men?
That's completely different.
How is it different? How is it different?
I do think if you are not able to see the good in any man because of those experiences, then that is you being sexist. I mean, I personally have gone through things that I would rather not discuss, and I still have a loving boyfriend that I plan to marry. Like, I still love my dad very deeply. I still have friends that I care very deeply about. I have my brother that I love. I don't go around assuming every man is going to do that, but I do have to be hypervigilant of certain behaviors that could lead to that, and having firsthand experience, it's like you're aware and you start to recognize patterns. And the sad truth is that there's a lot of men that they exhibit those patterns, and you notice it, and you have to take a step back. Now,
that's fine. Is it sexist though?
For me to...
Is it sexist against men?
For me to recognize patterns and base my...
You would rather be in the forest with a wild animal...
When you clarified it, I changed my point when you clarified it.
Can we hear from somebody with that actually gave a statistic, like the 50%? Like, what do you think of his point that he made? Like, is that sexist of women to think that way?
Wait, can you repeat the question?
It has to be sexist. It has to be sexist. There's no way around it.
Well, sexist is the idea of like hating one gender. So just because like we have
it could be like you have a bias or like a prejudice. So like, for example, if you think if I thought all Latino people were criminals, would this be racist?
I don't think all men are like bad or anything. But
no, but if you think like all men or like a high proportion of men have a propensity towards being criminals, aka SAers.
If essaying or whatever wasn't involved, if it was just like being able to get murdered, that's what's like different. It's the essaying part that differentiates the racism and the sexism.
Wait,
but
I'm sorry.
In his example, he was talking about like black people. If you're constantly fed this influx of content that's making you think that black people commit a lot of crime, and so then you become scared of black people, we asked you, do you think that's racist? She said yes. So then the alternative would also be sexist. If you have these experiences, to automatically be applying your experiences in your situation to the majority of men, that would be sexist.
But I'm saying when you put in the factor of being essayed into it, that like just changes the whole dynamic.
I think it's like an exaggerated
why does it change
bias,
the dynamic?
but not necessarily sexist.
Because it's violence against other people.
I don't understand though, like what, so is your position like, and maybe it is, essay worse than murder?
No, but I'm saying that
women
I agree with you that essay is different
like,
than murder.
We both have the same chance of being murdered technically, but
no, we don't.
Women have.
No, we don't. No. Hold on. No, we don't. Men are much more likely to be murdered.
Much more likely.
But I mean, like the act of it. Like if someone came into a room and just like shot, like we both have like the same chance of getting shot. Like just theoretically, but like men have a less chance of being essayed than women.
Sure, I'll go ahead and
think
grant
that
it. What's your point?
Aren't men more essayed because of prisons?
Well, I mean,
we don't need to get into that.
I mean, here's the thing. If you look at the actual, like, the definition of grape would actually preclude it from ever being considered something that can happen to men.
Oh.
Now, if you include, like, made to penetrate, then perhaps those numbers even up. But then, so man on man essay,
Exactly,
where the man can be penetrated.
If you're super anti-essay, you should be outside of prison.
Yes, it happens more to women. What's your point?
That you guys don't experience or understand what we feel, because it technically like.
So you're saying men can't be essayed?
No,
like a man could be essayed by.
Imagine, no.
And
men,
like
men
the
do
whole,
get
you said you guys are stronger than us
Well,
too.
so do you want to know something that's funny? Is I get all of the exact type of catcalls that you guys get from men as well. In fact, because of my following on YouTube, like I get a very, very similar amount.
In a situation of getting essayed, you'd have a better chance of being able to not, because you have the same physical strength as the other man.
So
we're already at a disadvantage.
I'm happy to just go ahead and grant your position. Essay is a bigger concern for women than it is for men.
I agree.
But you do have to, the statement is it sexist to have this like general fear or bias of all men, or like this hesitancy towards all men?
So I definitely felt like I became sexist after what had happened for a little bit. I was afraid of men, but you have to work through it. It's just like if you're a little kid, right, and you don't understand depth yet, and you walk onto a cliff and you fall, right? Let's say the cliff's not that high, right? It's like 5 feet, and you hurt yourself. Okay, so after that, you understand cliff equals fall. So you have to change that in your brain to understand that man does not mean hurt. Like man does not mean, danger. Now that's something that takes a lot of work. You're literally training yourself, because that's a stimulus.
Sure.
You've had the stimulus, you see the cause and effect, and so you create a perception based off of that. You create a mental set, a data set around men based off of that. So you have to then retrain yourself to trust men again. And that's, if you don't, then yes, you stay
so somebody else. You said yes. You said yes.
But
it does make you sexist.
I'm trying to like help people understand how the other women are thinking the way that they are. If you haven't trained yourself to rewire that so you're not afraid of men anymore, you're still gonna have that fear. Like we said earlier, when I was like, okay, a man following me or a bear following me, I would rather have the bear because I'd get killed rather than assaulted and then killed. Like that is a fear that is in your head, but you have to learn how to rewire it. Okay,
Do you think it's sexist?
Okay, what I wanted to comment on was I think that black men being considered quote unquote violent has nothing to do with the race and more of the environment. True or false?
Wait, what?
Like going back to the whole like racism part.
Uh-huh.
And
what do you mean the environment?
Like, how do you explain it?
Hold on, how about this? Would you, like, if you guys saw a group of men coming at you and you were walking alone, it was late at night or whatever, would you cross the street?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, do you think that's sexist to do that?
I feel like in order for it to be sexist, it has to be irrational. I don't think it's irrational to...
It's like, if you see a group of black women walking towards you, I wouldn't really necessarily feel inclined to cross the street. If I saw a group of black men walking towards me, yeah. So it has nothing to do with race.
Yeah. But if a certain population commits a certain percentage of the crime, does that make you racist for avoiding them more?
No.
Not in the situation of crossing a street.
But the scenario would just simply be if it's racist to cross the street if you see a group of Latino people or black people or whatever racial group. If that would be racist to do, then it would have to also be sexist if you cross the street because you saw a group of men, regardless, it doesn't matter what the race is.
I
it could be
wouldn't cross
mixed.
the street depending
That's
on their
just
race.
survival
It's
instinct.
depending on if it's
Yeah,
a
but
group of
okay,
men.
what if somebody did cross the street because they saw a group of black people?
It wouldn't matter
Then
what
that's
group
right.
it is.
Then
Yeah,
that
it's
could be
racist.
racist.
Okay, then it would
It's
have
just,
to. It would have to be sexist
survival
to
instinct.
cross the street if you saw a group of
Okay,
men.
so
Why do you
if
keep
you
saying
saw a
black
group
people,
of
though?
men,
It could be Latino. It could be. It could be Latino. It could be any race. I'm just using.
okay, so at night, say if you saw a
It's-
group of men at night and you're alone,
Mhm.
will you cross the street? Or you're just gonna walk like normal, like a group of men at night?
Mhm.
You wouldn't think
would
twice?
Would I do it? That's a good question. Would
Are
I
you
do it?
sexist,
Am I
Brian?
See, wouldn't
She
you
got her
feel
there.
more scared to come across
Put
a
that-
group of
put it-
men than a
gotcha,
group
No,
of
but I
women?
want. The thing is I want you guys.
Honestly,
I want you guys to
honestly,
admit-
if it was a group of white dudes, I would not care at all.
Okay,
Oh boy.
Not at all. Not at all. Because there are specific people that commit a certain amount of the crime.
And there's a certain gender that also commits a certain amount of the crime.
Yeah, but even like with that statistic of there's a certain group of people, like most of those people that you're talking about are men.
When it comes to crime,
everything.
Yeah, you're talking about how black people commit. You're talking about black people committing 50% of the crime or
well,
something.
that's the original. Yeah, that's the original thing that we were using. If somebody is constantly portrayed to them, like, hey, like a certain number or a certain group of people is committing most of the crime, and then you're just fed that information over and over again, just like somebody who gets SA'd, they're fed over and over again like this: be wary of men, be careful around men. Like, ultimately, I don't think that it would make you racist. I don't think it would make you sexist. Like, in either of those scenarios, I don't.
So you don't think it would be racist to cross the street because there's a group of black people walking towards you at night?
Do I think that it would be racist for me to walk across the street? No, I do not think it would
I
be
do
racist.
have to move things on here to try to just get this. We got dragicious. Chair 3, you're out here
Think
selling
you'd be smart.
overpriced self-esteem issues to the world's weakest men, acting like it's some grand revolution. Take a bow. You're the MLM scam of modern dating.
Please get back to your mother's basement. I really don't care.
So funny.
These men
Hilarious.
sitting half of their weekly income, like, to talk to me, like, please go and spend it on a
as
woman. Get some coochie.
All right.
Stop being mad.
Let's see here. Just a couple things here. I won't hit everything. We have. Where did it go? Anissa. So the statement is acceptable to refuse to date a transgender person because they are trans, to which you disagreed with.
Yeah. Like, I agreed that it's okay to refuse that.
You disagreed.
That it's okay to refuse?
Yeah. So the statement.
Oh, no, that's not what I meant.
you
then.
got
No,
mixed
I
up.
meant-
That's
my
fine.
bad.
That's
no,
fine. That's
I
fine.
meant the other way around.
That's fine.
I was so confused.
We were
with
having
that.
a back and forth though, really quick on the trans thing. We'll wrap that up super quick. Do 1, 2, or 3 more, and then we're gonna wrap the show. So what was your position again on the whole like trans stuff?
Yeah, I used to be transphobic, but I think trans women are women.
Wait.
And
She used to be. She admits.
Can
to
you
it.
say that again?
yeah, I used to be transphobic. I used to be like everyone else. Oh, what about the bathrooms? Like, no.
Okay.
But then you're not scared of men
Wait.
coming into the women's bathrooms?
Men as in trans women?
Yeah, this goes back to the bear thing. Like.
Yeah, this is all.
Oh,
the
you'd
same
rather pick
topic.
a bear.
First of all, I don't.
But you'd rather be in a
No,
bathroom
look,
with a dude.
controversial opinion. Bathrooms being segregated is stupid. Bathrooms shouldn't be segregated.
Bathrooms shouldn't be segregated?
Oh no, y'all pee all over the.
And that's the main reason why bathrooms are segregated,
women
because
and
men are
men should
disgusted
use
by
the
women's
same-
periods, and women leave the
Well,
bathroom disgusting.
I'm not really
but
interested in the bathroom conversation, but let's get into like the like actual crux of the conversation. So, your position is transgender women are women.
Mhm.
Are transgender women female?
No,
No. Oh, okay.
because female would be sex.
Okay. All right. I don't really have much to argue with, really.
Oh,
Because we're
okay.
getting into all the Trump, but you differentiate obviously between sex and gender.
Yeah.
Okay. And you're fine though if like, I think here you didn't say anything about not straight for men to do. No, you're fine with So you think a man dating a trans woman is that wouldn't be straight?
No.
Okay. All right. Well,
That would be pansexual.
Pansexual.
Because
Okay.
We didn't talk about plastic surgery at all. Do you want to touch on that?
I think, didn't we?
We talked like 2 minutes.
Let's see here. We got a couple on. Oops, my bad. I don't know. Most of you just agree with everything. Oh, you guys are all super based. Dea says,
except for you.
Oh wait, maybe you X this out. You can be sexist towards men, but
No, I think you can be sexist towards men.
oh, okay. Never mind then.
Well, I mean,
Wow.
that's
okay.
what I just said.
Samson, so the statement "women have equal rights to men in the USA," you disagree? Do you want to elaborate on that?
I thought we do have equal rights in the USA. It's in the workforce, I think.
Oh, like wage gap?
Oh no, I don't know. What did I?
Also, Mecca, you disagree. You disagree that women have equal rights in the USA? Oh my God, chill out.
Yeah, I disagree because like right now, like for example, Donald Trump, he's trying to like ban abortion and stuff. Like if it was equal, he would like let a woman choose what to do with her own body. Like that's not like for a man to decide. So if it was equal, like it would just be like, okay, it's her choice, you know?
Well, I'm not sure though if it was equal, if he actually wanted to make it equal between men and women, wouldn't it require that there just be an outright 100% abortion ban? Because like men can't get abortions, they can't compel women to get abortions.
They can't have kids. They can't have
right,
kids.
but like if we're talking about equality, typically we're talking about equal rights. We're talking about doing a comparison between a right that a man has versus a right that a woman doesn't have. Men have no reproductive rights. So the actual equality between men and women, if that's what we're talking about, would dictate that women can't get abortions, period, at all. We could say, you know, if you think it's a right, a women's rights issue, I think that's perhaps different. But equal rights to men pertains to comparisons between men and women.
Okay, then like women's rights then.
But then that's a separate conversation. Yeah. I'm just thinking equality between men and women. Men don't have reproductive rights, so what could be an alternative form of equality, if women can have abortions, if the woman wants to keep the child, the man can say, well, I'm going to do, it's called legal paternal surrender. I don't have to be responsible. I don't have to pay you child support. I can just revoke my financial obligations. That would be a form of equality, at least as close as you can get to equality if women have abortion rights. Would you be in favor of that?
Of them, like...
Yeah, so like let's say abortion rights are protected, but in order to get that, men, which it's not the case, but men can say, well, let's say there's a one-night stand, the girl gets pregnant, she wants to keep it, the man didn't want it, he's not financially ready, he doesn't want to be a father, he doesn't want to have a parental role, she wants to keep it though. So he's like, well, okay, do you think men should just be able to throw their hands up, walk away, not have any financial or parental responsibility to the child? Do you think that's fair?
I mean, they already do, but...
No, I mean, you could go, you have a kid, right?
Yeah.
Right? Does he pay child support?
No, he just helps out.
Willingly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But if he stopped helping out, you could go to court and force him to pay for the child. How old's your kid?
She's almost 1 year.
Yeah, he would have to pay for that kid. It depends on the state, anywhere from 18 to 21 years. And you could force him to do it. And he would have no say. He can't, I don't want to do that. Nope, the court says you're going to pay it. If you don't, we're going to garnish your wages. We're going to take money from your bank accounts. We're going to take money from any sort of liquid cash that you have. And if you don't, we're going to punish you and we're going to send you to jail.
Well, I think it's case by case, but in that case of the girl wants to keep it and the guy doesn't, then yeah, I think he has the right to say, well, I don't want it. I don't.
No. Well, he has the right to say that, but
like if you're like what you're saying, like if they were allowed to say like to remove like paternity, then yeah, he has that right.
No.
Well, like I know it's not a real thing, but like if it was, then yeah, he
you would be in favor of that sort of legal arrangement, where the guy could just, without needing the woman's permission, he would just say, "Nah, you take care of it. I'm out. Peace."
Yeah, because
never has to pay child support.
That's only fair, you know.
But that's not the case, right? But I guess what I'm saying is that would be about as close as to equality if abortion remains legal. That's about as close as it would be. Now, if your boyfriend, partner, whatever, the complicated situation, if he just dipped and stopped paying you any money, would you seek child support?
No.
No? But you could. And you could force him to pay.
Yeah, but if he doesn't want to, I wouldn't force them. But if that's
Well,
his choosing.
Court would force him.
Well, yeah,
but when it comes to the government, the state will eventually send him to jail. That's actually taking away, kind of ironically, taking away his bodily autonomy.
Well, yeah, but if I don't like initiate that, then they can't.
Sure.
Say,
Yeah, you're right. Like a woman could choose not to. I think most women do seek child support through the state. And also, here's the other catch. Let's say you have no intention of ever, you're not going to go to the state, but if you ever, even just momentarily, need to go on any sort of, what's it called, like government aid, like if you need Medi-Cal, or you need, I forgot what it's called. You need, not foods, what's it called?
Medicaid?
Food stamps?
EBT. Yes.
EBT, food assistance. It automatically, you can't tell them, no, I want food assistance, I want Medi-Cal, I want government health insurance. They're going to go after him for child support regardless of what you want. So that's another component there.
Do you think the judicial system should be changed to accommodate that?
to accommodate the guy
men being able to get out of child support easily.
Women are never going to advocate for that.
Because that's true equality at the end of the day.
Women don't care about men's problems.
Yeah, but it's complicated. It's so complicated.
I think that's fair. What you're saying, I think that's fair.
I mean, yeah, it's fair, but it also takes two people to like make a kid. If the girl wants to keep the kid and the guy doesn't, then yeah, he doesn't if he has expressed to her that I don't want this kid with you, I don't want to be a parent, I'm not ready, and she still continues on, that's her choice, not his. So then he has the right to say I agree with not being able to put him on child support.
Well, I disagree. I think the man definitely should be forced to pay child support. I think that he should be held accountable for the fact that he had that kid. But at the same time, I think that he should also have a say.
Oh, yeah.
In what a woman does with her body.
He should have a say?
He should.
Why?
I believe in.
Well, you're pro-life, right?
I am pro-life.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I agree with that. I'm pro-life. So
Okay. I forgot to do this really quick, just shifting gears a little bit. Those of you who took your makeup off, can you hold it up to the camera, the wipe, so we can see the damage?
Oh.
I feel like mine is like the worst.
Hold it up. Wow. Okay. Nice. All right. Wow. That is here. We're gonna go over here. All right, and then. Okay. All right. There you go. Wow. Good.
You guys
times.
look beautiful. Just saying.
Slay queens. All right. I think one or two. How about this? Quite a few of you circled there is no gender pay gap. You disagree with that. Let's see. Michaela, you circled it. Ebony, you circled it. Mecca circled it. And just you guys. Michaela, why don't you tell us, so you think there's a pay gap?
Wait, I thought circles for disagree.
Disagree, yeah. So if you disagree, you think there is a gender pay gap?
Oh, no, I don't think there is.
Oh, you think it's just...
Well, it depends on the job, I guess.
Like strippers? Y'all girls are killing it in the stripping game.
There's Magic Mikes, or what do you call them? Like Chippendales?
Chippendales.
I don't think they make as much.
Well, they get paid to do the show. Like, I'm pretty sure it's like a set pay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, or if we like all work at like Chipotle, I'm pretty sure we're just gonna get the same amount of pay. You know?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Michaela, your position?
Yeah, I mean, I think the same thing. Like, wasn't there something that came out about some like really famous actors or whatever, and the females were not getting paid?
Oh yeah, because the male had the lead role.
No, but I think.
Well, I think
I'm
it was
pretty
like
sure
I saw a story about Spider-Man. So it was like Tobey Maguire, who's the lead Spider-Man, and then Kirsten Dunst, the love interest. I forgot what's her name. I don't know. She's like, oh, I didn't get paid as much as him. It's like,
well, he's Spider-Man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's Tobey Maguire.
Do you guys, you disagree, Ebony, with the wage? You think there is a wage gender?
Yeah, there
wage
definitely
gap?
is a wage gap.
Okay, what is it? Explain
I forgot what the percentage was. I think women make like 70 3% of every dollar of a man or something. But I mean, there's studies on it. Like, women obviously make less money generally on average than men. And, you know, these studies control for people who work 40 hours a week and stuff like that. So, yeah, there definitely is a gender pay cap.
What do you mean they control for what?
Like, a lot of the points that, like, conservatives, like, people who say that there isn't, like, they like to say, oh, well, you know, women take off more maternity leave, and, like, no, like, these studies control for that. They're not comparing the income of people who are not working. They're comparing the income of people who are working 40-hour work weeks. They're comparing people who work the same amount of hours and are in the same profession, in the same field, and work the same position, and women are getting paid less.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I've looked into this. So you have the uncontrolled and the controlled gender wage gap. So you're saying that the uncontrolled gender wage gap is actually the controlled gender wage gap, because the 80 cents, 78 cents, this is actually what it's doing is it's comparing all men and all women, and it's not factoring in hours worked, type of job, willingness to relocate, the danger that's associated with the job. There's like dozens of other factors that they just totally ignore. It's just like all women compared to all men. Mm-hmm. When you actually do the control, it shrinks down to 1 cent.
Yeah, and
that's
I mean,
the difference. That's the difference.
Still is a gap, right? That adds up over time.
Sure, but it could be explained. How about this? I'm trying to think of an example here. We'll come right back to it. I just need to let this chat come through because it's been here for a sec, and we'll come right back
Wrongful
to it.
Rage donated $200. Chair 3. We telling you you're trash, like your daddy did when he traded your wretched joyful for a pack smokes. We all knew your worth then, we know it now. Cope harder, ghetto queen. The crystal awaits you.
Ghetto
Yo,
queen.
Wrongful Rage. Thank you, dude. You want to respond to the crystal thing?
What does the crystal mean? I don't
sure.
use crystals.
But okay, so you again, just I guess to reiterate, you have uncontrolled, controlled wage gap. So I don't think it's really a fair representation to say that women make 78 cents on the dollar. You're saying like they're trying to put that position forward as if, oh, exact same career, exact same hours worked, then the man is going to make that much more money. That's not what it's doing, but they want to perpetuate this false narrative. Like, again, doesn't account for hours worked, the field, type of job, any specialty within the field. Like, for example, a public defender attorney is not going to make the same amount of money as like an attorney who does high profile civil litigation or mergers and acquisitions, right? But that's what they're doing. They're not considering any of these like dozens of different factors that could contribute to somebody making more or less. Specific company, location. So they're just lumping everybody together, whether you're in San Francisco or in Idaho or Bozeman, Montana, where there's like different costs of living, there's different wages, different minimum wages, this sort of thing. Overtime, age of retirement, not factoring in at all. But if, like I said, if you control for all these factors, it shrinks to 1%. And then actually, you know, it's interesting. If you look at specific demographics, it actually, so like if you're a single and childless woman in a metropolitan area, women out-earn men. So like women between the ages of like 18 and 30, they out-earn men. Or women who never have children, out-earn men.
In suburban or rural, it doesn't happen. They're like boy band, and you could be 100 times better and they'll kick you out before you take their job.
Sure, that might be the case. I was talking about like metropolitan areas, so typically like larger towns, larger cities. Like if you look at Los Angeles, New York, San Francisco, single childless women, they out-earn single childless men. Also, even putting that aside, Asian women out-earn white men. Y'all killing it. Woo. I mean, you're Asian, so I don't know how that factors in, but y'all killing it. You guys are killing it, bro. But I actually think the 1% is due to sexism. I think it's due to women's sexism.
Really?
Yeah. So here, I'll prove this. I'll prove it. You women are so sexist. You guys cause the wage gap. Now here's why. Maybe I should have asked this first. Who here wants a guy to pay for the first date? Who here would like a guy to be a provider? Who here would like to be a stay-at-home wife? and the guy just pays for everything. Yeah. There you go. There, look at that enthusiasm. So hold on. Couldn't the 1% be explained by a mating and social pressure that women place on men that men don't place on women? So if, like, as a guy, if I can't get a date, if I can't get a relationship, if I can't get sex, if I can't get anything from a woman, if I'm not willing to do X, Y, Z when it comes to being a provider, don't you think that's a significant motivating factor? Like, do you think having a family and kids and a relationship and sex is like pretty motivating to men?
Yeah, sure.
Right. And I think it's motivating. Women want that too, just to be clear. But I don't think your finances matter at all.
As women?
Yeah, like a guy's not gonna, like, I can't go on a date and expect the girl to pay for the first date. But you guys can go on a first date going into it like, yeah, he's probably gonna pay. Maybe I have to split, but like, he's gonna pay.
Right.
Maybe you want the man to pay.
I would say that, I mean, in today's modern age, I think women's finances do matter to a degree, because most marriages are like, they're splitting bills. Like, in this economy, people can't really live without just off of one income.
I'll agree with you that the economic and financial reality is that, yes, most people are going to need a 2-income household. Absolutely. I agree with you, but I think there's a difference in biology, and there's an evolutionary basis. Even if that's the economic and financial reality, I still don't think men really like make major assessments to their attraction towards women based off of how much money she makes or her career. Like, I think you take a high-powered male attorney, and he's like, wow, there's like this really attractive woman who works at Starbucks and she's great. I don't think she's immediately going to disqualify that girl. He might even prefer her. But like, you take a high-powered female attorney who makes $200,000 a year, I don't think she's dating the male barista. He's great, he's attractive. I'm not marrying that guy. She's probably wanting to date a guy who's on her level or higher.
Right, but why do you think most men usually end up marrying women within their tax bracket or their level of education?
I think that's just the sort of reality. Most people kind of like fall into that general area.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I don't necessarily think that most like men who really make money and who live like maybe higher profile lifestyles would be interested in the girl who, I think most men want women who are like used to their lifestyle. Like, I feel like if a man is like, if he makes a lot of money, you're talking about like a millionaire or like a high income man getting with a barista. Like, I think most men would prefer a woman that's going to make them work harder and would be used to nicer things, because that's the lifestyle that they're already used to.
No, get that out. Get that out. What do you mean, the lifestyle? So she's traveled a bunch?
Sure.
Like she's already traveled? No, I want, if you're a guy and you make a lot of money, right? You want to be the portal to the world. Like, oh, she's already done this before. It's just like, okay. Lame.
Maybe
what the man looks for the most is like emotional intelligence and like a woman who inspires him to be a better man. It's not like
I don't need inspiration. I just do that shit on my own.
Okay, wait. I did like a little social experiment on my own.
Sure.
I was on Raya for a little bit, and I made my occupation medical assistant, and then I switched it later on to just influencer. And I felt like I noticed that there was I had like, I don't want to say significantly, but I definitely had more matches from men after switching it to an influencer.
That is shocking.
Rather than
I thought you were
a
going to say
medical
the
assistant.
opposite.
I thought you were going to say the opposite.
Yeah. No, because I wanted to see what it was like.
Do you
So
buy
do you-
that?
I thought
When a woman labels herself as an influencer, I very much proceed with caution.
Well, okay.
Very
Yeah.
much. Because usually
what
there's
I'm
an
wondering.
OF involved, sadly.
Did you change
in
anything
today's
else on the
society.
profile, your pictures at all?
No, I kept it. What I thought was, I was suspecting that like having medical assistant would get me more matches. That's what I was thinking. So that's why I intentionally did the experiment myself.
How
and
many
then I
days
realized,
were you set to medical person or whatever?
I don't know. It
like they were both.
You said medical what? What was the
medical assistant?
Medical assistant.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, nurses are kind of.
That's true. When, by the way, nurses are a red flag.
Men also have negative stereotypes towards like certain women in the healthcare field.
It's true
because there are certain patterns.
So that could also be playing.
That could be, but I mean, also I would wonder I don't know how thorough of it. Like you would have to test this multiple.
You have to do a double-blind placebo
study. It's not gonna be.
There could be some happenstance,
right.
If a coin, I don't know. How do I explain this? It's just like.
Raya could have been pushing my account more, whatever. There's a bunch of different aspects to it.
I would be curious. What if you re-downloaded the app, started as influencer,
and then
switched
medical
it?
Assistant?
Because I do know sometimes with these apps, it might take you a while to get into the algorithm.
Yeah.
I don't know all the details.
Right.
Honestly, I think you could. I think you could put.
Yeah.
You could call yourself a NEET, and you'd still get a fuck ton of matches. It's not in employment, education, or training. So you're just basically living at home with your parents. That's your job title. I think you're still gonna be killing it. So it's
But you think it'd be the same amount of matches as being an influencer?
What do you mean?
If I said influencer.
If you said college student versus influencer, I feel like most guys prefer a college student. To be honest, yeah.
Influencer, when girls are on social media and they get attention on social media, it tends to be a very negative thing. I think social media has harmed women a lot more than it's affected men, just simply because of the way that women process that attention, the way that they deal with it, and the way that it changes them as a person. I think that it's different.
Well, here, why don't we test it out like this? Do you feel like you maybe missed out on dating certain men because of your finances?
No.
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 I think the more successful I become, the pool gets smaller.
Yeah. That makes sense.
No. I agree with what she said.
Okay. I don't know. So I guess my original point was there's just this massive social and mating pressure on men that's enforced by women, even if it's 50%. Let's say only 50% of women don't care at all. The guy could be a broke bum. They don't. I think it's more, but let's say it's just 50% of women. I think that'd be fair to say. Would at the very least want a guy to pay for the first date. I think it goes beyond that. I think women would. I think 50% of men would want a provider. I think 50% of women would be, if possible, maybe even I don't know how many would want to be stay-at-home wives and just have the man work, whatever. It occurred. Whereas I don't think I or any man can go into any encounter with a woman and have this expectation. She's going to pay for the first date. I want to be the stay-at-home dad.
Mm-hmm.
If I told you guys on a first date, you're so great, I think you're beautiful, when we have kids, I want you, maybe you take a couple weeks off but then get right back to work and I'll stay at home and take care of the kids. I want to be the stay-at-home dad. You work for 30 years, you support me, you support the family, I'll take care of the household. I'll do the cooking, I'll do the cleaning, I'll take care of the kids. I don't think a lot of women are going to be okay with that. Right? Am I?
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
Is there a single one?
If I was a super rich woman, I would.
I mean, that's different.
I mean, I don't think that that's normal, but if he was a better parent than I was, I don't think that I would be completely against that. If my job was just sailing around all day, I think that would be really fun.
I mean, there could be an argument that's made if you're a high earning woman.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally wouldn't prefer this dynamic, but I don't think high earning women want to, well, whatever. Maybe you find that special guy, but
I'd rather both just, both contributed rather than it feeling like one person is in charge of the finances to a point where there's some sort of friction in the relationship because of that, because that does happen a lot. The majority of the fights that married couples have are over finances or infidelity or how to raise a child. So I do think that having some sort of income as a woman, even if it's small, you're contributing, and so that does alleviate some of those arguments.
I wonder if Andrew would disagree with me saying this if he was here, but I think that it's the man's job to step up and make sure that that's not an issue. Like, I think a lot of guys say, oh, I can't control my earning potential. Like, I can't do this. Like, it's not up to me. It's fate or something. I think that's ridiculous. I think all men can work harder. All men can make more money. You just have to use your head and you have to work hard.
That's what I said when
you can control your earning
finding
potential.
a woman that makes him inspired to be a better man and want to step up. And
I think that's, do you have an issue with that? Because the truth is that men that tend to get married do tend to also make more money, and I think the motivation there is ultimately because they're driving to provide for the family.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's an issue.
Yeah, I do think there's that. I guess ultimately it's just this whole thing. It's not really a metric that men judge women on. I think you women are. I'm not saying women are just going to be completely unmotivated. Like, obviously there's base level survival. Like, oh, okay, I need to make money so I have a house, I can eat, I can be comfortable. But men have this on top of the base level survival considerations that both men and women have. Men on top of that have to be if I want to date, if I want a girlfriend, if I want a wife, I gotta make money. And if I'm not financially attractive, economically attractive to women, then maybe I can't take her on a date. Whereas I don't think women are really thinking oh man, I wonder, is he gonna think I'm broke? Guys don't think about that. We're not assessing you on your money. And even a guy who maybe he's not making enough money to the point where maybe it would be difficult to have a family, given the what you brought up, the whole you need two incomes to survive, right? For a lot of people. I still think, man, that guy's gonna look at a beautiful woman who's got a good personality, who's works at who's a barista. He's gonna pick her. He doesn't care. It's so low. It's such a low priority. Most men aren't gonna even trip about it. Even men who would their lifestyle would be much better if they did have a partner who made more money.
I agree. Honestly,
the wage gap is all your fault.
It's all your fault.
It's all women's fault because you put this immense, massive social and mating pressure on us men, and we're just more motivated to go out and make money so we can take you to McDonald's or Chick-fil-A.
Okay.
It's Chick-fil-A for sure.
Definitely Chick-fil-A. All right. Let's see here. Okay, that's pretty much it. Mating pressure. Okay, we're going to do a roast session, then we're going to wrap the show, 10 minutes. Any final thoughts from any panelists here?
It's all going to be about me.
Any final thoughts from any of the panelists? Speak now, forever hold your peace. Final chance. You can ask us do you guys,
I think men do care about a woman not making money. I feel when I've had times of bad luck or whatever, or even now, even working, I can get told I'm worthless or I don't know, I get degraded a lot.
What do you mean? A guy has told you, listen up.
Is this in a
you
romantic
do not
context?
make enough money.
I
You're
don't have a
worthless.
big job right now for this, and then I got told last week, you're 28 years old and you're laying in a bed.
That's his own insecurities.
It's degrading that I'm worthless.
Is this in a romantic context, or is this just
Like,
interesting?
Well, he was upset you were working, or were you like laying in bed depressed or something?
I didn't take on a big job for this trip, and then me laying in bed at 20.
Yeah, sure. There's some soy boys out there. I agree.
And then also, like, if you're smarter, work harder, because there's also a part where I make more money, or I also get degraded for that.
You get degraded for what?
For nothing. Like, exactly. It's you're just chilling, but there's ego like involved in men's world a lot. Like
what's
they
the
have like
ego thing, though?
hidden hidden competition with like everything. They can't just breathe and chill and relax. I don't know. So I just want to say they do care if you work or not, because they will. The girls that are home, they will throw it in their face at least once in their life that they do nothing. It's just what it is.
Well, are you bowing though? I mean, that's
I was gonna say
I do bow, especially after you said it, Brian.
Wow, another conversion. There you go. I think work ethic is super important in a woman. Like, I very much look for a good work ethic, but I don't expect them to be financially successful because, of their work ethic.
Yeah, the work ethic comes with like good brand. There's way more to it. That's why I don't want to be a stay-at-home mom. I like working because I love seeing what my brain can do in a day, and how it can like critical.
TTS is 20 guys. Okay. No, you go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say that I think that women should be motivated to work hard. Yeah, I know.
Women.
Women. I think women should be motivated to work hard by through nurturing, because they want to nurture, because they want to ultimately love and care for the family, if that makes sense. I think that's what motivates them. Women are motivated by different things than men. They are very, very different. Men are more motivated statistically by things, material possessions. Women in general are more motivated by people, by relationships in general. And I think that when you switch those up, I think that you see a deterioration in quality of life for both men and women, because the women that become more materialistic, they're ultimately not meant to be that way. And I think that a lot of them suffer from depression, and I think a lot of them get depressed because of that, because they're focusing on a more male, they're focusing on something that men are more attracted to, and vice versa.
Yeah.
It's also good for them to get out of the house, because you're just stuck with these little humans all day that can't have real conversations. Even when they can talk, they're still not real. And that woman's stuck there all day with that world. And you're the one out there getting to hear tons of people's experiences and get to joke around and whatever.
All right, guys, we're going to do the roast session here. We'll do a very brief roast session and then wrap in the show. So, guys, $20 TTS. Get your roasts ready. Oh, this is great.
Toast donated $20.
Thank you. W's in the
chat
for
Toast. As a man that makes $45,000 a year, I can tell you I don't give a puppy about a woman's finances.
Yo, Toast, that's a really good point. I mean, 45,000, I think that's maybe even slightly below. It used to be the average income, but I think it's slightly below the average income. Toast, what do you do for work, by the way? He doesn't give a fuck. I mean, I've made different amounts of money throughout my life. I never cared how much money a woman makes.
Yeah, the more money I make, the less I care.
Yeah, the more money I make, the less I care. The less I care.
It didn't even matter at the very beginning, to be honest.
Yep. Don't care. Okay.
Daryl _Frank Castle 512 donated $20. Chair 3 hates men cause her dad never returned back with the milk. Imagine working all week to give her your check. She's barely dressed. #strumpet.
Damn. Okay. Do you want to say something back to Frank?
I don't. Not to this.
Nothing.
One. No.
Nothing. You don't want to call him a little shrimp dick?
Obviously.
Yeah. These other things I saw. Actually, I didn't pull that
he's
up.
Suffering from 3-inch penis.
Wow. Yeah. You wrote your little pathetic. Not to me. But it was on one of your pages. Your little pathetic shrimp dick can never handle a superior ebony ass like mine.
No.
That's what you wrote.
Are you about to put it up?
That's what you wrote.
I'm dead.
No, I can't pull it up, but that's what you wrote. And then you said, "Too bad, little dick loser." You're not. Bring that fucking energy. What's up?
I did.
Where's that
I did
energy?
bring that energy.
She's out of the energy now. She's out of the energy. Right?
You said, you're addicted, loser. Come be my little ATM good boy. What the fuck? All right. All right. There you go.
Sons of Liberty donated $19.99. Chair 3, certified narcissist and racist. Love how racism towards whites is tolerated, accepted, and excused by this new generation. No one speaks up.
Because who cares?
Vector donated $20.
And you don't
It's
have to
funny
speak
how
up.
some women will plow random strangers for money, but a bow to their man will take away their dignity. 1 + 1 = 3 boys. We need to go to DEFCON 1. These women are bugged. Flower with no bow.
Thank you, Vector.
Love it, Vector.
Thank you,
Shaw
Vector.
XD
W's in the
donated
chat for Vector.
$20. Chair 6. There is hope for so long as you accept that being 33 means you need realistic expectations. The dude in chair 3, however, is doomed. Oh, wait, that's not a dude. Big yikes for me, boys.
Oh, please. You know I wasn't a dude. You're
Smooth
hurt as
donated
fuck.
$20.
Please go
This
worry about
goes
your
to the
receding
girl
hairline.
third seat. Honestly, how pathetic can you be? Constantly bringing people down cause you don't like what you see in the mirror. Everything does not revolve around race. Pitiful.
Oh my god.
Pitiful.
Are y'all okay? I don't hate white people.
We're 12.
They're sending
Did you have a response to the previous one, Chair 6?
What did they say?
It said, there is hope for you so long as you accept that being 33 means you need realistic expectations. Never settle, Queen. Never settle.
Right. I think I have realistic
Yeah,
expectations.
you seem reasonable. You seem
Yeah, I
pretty-
like a humble 6.
A humble 6, okay.
Yeah, like I'm not like looking for like they don't have to be like 6 feet or just like a normal
guy.
nice guy.
I think there's a lot of hope.
Yeah. No, she's reasonable. Okay, we have Toast here.
Toast donated $20. I work 12-hour shifts building windows.
Let's go. 12-hour shifts. That's crazy, man. Blue collar. W's in the chat for Toast.
OJ Simpson donated $20. Didn't read my super chat blood. Anyways,
What was
what
the super
Hogwarts house are you, Brixon?
Oh, I don't know. Harry Potter's kind of whatever. Aren't there like tests that you can take?
Yeah.
I'm probably Slytherin, probably. I don't know.
A Hufflepuff.
What? Okay, what's everybody's fucking Harry Potter house? I guess starting. With
I did
Michaela.
I think I'm Hufflepuff.
You're
Gryffindor?
such a Hufflepuff.
I don't know. I never watched Harry Potter.
That's insane. What is it? Yona.
Gryffindor.
Gryffindor. Okay.
I never watched Harry Potter, but I like the sound of Slytherin, so I'd say
Not
that
like
one.
a sex act or something.
I did.
What about you?
I did the test and I was Slytherin.
Okay.
I've never watched Harry Potter. I don't even know what that is.
What about you?
Probably Gryffindor.
Yeah, I get Gryffindor vibes from you. All right, what about you? Okay.
I think Gryffindor. I don't know.
You're Ravenclaw. Get out of here.
Ravenclaw.
I think,
Aren't
you know
they,
what?
like,
I'm
depressed?
switching. I'm Ravenclaw. Fuck it. What about you?
So
man? You're Gryffindor, right?
Yeah, I'm
he's
Gryffindor.
What about
I don't watch it.
What about you?
I was gonna say Ravenclaw. I think they're the ones that study a lot.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
What's the
Okay.
differences?
I don't know.
All right.
I know Gryffindor's like
ML Junior Senior donated $20. For the sister in chair 3. Let me know how bad it stank, girl.
How small is it? What's your income? What's your credit score?
Oh shit. All right. Thank you, MLK. Appreciate it.
Wrongful Rage donated $20. Chair 3. Most men who make 30k have more value than your succubi gash.
damn.
Living off simps like a ghetto hoe.
No.
Put a post hoe in a dress and diamonds, she's still a post hoe. Be wary what donut you riz boy. Otis Stritwood donated $20. These strumpets have sex with men on first meetups. But hey, do not be my side of street out of fear. What nonsense. Put yourself in better situations, you will find better men.
That's a great point.
Yeah,
I
it
like
is.
that.
Oh, really quick, guys. I'm just going to do a quick shout out. If you guys want, send 100% of your contribution to the Whatever Podcast, Whatever Pod on Venmo and Cash App. Shout out Elmer for the 5 on Cash App. And shout out to Andy Johnson for the 5 on Venmo. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Also, I'll just read it. He said, all the women who take off makeup, I'd say are more attractive now after taking it off. Wow. There you go. More attractive. Congratulations. Oh wait, you want to pop out your fake contact lenses?
On my fake one, right now?
Yeah, so we can see your. She'll actually do it. Okay.
I don't know if you can see it, but.
Oh, you're gonna just
like take it out?
take it out? Yeah, the contact. Can you?
What if I can't put it back in? Because it like dries out.
I guess just drive home.
Without them
blind.
to-
Yeah. Are they
I
corrective?
can put it to the side.
Are they corrective?
Yeah.
Are they corrective too? Here, show me to the side. Okay. Yeah, cool. Wait, look into this camera and do it. This camera right here. I don't know if they'll be able to tell, but
You can tell.
nice. Okay, cool. All right. Let's do Twitch really quick. Guys, go to Twitch. Final call for Twitch. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Kraut, thank for the Prime. Mute, thank for the Prime. Pite Underdog, thank for the Prime. Really appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for supporting over there on Twitch. We have this one. Final call,
donated
guys.
$20. You're totally fried. Except the girl in chair 1. She cute and has a good head on her shoulders. Besides chair 3, put away the muffin top with your belly shirt. You ain't Britney Spears.
Oh my God,
You
we
deaf
know
dot
you have a
racist.
pot belly and a receding hairline and a 3-inch dick. Come on now. Don't be coming for me. I'm still getting money from men.
motion of the
I'm
ocean.
still living a high value life, okay? It's okay. You'll sleep at night.
Okay, that's cool. And let's see here. Guys, final call, $20 TTS if you want to get one last one in. How about this final thing? What's your type going around the table? You can maybe say like one thing physical, one thing personality wise if you want. Go ahead.
Physical, I feel like I don't have really a type. But like personality wise, I feel like I go for guys that are kind of type A because I'm like that too.
Type A?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would prefer somebody who's physically active, just because I feel like it means that they take care of themselves.
Okay.
In terms of personality, I'd say genuine.
Genuine, okay.
I would say the 666, 6 figures, 6 foot, 6 pack.
Okay.
Also physically active and ambitious and resilient.
All right. Anissa?
Someone that's physically active as well. Personality wise, just super down to earth and genuine, just like you said.
Physically active, definitely broader shoulders than mine. For personality, I tend to be attracted to guys who are well-traveled.
Okay.
I think physically, I don't have one. Usually like just tall guys. Personality, really ambitious guys that like know what they want and that are just nice, funny.
I'd just say athletic and virtuous.
Type. Looks. Yeah. Symmetrically breathable. And personality. It's about perspective. I want somebody that has the same brain as mine.
Same brain as yours?
Yeah, so I don't have to, fight assumptions or irrational thoughts,
I get that.
Okay. That's valid.
Okay.
Christian, pure, blonde, also fit. Brian's gonna find it for me.
That's right. That is right. I could tell you guys what I want, but it'll take me like 60 seconds to do it. So I'll let the panel vote if you want to hear it or not.
I feel like I already know what it is.
Isn't it like
Bro,
short,
it's 1 o'clock.
right?
It's 1:10 in the morning. We're making this happen. 100%.
I think that's all right. Wait, you've watched the show? You know what it is?
Yeah, I watched
What is
it. It's like you like short girls. Was it with big labias?
There you go.
I think you said redheads. Did you say redheads?
Wow, Brian.
Okay,
No.
short. I remember short.
I'm more a dark hair. I'm a dark hair kind of guy.
You're like you like the 4'11s.
Yeah, if her height doesn't start with a 4, she ain't the one. Like if she's 5'2", she's too tall.
Wow.
No, I'm
How
kidding.
tall are you?
No,
I was about to
I'm
say.
6'1". I'm kidding though. I mean, I say it as a joke. I'll date a girl who's taller than me. I'll date a girl who's 6'5". But I'll date a girl who's short too.
Doesn't matter.
Here, I'll just read it. I wrote it down because there's so much that I'm looking for so much. I'll just read it. Let's see. You know, what I'd like, I want to meet a great girl, date for a few years, travel a bunch. I'd like to end up in Hawaii. That's my kind of eventual goal. Have her help me with my mission. Just have some kids, and I'll take care of everything. Kind of would like that dynamic. Any race is fine. I'll date any race. But I've mostly dated white, Asian, and Latino women. I just don't think black women, you guys don't like me. You know?
I like
it's
it.
It's not a me thing.
I can't see with a
thing.
black woman, no.
You guys don't like me. I don't know. Anyways.
Do you see me with a black woman?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're very frat.
From the South.
I'm very frat.
Yeah.
You do
very
give off frat brother vibes.
Chad.
There you go.
W Chad.
Brad.
You're part of the snow club. Let's see. I think height, don't really care. Tall, short, whatever. Prefer natural body. So like no fake boobs, no BBL, no lipo. Like I'll take a girl, you're gonna accuse me of being like a terrible criminal, I guess. Like I'll take a girl with like flat or A cup or whatever.
Oh my God.
Over hold on.
Stop.
Hear me out. Over like perfect fake titties. Sorry, Michaela. Sorry, Bella. You know, 'cause
Stop the cap.
fake titties.
We know you're taking those titties.
I disagree. Look, fake boobs aren't a
Can you guys
deal
like
breaker.
actually tell? Like
I can tell.
You can before
I-
they've dropped. Like once they settle.
But no, I like you know.
Look like rocks.
BBL. I'll take like no ass over a BBL. You know?
Yeah, I can
Like,
understand
look,
that. The
a nice
BBLs
ass
look
is good.
crazy.
Don't get me wrong.
The BBLs look crazy.
A nice ass is good. Don't get me wrong. But if it's between like no ass and perfect, even if it's a perfect BBL, I'll take no ass. I don't know. I just think it looks kind of weird. I'll take a little belly fat over lipo belly. I don't know. The lipo belly looks kind of weird, and no labiaplasty. Obviously, will not stand for it. Any outies at the table? Oh, okay, cool. Anybody else or no? Okay. Sorry, that's a bit awkward. I'll take like no upper lip over like lip fillers, whatever. Okay. Let's see.
Picky.
What else is there? I have a no, hold on, I'm not going to reveal that. I do like to build my partner up though, like I don't know.
what do you mean by that?
That's the best thing.
No, just like give praise and stuff, you know?
Oh.
I want to know what island.
That's lame.
Build a girlfriend.
Maui there.
Like if this kind of I'll explain it a bit more. This ties into like the fake plastic surgery stuff. If my girlfriend came to me and asked my opinion on it, if she should get plastic surgery, I don't like my boobs, I don't like my butt, I don't like my belly, I'd be like, fuck that shit. I like you how you are. You're beautiful. You don't need that shit. Don't do it. So that's kind of like, I don't know. I'd just build her up, whatever.
Oh, that's sweet.
I like you how you are. Let's see, what else? She needs to have done at least 3 years of cello. I'll accept 2 years of violin or 1 year of piano because I'm a nice guy like that. And I'm considerate. Any cello players here?
7th grade.
I play violin.
Yeah.
I knew it was
no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Let's see what else.
I played the flute.
That's gross.
Wait a minute, but couldn't this
Huge red flag.
Any wind instruments or any instruments? Actually, you know what? If they, never mind. It actually might be a green flag. But anyways,
that's
honestly,
what I'm
look,
saying.
All it takes to like make me happy is if you'll just like scratch my back or massage me. Like that's it.
And bow.
And bow.
And bow. That's it. You don't got to be like. I don't know. I think I prefer more introverted women. I'll date an extrovert, but I think I'm more like I'm more on the introverted side, so I kind of prefer more like mellow, chill, introverted women. But okay, there's like a million other things, but I think we'll leave it there. Okay, we'll leave it there. Yeah, that's good. Okay, all right. Let me let the rest of the roast come through. Sorry, I wasted so much.
Oh my
goodness. There's a lot. Okay,
Sons of Liberty donated $19.99. To the feminist Christian who views men very negatively, men and women can't be friends. Any man who calls a girl his best friend is either a simp or wants to bang you.
Is that me or her?
Dutch PlayStation Gamer donated $20. Welcome back, Brixton. Just tuned in, but ladies, what do you think of gamers? Yay or hell no? Chair 3, maybe a shirt next time. And dude next to Brian, dude, how fucking ripped are you? FCK in hell.
Where's the camera?
There you go. Flock. Nice. Frank Castle, the real Frank Castle. I cannot play this one, but I will say he called you lesbian Moana. And that's it. I'm not reading the rest.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry, Frank Castle. It's a little too hard.
Oh, shit. Okay.
That's it. Okay, all right. Oh, my
Why
God.
would I have a feeling about me?
Grand Meow XD donated $20. Chair 9, you deserve to have a good life.
Oh, that's for you.
A good man will come to you eventually.
There you go.
That's super sweet. Love you too.
Boom. We got
Ebony Butt donated $20. Chair 3, Brexton was right, your yams are A. And the fact that most ladies only date people with the same amount of more money as them is sexist.
wow.
They named themselves Ebony Butt. I can't.
Smooth donated $20. Yeah, okay, 8 inches hung white boy who knows his worth. So yeah, you tripping their Coke bottles.
Okay.
I'm confused. What's he saying?
Got a few more coming, guys, and then
Wrongful Rage donated $20. I'm not even gonna bust your balls, Brian, about the looting comment to Chair 3. She loots poor men and believes herself of worth. Reality knows different.
Still making money. Don't care.
the real Frank Castle. I can't pull up your next one, but this is for Chair 9. I can't read the first part. I'm sorry. But he does say, pretty sure you can find your dream man down by the 7-Eleven sleeping in the parking lot. Do you want to respond to that? Or are you more of like a like an AM PM kind of girl? Like 7-Eleven's not. Okay, I don't know. All right, we have 4 more.
Vector donated $20. Chair 3, the men of this current society have given you permission to rob mentally ill men for the sake of a fetish. These men have led you to be a slave to your fetish. What a bunch of feminine men.
Amen. Okay.
I think I would say they're men who know their place. I think.
Wow. It's wild.
And yet they're stupid.
Justin Martin has donated $20. If Brian's girl ain't burrito shaped, though, it's a deal breaker.
Burrito shaped. I don't even know what that means. Like there's just like guacamole falling out of her.
I don't know what that.
Sour cream. Ooh, that would not be good.
No.
Okay. All right.
Him now embracing misogyny donated $20.69.
He's got a point.
If what Chair 3 said and feels is really genuine, the lack of unified outrage from the rest of the panel, slight kudos to those who did nicely speak out. I am now leaning to misogyny.
Oh my God.
I don't know. Do you think maybe it's like, maybe you guys just aren't confrontational about this?
I tried to be. I said I did.
You got to be like, yo, you're giving us a fucking bad name, bruv.
Come at her.
Yeah,
she's not giving me a bad
I'll give
name.
you 30 seconds. Go at her. Do it.
Oh my God. These men, they always want to pit us against each other.
Hey, go off, queen. Go off, queen.
Nah.
Anissa, come on.
I'm not going to come here
It's
like
always
that, but
the
it was
white
just...
man trying to divide the people. No, I'm just playing.
Hey, yo, defend us. Defend us.
Hey, I'm Switzerland, okay?
Switzerland?
Yeah,
in the middle.
she's not taking a side.
Yeah.
Oh, she's neutral.
But those posts were like out
Say
of
it.
pocket.
Go-
They were just
say it.
trifling.
Iconic.
Go off,
I
queen.
know.
You said they were for work, but it was really just like the pointing out white guy. Like that was just kind of.
They
like
really.
throwing me
I
off.
barely tweet about white guys. I don't. You
Most of
guys
those
really
tweets
picked
said
out the
it.
white boy
Am I
tweets.
wrong?
Like
most of those tweets said that.
Go off, queen. What else?
I'm just saying. No, that's it.
Oh, okay.
That's
All right,
it.
cool.
MLK Jr. Senior donated $20. Chair 1. You sound like Minka Kelly, which is hot. Chair 3, don't talk to me like that. I know it's dank, girl.
I know it's small boy.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I don't know who that is either.
Joshua Simpson donated $20. That was in regards to the third seat talking about being potbelly and small. It's I'm the only comeback she had. She's definitely a weirdo.
Oh, I'm sorry. You think
The
that?
underscore chastity underscore peen donated $20. Let me out.
That's great.
Never.
All right. Let's see here. We have a super chat from Aaron Chambers. He reads, shout out from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Tuscaloosa always reminds me of that Sublime song where they're like, for like a minute, he's just listing off cities. You know what I mean? What's that song? April. Okay, whatever. Somebody in the chat, help me out. What's the name of that song? Glad to see the show back. Even more glad Trump is back in office. You take a lot of crap for the show, Brian, but you are a good man. Thank you, Aaron. Really appreciate it, man. I'm 6 months clean from coke. Praise Jesus, and I mean that. I'm thankful. # Roll Tide.
Love it, Aaron. That's awesome.
Yo, Aaron, congrats on your sobriety, man. Thank you for the very kind words. Very much appreciate it. You are you're a gentleman and a scholar. Thank you, Aaron. Do appreciate it. W's in the chat for Aaron there for that very generous super chat. All right, hold on. We got one more here, and then we're wrapping. Okay.
Yes, Plow Nobo donated $20. Yes, Plow Nobo. Yes, Plow Nobo. They're plowing the men. They're not bowing to the men. Hide your men. Hide them good. They aren't bowing to us. They need to know their place.
Wow.
Poor women.
Okay, there you go. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. All right. Okay, we're going to wrap up the show. I want to do a call to action. I'd like to end the show by seeing if we can't use this moment as an opportunity to give you, and you a call to action. Would you consider on the Whatever podcast quitting sex work tonight?
No. After this whole conversation today? Or just...
Yes.
No.
No.
Yeah, that's my goal after I finish school.
Right now, tonight.
Right now, no.
Why is it your goal?
Okay, I tried.
To stop?
All right, that's cool. I tried my best, guys. I tried my best. All right, GG.
Well played.
To the panel. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We cannot do the show without you, so your patronage is sorry, I'm 8 hours deep and I'm brain fogging here. Very much appreciated. We will be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. We have fantastic panels this coming into February. We got an Australian coming on Sunday and Tuesday. Really good panels. So be sure to tune in Sunday, Tuesday, 5 p.m. Pacific. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out, whatever, on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, we're going to do a Twitch raid really quick. Damien, I'm going to have you pull up Monkey News on Twitch. He is playing World of Warcraft Classic. He is in Alterac Valley playing PvP. Get him pulled up. He's let's see here. Yeah, pull it up. It looks like this is just fresh. The anniversary realms, probably. Yeah, I'm assuming it's the anniversary realms. All right, guys, thank you for watching on Twitch. Tell him he needs to, when you go raid him, tell him he needs to, he's playing, hold on. He's doing 2 Alterac Valleys at the same time. This guy's a Giga Chad warrior. Tell him he needs to dance on both his characters. Tell him he needs to slash dance when I send you the raid over. Tell him he needs to slash dance for 10 seconds on each of his characters. All right. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. I'm sending the raid over now. All right. Let's see here. You guys should definitely never play World of Warcraft because it's addictive. I don't play. I used to, though. So he's Alliance in AV. Let's see if he gets it. Oh my God. He's very focused. He's playing 2 different clients. He's playing 2 different games. Okay, we'll have to, we're gonna have to leave it at that. I don't know if he even has his audio set up. Okay, we're all good on everything. Okay, guys, like the video on your way out. 07's in the chat. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. Good night, guys. We will see you on Sunday. Good night.